Welcome to live coverage of the premier meet in the country. Final weekend at Saratoga Racecourse here in upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to be with you here on FS2. I'm Greg Wolf. I'll bring in my partners here in just a moment. Feature later today, wide open group sprinting of 3-year-old fillies. We'll preview that race coming up. The Prioress, also the Lucky Coin at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. All ahead. We're going to get into action in just a few minutes here. We're 4 minutes away from our first on the card coming up. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 4 begins in race 2. That Lucky Coin, the 8th, and the Prioress for those 3-year-old fillies. That grade 2, race 9. On today's Friday card with me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. Great to see you guys.
Good to see you. I feel like we've been together much more in the second half of the meet.
We have.
They kept us apart early, but we've been together more. It's nice. Always good to be with you, Richie, as well. It's an absolutely gorgeous day to kick off Labor Day weekend. I think a nice crowd at hand coming in for a big day of racing. The Prioress came up strong, huh?
Prioress came up strong.
Well, I know we're going to touch and preview that race a little bit later, but who do you guys like in that race, or do you just thought it was too tough?
Wicked Halo.
Do you? Okay.
But it's tough.
Okay.
No, I don't. It's not like she has to win, but she could win.
Angitude cutting back. Brad Cox, another one that's interesting.
No question about it.
First at Saratoga, 6 furlongs. New York breds, maiden special weight, and 5-2. You're my girl, first time out. John Terranova, favored right now with Joel Rosario.
I actually picked this one on top, and a bit of a guess. $130,000 2-year-old purchase. One of the foals in the dam did some running. Just thought maybe with Joelle, who's coming back after serving a 3-day suspension. Irad Ortiz will be back tomorrow. Thought this one might be live, and I guessed well with this being live. In fact, I guessed 9-1 here, 9-1-10. But I'm going to take one that's taken a lot of money.
Here's the 2-13-1 Eric Cancel aboard.
Yeah, slow, if not spectacular, steady work tab.
Dark and Stormy has a race under her belt for Rudy Rod.
It was very difficult to handle. Was trying to lug in throughout the race and really lugged into the stretch.
Boy, is she a lady. Tim Ham has Jose Gomez.
Actually shows a pretty good work, 2 back. The dam herself is a pretty good runner. And by the way, the one, if I was paying attention, a half to my boy Jack.
Yeah.
Mim. Jose Lezcano rides the first-timer for Linda Rice.
Out of a mare that's had 5 foals to race, 4 winners, and 3 of them were debut winners by Practical Joke.
Biggest price on the board. Jackie Davis rides here. Lavon.
Mary Alice Coffey, who claimed that last winner from Chad Brown on Wednesday's card, could do well with that one. There's not a lot of pedigree to speak of.
6-1 on the second-time starter. Here was a distant second in the debut.
Yeah, well beaten to Sicilian Grandma, who was impressive that day, but she's going to have to improve off of that effort.
And here's the favorite with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, a firster that I guessed with, and at least guessing with the one taking the money right now. One of the foals ran okay from this dam. We'll see.
Nice and spicy experience that came on the turf in the debut here.
Yeah, now gets the dirt by Sharp Azteca, who's gotten off to a white-hot start as stud. And I like sometimes when a horse makes that surface switch in the second start, because the first race was just basically an experience builder.
They did like this horse first time. Now, that may bode well for his second start, but I know that the connections were high in his chances.
Mike Maker trains.
Durkin.
3 Diamonds Farm owns. Nice and spicy. The 10, you can play the pick 5 that begins here. The pick 4 begins in the second. All the action we have on today's card and beyond with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Toga 200. That code to use at sign up to get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more on the opener.
And Greg, before I touch on these first-time starters, did want to mention you might have noticed the 3 My Gorgeous, a late scratch back in the paddock as she did flip over while saddling, so acting on advice of the veterinarian and the protocols here in New York. She was a late scratch back in the paddock. But touching on a few first-time starters, starting with your favorite, the number 9, You're My Girl. She worked 21 flat at the Timonium Fasig-Tipton 2-year-old sale in Maryland, she was at the OBS June sale, so 21 flat, where she was really asked along in that work, but she had this kind of leaping stride to her. She got over the synthetic track there at OBS quite well, and she does come in here looking incredibly fit for her first start for trainer John Terranova. She's not a huge filly, but she's very athletic. I have no problems with your favorite and thought that she could absolutely be one who's ready to roll at first asking, especially with Joel Rosario in the saddle. Down to the inside, the number 1, My Sweet Summer, as Andy mentioned, the half to My Boy Jack. Jack, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. There's not much precocity in the family. That's my one concern with her. And she is by Accelerate, who hasn't gotten off to the quickest start as of yet. She does debut with short cut blinkers on, and since she's been training at Keeneland, I haven't been able to watch any of her workouts, but according to the clock report, she hasn't been doing too much to wow in the mornings. She's also one that I think may just need a start as far as fitness is concerned. We'll see if those blinkers do help her to get out of the gate a little bit cleaner from the inside. She had a pretty composed warm-up away from the pony under Luis Saez and has been professional throughout. One who I think will be quick is the 5. Boy, is she a lady. Filly by Boys at Toscanova for Tim Ham, who can have young fillies and young horses in general ready to roll early on in their careers. She had a big warm-up from Jose Gomez. That gate workout, 2 back. She showed a lot of speed coming out of the gate in the mornings, and she did it quickly, and one that has been steadily improving in her workouts, and I like that the last 3 were here at Saratoga. Finally, the 10, Nice and Spicy. I was in the paddock for her first race. Didn't think she looked like a turf horse. She lacked a lot of focus. She was off the bridle in her warm-up. She looks more fit today. I prefer her on the dirt. She's by Sharp Azteca, who has already had 18 wins from his progeny in total on the racetrack. And the dam's actually the sister to Bayshore winner Declan's Warrior. There's dirt sprint pedigree in here, and I like her switching surfaces. A much better warm-up from her today too, Greg.
Acacia, thank you for that. We're about to load up here. Favorite remains in the background there, that 9 with Joel Rosario. Good to see him back. Been so dominant in the stakes at this meet. 2-1 on the 9.
Just Boy, Is She a Lady is 5-1 for Timothy Ham. I don't think Tim Ham's firster is rate to be taking a ton of money. Isn't that the one that's really getting bet in this race with Gomez riding?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
It has a work that caught a lot of attention. Big part of it.
Obviously, a work that a lot of people were talking about.
John Imbrial, the call to kick off our Friday card.
And they're off. Going out for the lead, Mommy Joe Dreams. Down at the rail is My Sweet Summer, who is now moving up. And then on the outside, it is Mim as they race up the backstretch. Mommy Joe Dreams has the lead here with Mim racing in second. My Sweet Summer down at the rail in third. In between horses is Darkin Stormy in fourth. And then on the outside, moving up is You're My Girl. And gaining ground is Nice and Spicy. The quarter win in 22-1. It is Mommy Joe Dreams now being passed there by You're My Girl. Nice and Spicy moves into second. Mommy Joe Dreams is in third, followed by Mim next in fourth. Maggie T runs in fifth. Dark and Stormy is sixth. My Sweet Summer down at the rail. Then in Boy, Is She a Lady? And farther back is Love On. The half in 45 4/5 seconds. And they're coming down for the 8th pole now. And You're My Girl has gotten away from the rest of them. You're My Girl pouring it on here through the stretch. You're My Girl, first-time starter, very impressive. Eased up here under jockey Joel Rosario, won by maybe a dozen lengths or more. My Sweet Summer got second, and Love On came from way out of it to complete the trifecta.
Wheeler back on Sunday?
I mean, this
Spin away on Sunday?
I mean, she can just keep running until the spin away. We started out Labor Day weekend with a bang. Wow.
That was a nice performance.
111 flat in this track?
That's a New York bred filly. The way she did that, she widened in every stride from the 8th pole to the wire.
You and I both looked at each other top of the stretch. I said to you, you don't usually see him come to the stretch this much in command.
This is how comfortable Joel usually looks on Jackie's Warrior.
Right. I mean, this was, obviously when you have these kind of gaps, it also may say something about the horses behind her, but this was unbelievable. I mean, this horse is a runner.
What a debut. Trained by John Terranova, gets his stables. Here's Randy Hill. Liking what he sees with You're My Girl. First time out, as impressive as could be for this New York bred filly.
I'm really looking forward to seeing our next dirt race. You know, I guess whenever we run it, the 4th or 7th furlongs, because 111 on this track is pretty quick. This horse was awfully impressive. Wow.
Gosh, she was incredibly professional. First-time starter running through the bridle like that. My Sweet Summer was very game to rally through some tight quarters at the top of the stretch to get second, about a 1/16 of a mile behind the winner.
Yeah, I mean, she feels like she won by 14 or more lengths. Johnny I said 12, and then he went, wait a minute. You can see him thinking it's going to be more than that. Every stride, she's just getting farther and farther in front of these horses.
And wrapped up late, too, as easy as could be for this filly in the debut. I'm already looking forward to start number 2 from her.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you imagine they're probably thinking about New York bred stakes at the end of the month, but, I mean, they're probably also thinking about the Rosette at this point. She got a number she gets, but
you'd have to think so. I mean, you know, of course you have like New York Showcase Day, a race like the Maid of the Mist, you know, some other New York bred stakes, but she looked like she could step forward in open company.
I'll put it this way, the way she won, right now they're not thinking about New York bred stakes. Nothing against the New York bred stakes. We love them and respect the horses, but right now they're thinking bigger and better things.
That phone's ringing off the hook right now with offers.
Right. They're all here.
I just heard it, actually, as I said that. Did you hear that? That was bizarre. Grade 2 Prioress feature later today. It's 3-year-old fillies in a very contentious group, sprinting 6 furlongs. Morning line favorite, a tepid 7-2 on Hot Peppers for Rudy Rodriguez, who was just second in the test on that wet track behind Chi-Town Lady.
Yeah, you know, I picked against her completely, but I do think the scratch of the number 9 smash ticket probably helps her chances and takes out a key speed. I do feel like she's run well in her prior races. I just don't feel like you could trust the form from the test on a sealed track, the goofy horse winning the race, and the favorite a no-show. But to be fair, she's really improved. She's one of the few Rudy Rodriguez horses that's run really well at this meet.
Been, as most know, a very tough meet for Rudy Rodriguez, just 2 for 78 coming into this afternoon. But this is a filly that shows up just about every single time, with the exception of that Tampa race back in late March.
Yeah, I just question the scratches changed the dynamic of the race a little bit for sure, but there's still plenty of speed signed up.
I don't disagree. I'm playing against her, but to me, it did change a little bit with the 9 coming out, and it definitely doesn't hurt her, that's for sure.
Sure.
But I don't disagree with you. You'd think they'd be moving a little bit at least.
Meanwhile, Wicked Halo Steve Asmussen, she will cut back in distance coming in from Churchill Downs.
Now, I don't know the story. She did miss some time working, and you would think they were thinking test, or did they just want to give her a little break and wait for the Prioress? I picked her in here. I thought she was really finally coming into her own, and less distance would be better. Her best racer at 7, but if Steve Asmussen thinks 6 furlongs good for her, I'll take a shot.
I like to turn back for her, too. I think, you know, also coming off a little bit of a fresh, I think sometimes horses are just a little bit sharper. They put themselves in better position. She makes a lot of sense, absolutely.
She's been quick sprinting, but now coming out of a mile race, cutting back, does that dull her speed a little bit?
Well, she's not fast enough at this point in her career to be in front in this race. They've got to get position. We'll see. I'm a little annoyed that I didn't research and see, did she miss the test by design? And you see that missed time if you look at her workouts, or in fact, were they intentionally waiting for this race? And I probably should have looked into that a little bit more, but maybe we can figure that out as the show goes on. We do have some people here who do that work better than I do, apparently. Don't do it worse.
Tyler Gaffleone will be back aboard. Had beat a very impressive Pretty Birdie the start before that as well, going 7/8 of a mile. How about this performance? First time out for You're My Girl. Impressive debut. Joel Rosario riding for John Terranova. Let's go to Acacia.
And we've got the whole team down here in the winner's circle. Owners Randy Hill and Mike Gatsis, along with trainer John Terranova. You're My Girl. Randy, let's start with you. What an impressive performance today.
That's certainly the way to break your maiden, but you can't do it without a great team. I got a great partner and a great trainer. But a funny story is, I said to John before the race, I had a maiden a long time ago, and I said to the trainer, we're going to win first out. He said, not the first time, probably the second time. So I said, he won by 14. John said to me, we may not win today, we'll win next time. I said, okay, we'll win by 10 today.
Well, I think it was a little bit more than 10. Mike, You're My Girl just pulling away from the rest of the field, and she seemed to tout herself prior to the race as well.
She did really well once she hit up here. When she got up here, she was really blossoming. John and Tanya had her going the right way. Simon and the whole team. Can't do it without the grooms, the hot walkers, and everybody else. So we're just a team. I've been with this guy for 24 years, and so we're going to carry on and get some more wins.
Now, John, she's a New York bred. I'm sure you start thinking about some New York bred stakes maybe in the future, maybe even some open company stakes.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw today, I mean, she's been showing herself in the morning. First time out, you never know. But I mean, especially up here, there's a lot to handle, a lot to take in. But she did it brilliantly and a lot of class, but she's shown her talent. So we'll hope everything keeps going well for her and forward and get into the fall with her, hopefully the right way.
Oh, can't wait to see what's in store. Randy, where's the big shirt today? I got to ask.
No, I don't wear the big shirt when I have the sport jacket.
Told him to calm it down because we didn't want to scare her.
I said, not, when I put the sport jacket on, otherwise I look like a buffoon, It looks okay when I don't have a sport jacket on. When I have a sport jacket on, I think I'm getting my picture taken.
I like that angle. Well, there you go. If you're ever looking to see Randy Hill in a sport coat, it means he's going to get his picture taken, and did so with a nice filly today, Greg.
Understated, classy. I like the look today from Randy Hill, and he has a nice filly to be excited about.
I just like that somebody besides me used the word buffoon on the show.
I tell you, you want to talk about a beautiful stride. This filly floats over the ground. I mean, she really, and we saw her before she turned for home, the way she was traveling into Joel Rosario's hands. And got to get Joel Rosario that rear view mirror so he has to stop straining his neck looking back so much.
And Joel Rosario comes back from a 3-day suspension. Irad will be back tomorrow, and he comes back right away in the winner's circle. It's still a long way to go to catch Irad.
Yeah.
$6.80 for the victory. How about that 49-1 shot underneath? That's creating value. Trifecta with the favorite on top, $224 for a 50-cent play to kick off our Friday card. We're underway. We got the pick 4 coming up next. On the turf, 5.5 furlong, little warm-up handicapping for the lucky coin.
Well, I mean, win or lose, mail order has this race at her mercy. She is the controlling speed in this race, and she had a chase last time. If she runs back to her effort 2 races back at 6 furlongs at Belmont, these horses have absolutely no chance against her, and she is the controlling speed, and thus much the horse to beat.
More on this field when we return. 22 minutes to post. We'll also preview the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Important bounce-back race for Olympiad, who disappointed in the Whitney. One of 4 he'll face from Pletcher. Keep me in mind. Impressive in his 4-year-old debut.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is one of the country's earliest pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back on Saratoga Live. Winchell Thoroughbred Silks on that canoe after that Travers win from Epicenter. Looking pretty good out there. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. I'll remind everybody to get involved in this. It is free to enter, and you're competing for real prizes. Showdown contest. Enter your selections. Go to NYRA.com/showdown, and we'll have that leaderboard for bragging rights at the end of the program as well. Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup coming up this Saturday. Todd Pletcher with 4 runners in the race. And for Olympiad, what a role he was on. And because he was on such a roll, I think a lot of people really were disappointed with that Whitney performance. What do you make of it?
You know, I don't know. I'm generally, as a handicapper, these guys, they run inexplicably badly, and they're short priced next time I want to play against it. But he's done so much good this year that I think to be summarily dismissive could be a mistake. And for Bill Mott to run him back, it's a good sign. Maybe he tired a little bit from chasing. I don't know. He was bad.
Let's go through the field. We begin with Tax, who was off for about 1.5 years, came back and went gate to wire in the slop at Delaware.
He's the speed from the inside, but he's going to find this a much, much tougher group, and he was on a track at Delaware. Very kind to speed last time.
10-1, Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Next door, Olympiad for a Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He had been unbeaten around 2 turns until that Whitney.
I'm kind of the opinion that maybe he was just uncomfortable cast into a chasing role to a superior rival and just got discouraged chasing a very, very fast horse, and life is good.
We shall see. And going to try and get the 1.25 mile distance his first time at it in his career. Untreated, first of 4 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, he's going to find the going a lot tougher than he did in the last race, last time Suburban. Other speed in here. He's up against it, the big price.
Faced Olympiad in the Grade 3 Mineshaft Fairgrounds. It was no match for him at 1.16 miles on that occasion. Chess Chief, Dallas Stewart. This horse has danced a lot of big dances in his career.
Yeah, and he's earned nearly $900,000. It just feels like he'd have to improve a great deal to be a contender in here. But we've seen Dallas Stewart hit the board in a lot of big races with big price horses.
30-1, morning line. Manny Franco will be in the irons. American Revolution, Grade 1 winner, the New York bred for Todd Pletcher. Still waiting for his first win as a 4-year-old.
And I believe he's going to get it in this race. I really like his chances. I actually thought he had a shot in the Whitney if he ran in there. 1.25 miles, the way he runs, I don't think it's going to be a problem. And I think he's getting ready to run a big race.
Joel Rosario will ride. Been beat by Dynamic One and Olympiad in his first 2 starts of his 4-year-old campaign. First captain just missed against Dynamic One in that great stretch duel in the Suburban.
I was so game in the Suburban. Wasn't in the most comfortable position in between horses, but he fought all the way to the wire. And this royally bred son of Carlin out of the mare America kind of fooled me. He's been going further distances than I thought he was going to really be as capable at.
Keep me in mind, he actually broke his maiden in a graded stakes race. As a 2-year-old, he was still eligible for his first allowance condition.
I think this horse is a danger at a big price. If you're looking for a big price to get in there somewhere, he's always had some talent. Wins along, going long off the layoff. No knocking his former trainer, but getting in Todd's barn can't be a bad thing.
And his another stablemate, Dynamic One, Todd Pletcher as well, horse who has won at Saratoga, and he just won that duel with first captain and untreated in the Suburban.
Yeah, and a very game victory last time. A horse that's compiled a decent record now, 4 wins with 3 seconds and a third from 12 starts, and a horse that, you know, the 1.25 miles is very comfortably within his scope.
So let's go back to the Stephen Foster, and this was the 5th in a row for Olympiad. American Revolution was behind him.
Listen, I love American Revolution here, but as well as he ran in here, Olympiad dusted him. And I don't think there's an unfair argument to say if the good Olympiad shows up, they have him to beat. But here's the problem. His other races are all good. This was the breakout performance. Can he get back to this race? Because even if he doesn't get back to the runs his other races, he's a big contender. But is he a big player to beat American Revolution again?
There's also the possibility that American Revolution could take another step forward, this being his 3rd start this year.
That's what that's Richie, that's exactly what I'm hoping for. I hope Olympiad runs well. I really do, because I think he's a good horse. And you have to almost feel badly how poorly he ran in the Whitney. And I hope that it's just like he hasn't gone the wrong way or something. Because you know, people want to say he didn't like Saratoga. He ran a huge race last year running 2nd to Baby Yoda.
Yeah, he's given us more proof that he's not that horse we saw last time out. That he's the horse we saw in the Stephen Foster.
you know, I'm not a big wet track guy, but to be fair, it was right after the test. They had just unsealed the track. There was some moisture in it. It's the only time he's been on a racetrack that had some moisture. Now, I'm not big. I'm grasping at straws because his last race was so bad relative to all the races he's run. It just feels like something had to go wrong because he's too good a horse for that to be a representation of his talent.
And, you know, even if not for the Whitney, pretend that race didn't even happen, there's still the question of the mile and a quarter. So a couple of questions to overcome
does
here. American
listen, it's uncharted territory for a lot of these.
Sure.
But I don't know about you. The way American Revolution runs, look at his Albany last year. He just felt like he was getting stronger and stronger as the race was going on. And some will look and say, well, he won a grade 1 at a mile. He did it because he's a darn good horse. But I don't think distance is going to be his enemy in the least.
Bill Mott, see if he can get him back to his best. Here's a look at what he's done in this race. Last time he won it, Ron the Greek, back in 2013, the Great Cigar, and then in between those two, Flat Out in 2012. See if he can add another one. He'll have the favorite to try and do so.
Didn't Flat Out win it twice?
Yeah, but once with Scooter Dickey.
Oh, wow. There you go. Very good.
So here again, this stretch duel in the Suburban, and they proved a mile and a quarter at least at Belmont on this occasion against this group. They're up to the task.
I don't have enough room to fit all the horses I think can win this in my top 4 picks, but I've got Dynamic 1 4th and First Captain 5th. I feel like I disrespected them because I do think they're both players near, but they do have to get faster.
Yeah, but you know they'll stay the mile and a quarter, and I like that they show the ability to fight. I'm kind of interested in the 7, Keep Me in Mind, the horse you talked about. His 3-year-old numbers were very good. Came back to win going a mile and 1/8 on a very demanding racetrack, tough to win off a layoff going that far earlier in this meeting. And I think he could take a big step forward as a 4-year-old.
I really like this race because, listen, we've had a lot of small fields with some very good horses in them, but the stakes have come up a little light at times. This feels like an 8-horse field with an awful lot of horses that have a big chance.
Yeah. Maybe the most wide open grade 1 of the meet.
Well, there's no big dog in here, right? There's no Life is Good or a Jackie's Warrior or some horse or a Nest that you feel like you really can't beat these horses. They're heavy favorites. This race, the favorite could be 2 to 1, 5 to 2.
Look at the Week 8 stakes schedule. So the Jockey Club Gold Cup Flower Bowl with Warlike Goddess Saranac on that Saturday schedule. Our 2 stakes still to come today. Pick 4 is next, though, as we take a quick look at the odds. 5.5, sprinting on the turf. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll start with the number 3 mail order, who does look to be the horse that should be on the front end. One thing to mention about that August 4th race, though, as she hit the wall and Mon Petit Chou all come out of that race, there was about a 25-minute delay in the paddock before that race because the skies just opened up. It started pouring. They kept this particular race on the turf, but there was a time when horses had to wait in the paddock, and then it did look, though the turf was listed as firm, like there was some give in it after that rainstorm. That's just kind of a typical of Saratoga. So that's something to keep in mind with the runners coming out of that August 4th race. That being said, Spicy Marg wired the field pretty comfortably on the front end that day. Mail order was pressing her throughout, and she's one that did not seem to react well to the delay in the paddock that day. She was a little bit vocal. She settled a little bit after the tack, but most of all, she seemed to be the one that got a little bit revved up in response. She's on the muscle today. She's not doing too much. She hasn't been vocal. She looks the most fit that I've seen her now, too, off of that extended layoff, and her early foot should bode well for her. Out of that same race as the 2 hit the whoa, she is so much more tucked up today. I just thought she looked a little soft last time off the layoff, and she has that race under her belt. She seemed to be spinning her wheels too. She's a big filly. She is not one that would appreciate a little cut in the ground. She finished 3rd that day trying to make up some ground, but just seemed to tire late. So having, again, a race off the bench, a firmer turf in here today, and not having to wait in the paddock as she's a high energy type as well, I think all things that could mean a better performance from Hit the Woe today. The number 6 Ellenation is a new face race for trainer Mike Trombetta. Comes out of a stake, place finish in the second in the Jamila at Laurel behind her stablemate Spun Glass, and she was last early, and she started closing. The hole she was about to go through closed. She went outside and was actually closing on her left lead, while Spun Glass, the winner, was able to save more ground closing between horses. This is a big, burly mare by alternation. She's got a lot of good substance to her. She stacks up favorably with these and does come out of a solid performance with a good kick to her. We'll see if there is any more pace up front, as she will be one likely who'll be coming from off of it. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in just a moment. 128,000 plus in this pick 4 pool. Sequence begins in just 8 minutes. I'll remind everyone the inaugural Horse Racing Women's Summit, September 28th through 30th at Santa Anita Park, multi-day event aiming to bring together people from all facets of the horse racing industry with the mission of connecting and empowering women in horse racing. You can get tickets, find more information at womeninracingsummit.com. Started out just as an idea to connect women in California, but quickly gathered momentum and now has become a national event.
If it wasn't out in California, I'd probably attend.
I'm very, we all are pro women working more and having a bigger, more high profile role in racing. I mean, there's so many behind the scenes in a lot of situations. Think about the backstretch, and we've got some terrific women that are trainers, but you kind of want to see them get more of a high profile. They're just as important in this game as, and everywhere really, as men.
So
anywhere.
dedicated and so hardworking.
Yep. Seen a lot of breakthrough performances from
I
some
find them more
connections
important.
at this meet. Jackie winning for her father, Robbie.
Love Jackie.
Michelle Lovell.
And let's face
Damon's
it,
Mound.
the,
So
women,
impressive.
the women are the talent of this show. I mean, let's face it. It's sort of we're all fighting for third.
We're riding coattails.
Right.
Here we go with the post parade. Hit the WOA. Christophe Clement, 2-back, was a winner at Gulfstream.
Joelle for Christophe, a filly that's more of a closing sprinter, very capable, but not getting a lot of speed to help her, though.
Jose Lezcano on the favorite mail order, Bilmont.
She's the controlling speed on paper, and I'm not sure her best race isn't just better than these horses. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Second time on grass for the 4 at 12-1.
Had a French teacher in 8th grade, used to call me Mon Petit Chou.
Did you?
I'm not getting involved in this nonsense.
I'll pass on that.
So I'm all
Mischievous
serious
Stream,
here.
Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I mean, she's another where she probably benefit from cutting back in distance, but the lack of pace isn't going to help her.
Ella Nation at 3-1.
Another one that used to show speed at times, but it's become more of a closing type and would be aided if there was more speed signed on here.
Was there a follow-up to that story, or that was it?
No, just
Really
I didn't learn a lot of French, but
Would you like a follow-up to that story?
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the pick 4 when we come back, approaching the 5-minute mark to post on a gorgeous Friday in Saratoga Springs. Stay with us.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2 on this beautiful Friday afternoon in upstate New York. Gorgeous view of this iconic racetrack. We get set for the final Friday of the meet coming up, and our pick 4 begins right here. Early pick 4. 5.5 sprinting on the grass, mail order. The should be controlling speed at 4 to 5 right now.
Well, the other thing I think is important to say is not only is she on paper, assuming she breaks, she'll be in front, the controlling speed. Isn't there a reasonable argument to be made that she's the best horse in the race as well? I mean, I know that she finished behind at the Woe last time in the race we're watching, but as Acacia pointed out, as delay, you see him kicking stuff up. A firmer course today, not that it's super firm because we get that rain, but she's controlling on the front as opposed to stalking. And to me, I mean, her race 2 back will just crush this field.
Well, don't you think she was the one in that unenviable position? We talk about chasing, that horse gets away from her, and she's kind of caved in a little bit.
And chase the winner, right? That's the hardest thing to do, is you're not just chasing a horse with speed, you're chasing a horse with the stamina to win.
Yeah, and she should just get so much more comfortable today and kind of control things.
Yeah.
So let's talk the one that finished ahead of her, though, last time out, and that's this 2, Hit the Woa. And for her, that was the first start in a few months. She has a right to move forward off that.
That's fair. That's the best race she's ever run, and she took a step forward. So the question becomes, can she take another step forward? Because to be fair, her prior form was decidedly mediocre. She's got to take another step forward, and she's got to do it, though, with a potential tactical disadvantage. Now, let me ask Richie one question. You're Jose Lezcano mail order.
Mm-hmm.
Do you nurse along, or do you just kind of put a little distance, make them run if they want to keep up to you?
You got to come out running and establish that you are going to be on the lead. That's how you control the race. If you come out quietly, it might almost encourage somebody else to try to take it on, and now you're going quicker than you should. Bounce out, open up a length and a half, give her a little bit of a rest, and 3/8 pole start. Let's spread the field, make them chase you now.
Listen to Richie. God, is he dying to be out there.
You want to be back
He's
so bad.
dying to be out there.
But isn't that that's how you ride a front runner?
That's why I asked you. I mean, you know, you're the expert. And as far as I'm concerned, one of the great front-end riders in the game.
Favor looks like she is on her toes. There's mail order, 4 to 5. Let's go back to Acacia.
And she did warm up staying with the pony under Jose Lezcano, but she's just so sharp, as you mentioned, Greg. And she's a big filly. I landed on your favorite in here as well. But taking a look at the other one for Christophe Laurent, that is Mischievous Dream, as she's smaller, she's sharper, she's a little mean sometimes, but she is one that I think, as Andy mentioned, will appreciate less ground in here too, getting the 5.5, as she was a horse that she has trouble carrying her weight from race to race. She kind of lives on her energy a little bit. For her standards, she's actually carrying very good condition coming in today. She did face a couple of really nice horses last time out, Baystorm, who came back to win a stake in her subsequent start, but Baystorm wired the field that day, and as Irad Ortiz, who rode Mischievous Dream in that effort at Belmont, tipped her out and asked her, she was running, she just wasn't able to actually make up any ground, and that's the problem with the filly like her. In the past, she has actually laid a little bit closer, though. That has been when she's been going longer, but she is very sharp. She's always energetic. I wonder if Tyler Gaffleone will try to have her up into the race a little bit more. It may just not be her running style at all, but I do think that if anything, this is the right spot for her to see if she can get a little bit of a better trip. The question is, too, does she really just stack up with these as she'll try to win against Open Company in here, the New York bred, facing some tough competition today, Greg?
Acacia, thanks. Analysts all on the favorite. Public is as well, 4 to 5 on mail order. Jose Lezcano. Want to remind everybody you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys, handicappers too. We should add that in with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races today.
All right. Got a lot of races coming up this weekend. We got 13 tomorrow. We got 12 on Sunday. And I believe we're running 11 on Monday. I saw they split one. I think we had 10 in the book, and they split one.
Okay.
Excited? Last weekend?
I'm living in the moment. I don't want to think past right now because
you don't have to
it's going to end. You know, and I don't want to
talking horses. So I have completely finished Saturday and Sunday's cards. I have not made my picks for the spin away yet.
I'm going to just try to bask in the glory of Saratoga until it ends.
I love when I get that last card finished probably tomorrow morning, and on Saturday and Sunday and Monday I can actually go out and enjoy myself and not have to go home and work. It's always a relief. I know, Greg, you have to go home and work and prepare to host.
We have a little break, though.
Yeah, we do. It's nice.
We were back, what, the 15th?
Yes,
after this meet
Thursday
ends?
the 15th. Two jump races to kick it off.
But hoping, let's finish strong. A lot for all those out there. This meet can be so tough for so many. If you've been having a tough time playing the races, plenty of time
can always
to come out ahead.
Yeah,
I've gotten out very late in some meets before. And also, we should give a big thank you to everybody because we're going to break last year's record-setting handle record tomorrow. We're incredible. We're about $33,000 from it, $33 million, excuse me, coming today, and we'll break it midway through the card tomorrow. And it happens because of the people out there that are watching.
Absolutely.
If there's no bettors, we don't have jobs, there's no game. So without you guys, thank you very much. And it's just been another great record-setting summer here in Saratoga.
And the enthusiasm of the fans up here is just it
best.
Makes you feel so good.
Reminds you that there's a lot of people out there that love the game. A lot of people.
And they appreciate the history here as much, if not more, than any racetrack you'll ever visit. This makes part of the reason such a special place here at Saratoga. We're set for the early pick for mail order, the 3 with Jose Lezcano, the odds-on favorite. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Of race 2. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, a mail order, and she trails the field. From the inside, it is Hit the Woe, and there is Mon Petit Chou. And now, quickly moving up after that slow start, is Mail Order. So the favorite has now come away with the lead. Mon Petit Chou runs in second. Hit the Woe is next in third, almost 3 lengths. Back to Mischievous Dream. Ella Nation is the trailer in 5th and the quarter. Over the firm turf in 22 3/5 seconds. Mail Order on top here. Long shot, Mon Petit Chou tracking in second, a little more than a length to Hit the Woe, who's next in third. And then farther back, Mischievous Dream and Ella Nation. And the field is at the head of the stretch. And it is Mail Order in front here. Hit the Woe moves up on the outside. It's Mail Order and Hit the Woe, and Mischievous Dream is now coming on. Hit the Woe now comes away with the lead. Mischievous Dream moves into second. Mail Order has dropped back. It is Hit the Woe to win it here by 2.5 lengths. Mischievous Dream was second, and Mail Order held on for third.
The perils of these 5.5 furlong turf sprints. Poor break from Mail Order, rushed up, and that cost her.
Yeah, she obviously would have won this race if she hadn't gotten left, but nothing you can do about that. And you got the lone speed, and she doesn't get out of the gate. The race is over, and I don't know if the 2, and I don't want to knock her. She ran well here, and Joel Rosario starts off with 2 wins coming back, but let's be fair. She was a very fortunate winner of this race.
Yeah, I mean, the whole complexion of the race changed as soon as the stalls opened, and Joel Rosario, as always, had her in the right position, and Mail Order did well. I mean, at one point, I thought, is she going to be able to overcome this, losing 3 or 4 lengths at the break and rushing up to take the lead? And obviously, it was just too much to overcome.
No, you can't. I mean, she went her first quarter in 21 and change. You can't do it. And it doesn't just take away the advantage you have. It completely subverts the advantage you have. And Hit the Woe is the second likeliest winner.
Keep your eyes on the 3.
It didn't seem like she was doing anything wrong. She just didn't react well to the opening of the doors.
I'll be honest, without seeing the pan shot, I can't really tell what happened there. Curia Ritchie, it's for me, these angles don't work. I can't.
And Jose Lezcano had to put her where she.
Well, he didn't send her. I mean, she just kind of took him there because she was just naturally faster.
Well, shows you what she could have been in front by if if she had run a similar first fraction, she'd have been 7 lengths in front. It's one of those things. It's horse racing. It's frustrating.
What's that feeling like, Mig, when it just goes wrong for you off the bat when you need to be in front?
Your heart sinks. You just feel terrible.
Here's the start.
Yeah.
She broke a good 3/4 length, so you can't tell with that angle. And then I don't know what really happened. But the thing is, when you break like 3/4 length slow, you end up almost 3 lengths behind. It's very hard, and she just had to stop and start.
Well, horses are like, water. They flow to empty space anyway. So once she broke slow, you can count on the outside coming in or the inside coming out, and probably compounded her breaking slowly to begin with.
Miguel Clement, assistant to Dad, with a W. They'll take it any way you can get it here. A little assist from a poor break with mail order. 2-5-3-6 to kick off the pick 4 and upset at 7-2. We're going to take a timeout. The Goddess is back on Saturday. Warlike Goddess will be a short price in the Flower Bowl. Looking to go back-to-back at the meet and remain perfect here at Saratoga.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsleDowns.com.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after 2 of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the 2 stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world. Opened in 1975. They have healing powers. Mig just told me a story off camera that proved it.
Yeah, I had an agent years ago, Joe Shea, who had been Ron Turcotte's agent through his years with Secretariat, then had my book when I had the bug. Used to fill jugs with it, and he would use an eye wash and wash his eyes. Said he had cataracts. It helped his cataracts.
That sounds like the Raiders, the third or fourth Raiders, the Lost Ark movie, right? When pour the stuff from the Holy Grail to save his dad.
Finding the right
Hey,
chalice.
he swore by it.
Yeah. So does Indiana Jones. And I believed everything in those movies. Everything.
Oh, it's factual.
It was
movie.
all real. It's exactly like that. They were documentaries, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Hit the whoa. I've been
Thank you,
saying it
Greg,
wrong
for
for years.
straightening that out.
$9.20 for the win. 253. Poor break from mail order. And that did this filly in. As a result, a 7-2 upset. Rosario, 2 for 2 to start this Friday card. Let's go to Acacia.
We're pleased to be joined by Joel Rosario. Joel, of course, you were serving a suspension, but you come right back and 2 wins right off the bat. What does that feel, getting right back to the winner's circle?
I mean, it's nice. It's always nice to come back and win, and yeah, it's we are, like you say, off for a couple of days, so just that help. You know what I mean? It's also right, for the great people and stuff like that. That help too.
Now hit the whoa in this race today. She was a little bit more forward as the main speed did end up breaking a bit slow. Talk me through what happened early on in the race and having to go to plan B.
Yeah, I mean, she broke really well and looked like the horse who was the speed, probably he didn't come out of the gate right. And then, I was just there. I was just for a second, just let it be happy up there. And then when the horse came in the inside, after he was showing the speed that he had, and they just, we just, went to another plan. You just followed the horse after that. And then she did great, yeah.
Now, you'll be teaming up with the Clermont team again later in the Lucky Coin with Voodoo Zip. You'll be back aboard. What can you tell us about this horse, as he's one of those closing sprinter types?
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's always ride really hard, and yeah, he always have a, strong finish. I mean, 1 5.5 today. We'll see what happens.
Get Miguel another win and another big smile, right?
Of course. Always thanks to Miguelito.
As Joel says, he likes to help me out by getting Miguel in a good mood. Congratulations, Joel.
Thank you so much.
As Joel Rosario with the win here. And but quickly, want to let you know, Greg, I did get a chance to speak to trainer, or you're all good, Joel. You can go back to the jockstrom. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Joel's going to just stay on camera with me. But I did get a chance to speak to jockey Jose Lozcano about mail order. And he said that she leapt up a little bit at the break, and she just kind of came out really awkwardly. He was forced to pull an indirect rein to try to straighten her out, and then she tried to run off a bit up on the hedge. So he said that she leapt up a little bit at the break, and that was what caused that poor start there, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Tough break for Jose Lozcano and connections of mail order.
And my pick 5.
And a lot of people's pick 5s and pick 4s.
I like that she said. Dismiss Joel.
That was great.
You can head
Class
back
is
to the
over.
room
That was
now.
awesome.
That was
great. She should have just given her a push.
We're going to get into the Grade 2 Flower Bowl coming up on Saturday, part of the undercard of the Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday afternoon. We'll get to that in a moment. Race 3, we got a maiden special weight. Mild 3/8 on the inner turf. And right now it's Good Medicine. Todd Pletcher, Flavian Pratt. 9-2 opens up at 2-1. The favorite.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe more distance will help. I don't love this horse, but she's one of the ones that could win, or he's one of the ones that could win, and the fact that he's run well enough going longer. I took Most Wanted Man mostly because there are a lot of Chad Brown horses that don't look that good, that seem to run better when he puts them in these long-distance races.
To the Flower Bowl, mile and 3/8 inner turf. Grade 2 and Warlike Goddess. Back again after that dominant, as easy as could be, Glenn's Foals performance in early August.
Have you seen a horse win a graded stake? I mean, she was so in control of the race from the start. And you watch Joel, he's galloping her into the stretch. Other riders around her are riding. He lets her drift out a path. He's kind of inviting someone to challenge her. He's going to take some peeks back, give her a couple nudges. And it's over. This is a paid public workout.
It reminds me of Jackie's Warrior before he lost his next start. But I totally agree.
Those two probably the two easiest we've seen.
I'm joking with you, but I totally agree with you. This was a joke. I mean, he didn't even have to try with her. I'm kidding about the
no. But I want to decipher this, though. Did you think there's any chance she's vulnerable here?
She's not vulnerable based on her races.
No. Okay,
I mean, it's horse racing and anything can happen. But, I mean, I guess you could say that she's got a new face on the rail potentially to deal with, but I don't see how that horse is going to beat her. She looks like she's 1-5 in this race. I mean, she could. Is it fair to say she women-handled those horses last time, not man-handled?
I know.
She just crushed them.
Jackie's Warrior getting beat, and it was a grade 1. That was the biggest upset we've seen in a long time. But if she gets beat in this race, is this a bigger upset?
Well, yeah, because Jackie's
bigger surprise,
Warrior was facing real new competition in both Pipeline and Cody's Wish. Horses with talent he hadn't been facing. Much better field than the Vanderbilt. This is pretty much the same field except for capital structure, who's going to have to improve in leaps and bounds to beat her.
He let her run about 70 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, really, he just nudged her and then just took her back in hand.
3 straight graded stakes at Saratoga. She has never lost here. Trying to make it 4 for 4 here at the Spa on Saturday. And Joel Rosario, they made the switch this year, coming back in her 5-year-old campaign to Joel. And he obviously does just about everything flawlessly, and he's been a perfect fit.
Well, he'll be very close to the jockey lead after sweeping the card today. And to be fair, I thought Julian Leparoux had ridden her well, and I like Julian. I don't like to criticize him, but I think they made a change because he did not give her the best of rides in the Breeders' Cup, filling the turf.
Made a little
I
bit of
like
a
to beat
quick,
up on Julian because I think he's a
earlier
very good rider,
move than necessary. And Joel, he's not going to get that ride from Joel. Joel's going to sit and become. The only disappointment to me is that the Flower Bowl is not a grade 1 anymore, and I really have a hard time understanding that, particularly because last year it was won by Warlike Goddess, who put together an incredible campaign and was unlucky not to win the Breeders' Cup. I don't really understand it being downgraded.
Well, I'll say a couple of things. I mean, I have no problem with the downgrading of races because there is something in the graded stakes that there's just too many of them, whether it's ours or other tracks. Uniformly, we did not have a representative on the graded stakes committee last year, as Martin Panza just left, and we weren't a new people not allowed on. Downgrading races when they don't have a representative at the track, especially a track organization important, New York Racing Association, is not something that I would believe in. But maybe I'm biased.
It's coming up on a sensational Saturday card. Back-to-back with the Grade 2 Flower Bowl, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup on our Saturday program. Up next, truly a family affair. Husband and wife, Trevor McCarthy, Katie Davis, who we're going to see back in action for the first time in a while later today. We'll have their story next.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the World's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Durkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Beautiful look at those paddock suites. The hot new spot here at Saratoga this summer. It's been a hit. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You can put your handicapping skills to the test and download Stay Lucky, the free contest app from America's Best Racing. Download today, start building your streak, and you can win exclusive prizes. It's all free on the Stay Lucky app. Download today, and good luck to everybody. For Trevor McCarthy and wife Katie Davis, when they're not competing against each other as jockeys, they're rooting for each other with the help of their newborn arrival, Riley, of course. Both come from a family of former jockeys, so it's no surprise riding and competing is their passion.
Hi, my name's Trevor McCarthy. This is my wife, Katie McCarthy, and our daughter, Riley. I got wanting to be a jockey, you know, through my dad. He was a jockey for 22 years, and I was able to be around him, and being around the horses was the main thing that I just fell in love with. And, you know, look, I've been riding for 10 years now, and this is something that I've wanted to do at a young age, and probably the only thing that I ever thought about doing. And, you know, I just took it and ran. I ride the 4th race here at Saratoga today for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and my horse's name is Valenzaden Day. All right, have a good day.
Thanks.
Love
Good
you.
luck.
Love you.
Good luck,
Bye-bye.
Daddy. He went to the jocks room. Trevor, he gets to the room early to lose weight, get ready, prepare, and, you know, it's good for him. Just keeps his mind straight and doesn't, you know, have to worry too much. So let's go get a beer. Can I try that summer? Yay. I think I'm gonna come back this winter. It's about what you love and enjoy doing. I've worked 9, 10 years of riding, and just because I had a child doesn't mean I feel that I should just stop what I love doing. We're heading to the paddock. Gonna watch Daddy ride the 4th race, and I just bought a hat, so hopefully it brings us a lot of luck. We're gonna root for Daddy, woo! Go Daddy, go!
And they're off. Go for it. Broke well on the outside. Valenzaden Day is right there as they move up the back stretch. It is.
Yeah, we had a really great break today. Our intention was to get a good break, and there was a ton of speed in the race, and usually he doesn't show that kind of speed. So for him to be up on the lead was kind of a shocker. And look, we just tried to keep him there, keep him comfortable. And, you know, he just didn't have any finish today. And my dad said there's going to be plenty more that you're going to be expecting to win, and they're not going to win all the time. Yeah, Riley, she's almost 8 months now, and, you know, it's definitely made you work a little bit harder. And, you know, it's not about you anymore in your career. It's kind of about her and, you know, trying to give my family the best life that I can possibly give them. And, you know, it's just, it's a great motivation.
Thinking man's rider. He's going to be in the next race, and his wife going to have her first mount in 16 months coming up in race number 4. And it truly has been all in the family. Following in Dad's footsteps for Trevor. 1,700 plus victories for young Trevor and counting. He's made a big impact here coming to New York.
Yeah, he's on pace to have the best year he's ever had from a money won perspective. He did over 9.1, and he's on pace to surpass that this year. And I rode with his dad, Mike McCarthy, and he's living proof if you want to do something bad enough, you can do it. I mean, he put so much effort and work into it and was a really good rider.
Young Trevor, we'll see him with his back to us. Going to be on Greg's honor, the 5. 9-1 on the board right now. First off the claim for Mark Hennig.
Yeah. He just got to improve immeasurably to be competitive here. Tough spot. Take a shot going long.
Look at the current odds for this 6-horse group. Mile 3/8. And Good Medicine holding as the favorite right now. 5-2 opened up as the favorite from that 9-2 morning line for Todd Pletcher. And still the one to beat on the board. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 2 for Todd Pletcher, starting down to the inside with Good Medicine, who's a horse that really has continued to fill out and develop. And as we often see with Todd Pletcher trying to get the miles in, dirt or turf, the way that they train, they have that stamina. He's started to rack up the defeats. He is making start number 6 today, but he did finish, I thought, a good 3rd last time out. He wasn't the sharpest out of the gate, I noticed. He kind of dropped back and then re-rallying up the inside. He was kicking on late. He gets more distance today. He showed 2 starts back that he could handle the trip and going a little bit further. I do think that he makes sense. He's definitely convincing as far as getting the distance in here today. And again, I like the progression of him. I'm not completely sold that he's potentially the best in the race, but I think everybody has their own fair share of questions to answer in here. That does include Todd's other horse, called by Gunrunner and Outperform. I did not like what I saw from him last last time out. He got really hot, really washed out prior to the race. He doesn't look completely turf, but he did have that last turf work over at the Oklahoma training track before he switched to the grass for the first time, and obviously Todd liked what he saw, and he was right, because this horse, who broke just okay last time out, and then he kind of got squeezed back after the break, truly got bumped out of contention there. He did kind of clunk along to get fourth, but he finished well, and they're giving him another chance in here. I'm still going to need to see it from him on the racetrack. The 3 Tis a Giant, I know that he is coming off of 4 straight second-place finishes, but I had spoken to trainer Mike Trombetta about him last time, and he said he was really worried about him cutting back a little bit. He thought 1 mile and 3/8 was really his preferred distance, which is what he gets today. He's such a big, good-looking son of Tisnow. There's so much size to him. He looks like the type of horse that wants to run all day, and he looks like he's a horse that has done very well up here in Saratoga. He probably looks the strongest and with the most substance now in his 3rd start at the Spa that I've seen from him, and he's your co-favorite right now, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up as we approach the 8-minute mark to post. And we're going to kick off with one of 2 in here for Todd Pletcher in just a moment.
Your replacement's just a little held up coming up here, Richie. This is a funny race because some of these horses have never tried to go this far, and distance can be a real equalizer. But can horses like the 2, 4, and 6 improve substantially with more distance?
Here's good medicine. Flavien Prat will be aboard, 3rd in a maiden claiming event last start.
He'll prefer stretching out to more distance, and he didn't have the best of trips 2 races back. I don't love the field he was in, but I can understand why he's taking money.
Most Wanted Man, 4-1 with Manny Franco.
Yeah, son of Franco, the way he runs, he's kind of got this even way of going, makes you believe that 1 mile and 3/8 should be well within his scope.
Tis a Giant was only beat a half length at 1 mile and 3/8 at this meet back on July 14th.
Johnny Velasquez, who rides again today, gave him such a great ride, never left the rail, and just thought he was a little more fortunate than the 2 Most Wanted Man.
Outperform Pletcher, Jose Ortiz.
I thought he was interesting. I thought after encountering a little bit of trouble going in the first turn, lost position, he just didn't really get with it mentally. And then late, he finished with interest. I think he'll appreciate the distance.
Here's Trevor McCarthy on Greg's honor, a 10-1.
Well, I know that Greg is betting this one. He likes to bet his namesake. It's a reclaim from Mark Hennig and actually Windy Leaf Farm, but it just doesn't look fast enough on paper.
And the least experienced in the field, Funny Gap. Start number 2 was claimed by Mike Maker, blinkers on.
Claimed for $75,000 first time out. Mike Maker has been very good in
one of the best
past about stretching horses out.
This doesn't have a pedigree that says he wants to go that much farther, though. And we'll see.
But
European.
You're forced to take a second look with what Mike Maker has done, right? Turning horses' careers around, going long in the grass. You can play all the action with Naira Bets and get that offer as well. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code, TOGA200 for new members. That's the website. Download the Naira Bets app as well. And good luck to everybody playing along today. So Tis a Giant now favored in those Live Oak Plantation Silks, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. John Velasquez aboard. This is back on August 10th, last time out.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, it's not that Most Wanted Man had a bad trip, because he got a very good trip. He saved some ground and angled out in the second turn. He's out in the middle of the track, but you see John Velasquez saving every inch of ground with Tis a Giant and getting second, just coming up the inside, sort of rallying, getting stronger with more distance. Runaway winner in running B, but I think they both ran fairly well. I kind of prefer Most Wanted Man, but Tis a Giant ran well going along the time before that. It's far from impossible.
6 minutes to post. Coming up, let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by trainer Mike Trombetta, who sends out the well-named Tis a Giant. And Mike, he gets a little bit more ground today.
Apologies, some technical difficulties there with Acacia. We'll see if we can get her back in just a moment. Was talking to the trainer of this one right here, who is the co-favorite at 5-2.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
You know, he got a terrific trip last time. He saved all the ground. Where the Most Wanted Man was caught wider and kind of ran on. You know, I don't think a lot separates these two.
I don't disagree with you. I was hoping the 2 could improve with distance, but from what we've seen, doesn't have to.
Let's go back to Acacia.
We're going to try this again with Mike Trombetta sending out Tis a Giant. And Mike, he does get a little bit more distance today. I know you thought that's something that he would prefer.
Yeah, he seems to enjoy it. The mile and 16th races are just too short for him, so a little bit of extra ground gives him a chance to get himself together.
I wanted to ask you about half is enough in the Prior. She goes back to dirt, which does seem to be her preferred surface.
Yeah, I think quietly her race on the turf was actually pretty good. She didn't get away cleanly, and she was forced to be kind of wide, and she only lost the race about 4 lengths. So I think it was okay, and I'll probably revisit it again, but she does definitely like the dirt.
And she is a filly that has run well against some of these, too. Do you think that she could potentially be poised for a bit of a breakout performance?
Yeah, if she gets a nice pace in front of her and has a fair chance at it, I look forward to seeing her run.
And Flavian Pratt out to California. So Antonio Fresu going to pick up the mount, jockey that apparently very well known in Dubai.
Yeah, he is, and we're going to meet each other for the first time a little later today.
Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Trainer Mike Trombetta with Tis a Giant here, but of course looking forward to that Prioress later, Greg.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. We talked about how wide open that grade 2 is for those 3-year-old fillies later on the card.
Yeah, it's a fun race. It's such an interesting race, and I'm glad it got a good open field in there. No argument with the favor, the number 2, and offer a good second-place finish in the test, but hot peppers. But there's a lot of horses in there of credentials. John Terranova could win it after starting day out with that exciting 2-year-old. He's very live on the outside.
Yeah, ran a big number last time out.
By the way, just so you know, I already heard from somebody who was the underbidder on the winner of the first race today. There's always an underbidder.
There always is.
There's usually about 9 or 10 underbidders. Do you notice that?
I gotta tell you guys, 4
looks incredible, right?
Keeps on winning me over more. He's my top selection because I thought he was interesting anyway. Watching him warm up, I'm very taken with him.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings. I picked him second. I worry that he may not get better with this much distance, but we'll see. He ran fine in his first start. In a big gallop, you impressed with that big gallop out? Gallop outs are like the worst.
I know you're not a gallop out guy.
I just think it's funny because people are always saying they're big gallop outs, and they never mention it when the horses don't run well.
The funny thing is I didn't bring up the gallop out. You did.
I just find them amusing.
No,
he did have a great gallop out. He did.
I did take note of the gallop out. I did. And I do believe in that.
It can be useful
sometimes.
No, it can,
yeah. I'm not. That's probably why Todd Pletcher didn't mind stretching him out, to be honest with you. Or also this race came up, but still.
Beautiful appearance from this horse, no question. And he's the favorite right now at 2-1. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I just wanted to wrap up on Outperform what you guys were saying, because he did frame it beautifully on the track, and he didn't last time out. He looks so much better today for trainer Todd Pletcher. He has taken a huge step forward, and obviously a big reason, yes, he did have the big gallop out, but he's also a very big horse. He's got a really long stride to him. Again, he was hot. He was a little bit sticky out on track last time out. None of that today. A huge improvement, and I have to say, I was against him coming in and loved what I saw on the racetrack. Wanted to touch on, though, the 2 most wanted man. As I had mentioned last time, physically, he does not look like a horse that wants to go a distance of ground. He is teeny tiny. I didn't see him in his debut, but my husband was actually there at Tampa Bay Downs that day, and he was incredibly skittish, trying to climb all over the pony, and apparently right after that race, he was sent home and gelded immediately, and that does seem to have helped a lot with his focus, as he has been acting very professional. He's forward, he's very, very strong. He's just, there's just not much of him. I will say that he was a little bit headstrong off the pace last time out, and he did close well outside to kick on in that last race to finish 3rd. And absolutely, when Chad Brown runs a horse or does something that's kind of counterintuitive to what you may think on paper or in the flesh, it does seem to work, and they keep this horse going long, in fact, even a little bit longer than last time. I would expect him, the way that he was really fighting against his rider last time, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him just a little bit more forward in here today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Do you guys have a horse? For me, it's the sire of the 2 that you wish you had seen run in person? Frankel, that sire.
Well,
of the 2.
I mean, you could go back in time, and I wish I saw Dr. Fager run, but in recent horses, I mean, Frankel's got to be up there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was one of the great horses probably of all time.
It would have been nice to have been there to see that. I mean, we're lucky in this day and age you can go to YouTube and watch replays of it, but it's not like actually seeing the horse live in action.
I mean, that was a horse when he was running in Europe that we all made sure we could watch his races. And that, I think,
it was appointment television.
As much as any horse. And I know a lot of people in America that love European racing, and I know we try to watch a lot of the races, and not just Ascot, but other tracks, but that was a horse you just didn't ever want to miss his race. I remember watching his guineas.
Oh,
I mean, he looked like a runoff.
He did.
And he was. And he just, I mean, he was.
But he just kept running off.
And to have named that horse for Bobby Frankel and to have turned out to be that kind of racehorse really seems incredible.
Somebody named the horse the Mig. He broke his maiden for 2,500 at Fingerley.
That's the same as Frankel being as good as he was. Come on, that's so easy.
Low-hanging
At least
fruit.
he won a race.
Low-hanging fruit.
At least he won a race.
Is that a true story?
That's a true story.
Is that right?
At least he won.
Hey, listen, I had a horse named for me, Mr. Annoying, and he's annoying. He was entered and scratched about 87 times. He ran 3 times and hasn't been seen since, so at least your horse won.
Yeah, this is true. There was another one, Mig Wacky, by Miss Wacky.
I remember.
And I did win on him for Robert Waxman, John.
Miss Wacky or Mig Wacky?
Well, Mig Wacky rode Mig Wacky.
You won on a horse that was named for you.
Yes.
That's neat.
Yeah.
Favorite, the 4, who looked sensational on the track. Acacia gave us more about it. Did not look this good last time, so we'll see if we get a better performance from Outperform. If the extra ground helps as well, he's the favorite from Post 4. Let's go to John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. Good Medicine from that inside post position goes out for the lead. Outperform now moves up and is running in second. But it is Good Medicine who has the lead as they go into the first of 3 turns. Outperform and moving up on the outside is Funding Gap. So it is Funding Gap who has taken second. Outperform running in third. And then we come back to Tis a Giant next in fourth. At the back of the pack, Most Wanted Man and Greg's Honor. They come past the stands and the fans for the first time, and it is Good Medicine who has the lead here by a little more than a length. Ran the opening quarter mile in 24 and 4. Good Medicine, Funding Gap on the outside. Tis a Giant, saving ground down at the rail. Then comes Outperform in fourth, followed by Most Wanted Man and Greg's Honor. The leader is still Good Medicine going into the clubhouse turn now. Good Medicine is the leader. Funding Gap continues to run along in second. And the half mile up in 50 and 1/5 seconds. So it is Good Medicine by a length. Funding Gap running in second. Tis a Giant is third by a half length. Outperform is on the outside. And then it is Most Wanted Man. And the trailer is Greg's Honor. So positions unchanged as the field heads up the backstretch. Good Medicine and Funding Gap, they remain 1-2, 3/4, 1:16 and 2, midway up the backstretch. Good Medicine holding on to the lead here with Funding Gap still in second. Tis a Giant, Outperform right together third and fourth. Most Wanted Man is in fifth, and trailing the field is still Greg's Honor. And now they're going for the far turn. The final time, Good Medicine in front right from the start. Now Outperform makes a move on the outside as Funding Gap drops back. It is Good Medicine the leader with Outperform in second. And now they're coming for the head of the stretch. Good Medicine, Outperform, Most Wanted Man swings into action on the outside. Tis a Giant is next in fourth. They still have Good Medicine to catch. Good Medicine gets away here to lead by 3.5 lengths. Most Wanted Man, Outperform, Tis a Giant, all giving chase to Good Medicine and Flavien Prat. They go wire to wire to win it here. Outperform was second, then Most Wanted Man and Tis a Giant.
Good Medicine, Flavien Prat, Todd Pletcher, and the maiden breaking win going a mile and 3/8.
Once Flavien Prat was able to put this horse in the front, and he doesn't really look on paper like he has any speed and go those tepid fractions. I mean, we said, you and I walking about a half mile of the race, this race is over.
Yeah, as comfortable as he got and the way he was traveling past the wire the first time, it was like, man, how are they going to beat this horse? He just could not have looked more comfortable. And Flavien Prat is just so good at so many things. You know, he can put horses on the lead. He can come from off the pace. But Good Medicine, he finished the deal. He ran.
He ran well. He was best. I mean, slower pace or not,
sure,
he was best.
Outperform, was game for second. Most Wanted Man got to his outside. They were about the same as far as distance apart this time.
I would also argue that probably neither one of those horses improved with that much distance. Maybe mile and 3/16, so
They're
mile
right
and a
about the
quarter
same.
is a limit for them.
7-2 on your winner. 1-4-2-3 finish. Pratt's tremendous meet continues. Riding for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher here, owned by Frank Batten. 3-year-old son of Mastery with the victory.
This guy is a great rider. He is going to have some incredible career. He already is having a great career.
I believe he is the most well-rounded rider here. He does everything well. Some guys may do certain things better, but he does everything well.
I agree. I'm watching him ride. I don't feel like there's a chink in his armor.
No,
I really don't see it. He just does, like you say.
The man he just won for, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher.
Good on grass, good on turf, good from behind, good on the front end.
Yep.
I mean, he has a great sense of timing. I couldn't be more impressed, especially coming here like this. Great rider.
Prices from race 3 when we come back. It's Good Medicine winning at 1 mile and 3/8 here in the third on this Friday card from Saratoga.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It will be McCulloch, and an Italian wins the Diana. Domestic spending to take the lead and win State of Rest to win it here by a length.
Ocean Road running a giant race. Here comes Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. This track, so great, allows you to get up close and personal with our equine athletes, unlike anywhere else in this sport. Good Medicine, Flavien Prat, Todd Pletcher, owned by Frank Batten, and Son of Mastery wins at 1 mile and 3/8 here. Returns $9.30 for the win. Stablemate winds up second. So a 1-2 finish for Todd Pletcher, 1-4-2. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning jockey Flavien Prat, as Good Medicine didn't break the sharpest last time out, Flavien, and today you were able to get him so comfortable on the front end. Just talk a little bit about that with the long distance race, giving that breather.
Yeah, no, it worked out good. Last time he broke just okay, and obviously a shorter distance. I had a hard time to get him into the race. Today he warmed up really well. He was actually on the bridle. So I was expecting him to be 40 place. We got ourselves to the lead, and he was traveling well all the way around and got the job done.
He kicked on from the rest of the field. What's that feeling like when you're out there and you know that you have plenty of horse left as you come down to the wire and you're able to lengthen that lead?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's always great when you break, you get yourself in a good spot, and the horse respond to you when it's time to make a move, yeah.
We know you're heading out to California today as you have a big day coming up tomorrow, a horse that you've been the regular rider for that's incredibly fast Flightline in the Pacific Classic. What's it like to sit on an animal like that?
Well, obviously, I'm super excited to get back on him. I mean, he's quite special as of right now. Everything we ask him to do, he responds well for us. So it's going to be another task tomorrow, but I'm sure if someone can do it, it's definitely him.
You think he can get the distance, no problem?
Well, I think he can get the distance. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot of races under his belt, but like I say, I think he's super talented, and I'm hoping he can run the distance.
We'll miss you here in New York for the day. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat, big day coming up tomorrow, but with a nice win here at Saratoga today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Yeah, Pratt took off in the last to catch that flight to the West Coast. That is a big one with Flightline going to the Pacific Classic. As we look at our win start jockeys this meet, the guys leading the way, Pratt right up there.
Tight fight for second. Jose Ortiz picking up steam, huh?
Big day yesterday, right? 4 wins yesterday.
Well, I know a guy who has a bet. I think he has Jose plus 10.5 against his brother. He looked like he had no shot. Now there's a little life on that bet.
Yeah, he's really, the last couple of weeks, really picked things up. Obviously, tremendous meet for Arad, and he's been out the last couple of days. He'll be back Saturday.
Tomorrow, yep.
But Flavien Prat, we knew he'd make this kind of impact. Look, you've said it about him several times on the show. You were just saying it. He came here to put himself in the conversation to win an Eclipse Award. That's the level of rider he is, and he's doing just that.
Well, you got to admire and respect the fact that he's challenging himself. He dominated California for a number of years, could have continued to dominate out there, riding the best horse in short fields, and he wanted to challenge himself. He wanted to prove that he can compete in the deepest colony in North America right now, and that's here in New York. And not only is he competing, he's more than holding his own.
We're going to get into race 4 when we come back, about 22 minutes away from the start of this one. We had that story on Trevor McCarthy. Katie Davis' first mount in 16 months is coming up. Since May 9th, 2021, she is back. Diva Banker, the 6th. Stay with us.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again. Matole's a monster. Matole wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matole.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable, so we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything, so we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runners debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun-runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000. We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on this gorgeous Friday afternoon here at the summer place to be. A few more days to enjoy it, our final weekend of action here at this iconic racetrack. And we're getting to the 4th race coming up. We're going to see Katie Davis. We saw in that story with her husband, Trevor McCarthy, earlier. First mount back since May of 2021. When we last saw her riding, she actually won with 2 of her final 3 mounts.
Yeah, and she's been getting on horses every day for the entire meeting. So her fitness level, I'm sure, is all there. And I know she was very excited about getting back in the afternoons.
Meanwhile, Lucky Coin, race 8 on the card. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. It's a good betting race as well.
Well, you and I, Greg, we both agree Voodoo Zimp is a sort of highly dubious favorite. I cannot for the life of me figure out, scouring his PPs, what makes him a horse that should be favored in this race. I don't know why he was favored last time. He's favored almost every time he runs, and I just don't get it.
6 straight starts, in fact, he has been favored. Clement Rosario, obviously part of the reason he's going to take a lot of attention here. There's a lot of other interesting runners, though. Coming out of a Group 2 at Woodbine, that was early July for him. Prior to that, he was a win. That's the race at Belmont you just saw.
Isn't the critical way the potential controlling speed? And in my opinion, he's the worst to beat.
He is fast. Luis Saez, you know, is going to use that speed as much as he can. That's race 8 on the card. Up next, this 4th, approaching the 15-minute mark to post. Get a paddock report when we come back.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run. standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Dancing Buck is coming on now out in the middle of the course, and Fauci's putting in a late run. Lyrical Poet, here's Dancing Buck now to take over. Dancing Buck is in front. Fauci continues to gain, but it is Dancing Buck who has the lead, and it is the New York bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
As we do see Dancing Buck with an impressive allowance win as one of 3 sired by War Dancer that we've seen win at the Spa this summer. Dancing Buck, Frontline Dancer, and Danzig with the Stars, who seems to love Saratoga. And of course, we'll see Dancing Buck later in the Lucky Coin. And War Dancer has done terrific as the son of Warfront, and particularly as a horse who stands here in New York with horses on these New York turf courses, in New York bred Stallion Series, New York bred Stakes. It's been really fun to follow his progeny, and it was there right from the beginning as Robin Malatino, who owns War Dancer, had a vision to try and promote him. And you have to applaud the enthusiasm and everything that their team has done, as we did a little bachelor style videos to promote War Dancer, and I was the Chris Harrison of the bunch as the host of the show. So it's been fun to follow War Dancer and his success on the track, Greg, and his progeny seem to love these New York turf courses.
Been tremendous at stud. Yeah, a couple allowance winners looking for a first stakes win. War Dancer at the Saratoga meeting. I like Dancing Buck later today. Quite a bit in that race. Meanwhile, here's a look at Kali Magic. 5-1 Manny Franco, Chris Engelhardt beat by Mosienko in a race in which Kali Magic was favored last time out.
I'm not sure that she shouldn't be favored in here, to be honest with you.
And there's Katie Davis. First mount back since May 9th, 2021, and you can tell how happy she is to be here.
She's always happy, though. She's got one of the most effervescent personalities you're going to ever see, and she's just always positive.
I'm a big fan. She just jumped on me, gave me a big hug as I was.
What was the look?
I was listening to the nitwit in our ear. Guy's your friend, not mine. That guy. No, Katie and I get along great. No,
her sister, big win at this meet as well, riding for Dad. And a huge upset.
Oh, kiss for the baby.
There's Riley. And here's her sister getting it done in a big moment. This was a New York bred first allowance condition race, but look how much it meant to Jackie and doing it for her dad, Robbie Davis, the trainer.
I loved after the race, too. Robbie said, I told her to stay off the rail, and she went right to the rail. But you know what? It made the difference in winning and losing.
That was so great. That was the highlight of it. Listen, Jackie rode with us all winter, and well, she was also commuting some to Penn National. And I love her enthusiasm, and she had a good winter. She rode plenty of horses at big prices that did well. Jackie's one of these riders. You like her. Horse is a little bit live, especially in the winter in Aqueduct. Take a shot. And she's also handled a career very, very intelligently.
Yeah.
She rode in New York when she sort of first started riding at Aqueduct. And other riders, they want to stay in New York and, you know, this come to Belmont, come to Saratoga. And Jackie said no. And she went up to Suffolk, I think, and rode
National.
And just got an opportunity to ride a lot more horses. And I think it was more not just about winning, but getting a chance to ride more horses. So she had a chance to get better.
Absolutely. And Katie has done very well also down in the Mid-Atlantic. Now she's coming back. And, you know, they come from a racing family. You know, I competed with Robbie. We just saw Marguerite Davis with the baby, Riley in the paddock, and Eddie trains. I mean, it's really a family affair.
If your wife hadn't been so tall, maybe one of your kids would try to be a jockey before she told them they couldn't be.
My son Joey kept saying he wanted to be a jockey, and I kept kind of putting him off
tall.
until he had his growth spurt. And then I was like, hey, you want riding lessons? Because I knew he was going to get too big.
Mel is very happy she had the dominant gene in the height pool, isn't she?
Female side of the family, whether it's racehorses or people, are always more important than the male side. It's who the dam is, not the sire.
It's nowhere is it more clear than your family.
Wow. You always got to go one step too far.
You do have great kids.
Riley on hand to
credit.
cheer on Mom. First mount back in a long time. We wish her the best here. Coming up 18-1 on Diva Banker. In terms of chances for this horse in the race, what do you guys think?
They're extremely minimal, but I'm sure it's nice for Jackie to be back. It doesn't seem like this horse's best race makes her a major contender, but you hope for the best, and she'll give her best chance.
Here's the one. This is Waylon Josie. Heeman Harkey rides at 12-1. Actually, excuse me, Jalon Samuel rides.
And at times, she seems to run well enough to be at least competitive and get a piece.
Joel Rosario, 8-1 for Ray Handel on Thinking It Over.
Yeah, more of a closing type, although showed improved speed last time with Joel.
No Chalk has won every other start she's been on the track.
She should be up front early here. Does get Lasix, but for the first time, but looks a little tough to make. Her win was on a gold rail 3-back.
You tired?
I am tired. I
Kali
think I'm early to
Magic
look
at
at Sunday's
5-1.
card.
Mosienko beat her soundly last time, but she got the best of Mosienko the time before. Kali Magic tries hard, needs a trip.
Here's the favorite, Jose Ortiz.
She ran terrific last time. She runs her last race, going to be very hard to beat. But to take 2-1 off that race seems a little bit short to me.
Here she is, Katie Davis, first mount back in 16 months. Good for her.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's got some butterflies and excited, nervous energy. But Diva Banker gets back with New York breds, ran at Monmouth her last 2 starts, but would have to improve.
Possible Donna. Never been off the board at Saratoga.
Well, she's a horse that hits the board a lot in her races, but she has trouble getting the winner's circle.
And been first or second at 12 of 28 starts. Mosienko comes off a win.
Highest money earner in the field with $280,000 in earnings. And a horse that I love because of her name, Mosienko. Bill Mosienko, she's by hat trick. Bill Mosienko, fastest hat trick in NHL history, 18 seconds.
That's quick.
Are you surprised that Kali Magic is 5-1 here? She was buried on the rail last time, not the place to be. You were talking about with her eye situation.
Yeah.
I think she's a massive overlay at this point.
Real quick, bet Naira Bets, and you can get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today, 10 times rewards points on all wagers at Del Mar and Emerald Downs. No opt-in required. So start betting with Naira Bets and earn more. All right, back to your point.
I'm just surprised by these odds. I mean, she's a clear-cut third choice in here, and she was a heavy favorite of Mosienko last time, and I think one of the reasons she lost after easily being her time before was being down on the inside. I don't think you're going to see Manny having her down there again. I'm not saying the 5 isn't in some ways the horse to beat, and the way she's getting bet is probably a good sign. Buston Bay ran very well last time, but I think Kali Magic is a massive overlay at 5-1 right now. I think even 4-1 she's an overlay, frankly.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And starting there with Cali Magic, as you guys had mentioned, the goggle does come off today. And I spoke to her trainer last time, Chris Engelhart, as the goggle had gone on her left eye. And he said that 2 races back, she was actually hit with a clod throughout the running of the race and it developed a little infection as a result of that. So he put the goggle over her left eye to protect her in the race last time out, though he said it had pretty much cleared up. So it comes off today. So clearly she's doing well now. And though he said it had cleared up and it's a clear goggle, she can still see. You have to imagine the fact that all of that extra equipment comes off her face. She's clearly feeling better now. I think that's a major positive for Cali Magic, who I did like last time out as well. She's a filly that is just so strong. She carries her condition from race to race, and she's had a lovely warm-up out there under Manny Franco. I've liked what I've seen from her from the get-go. She does come out of the same race as Mosienko, who won that race last time out, set the pace 2 starts back, and then as Luis Saez had told me after the win last time, he felt that she had just gotten tired after setting the pace and wanted to have a different type of tactics and trying to come from off of it. And it worked last time out. I see the same intention today as he's given her a rather quiet warm-up. Once again, she looks great in her coat. She's incredibly fit. Luis Saez stays, and he's had success on her. And he said after the second place finish 2 back, he asked to ride her back. So those are definitely positives with Mosienko, who just seems to be flourishing at the moment. She is stepping up off that win, though, to try and repeat that effort, which, of course, is always a tall task. The number 5, Buston Bay, a horse that won last time out. She's a filly that is a horse that won the mile last time, and will cut back to the 7 furlongs in here today. And as you can see, again, another one that's had an absolutely beautiful warm-up. Jose Ortiz took her away from the pony, gave her a good gallop. She's framed herself up nicely. While she has some stretch to her frame, and she won impressively at the mile last time, I like the 7/8 for her. It's just a slight cutback, but I think should really suit her quite well. And she's one mentally that's come along quite nicely, too. So I like this warm-up as she can be tactical. Though with my heart, Greg, I am rooting for Diva Banker. Every morning that I come out to the track here and at Belmont, I see Katie Davis working horses for Ray Handel. She's been putting in all the work in the morning, and excited for her to get this opportunity in the afternoon as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch her first mount back in a while. For a while, was not able to ride because of that rule.
Well, able to ride,
able
but if
to ride,
she rode,
but essentially was not.
I'm very glad that the Gaming Commission changed that rule. That was an antiquated rule. And the other thing I don't like about a rule like that is it insinuates that they think people are being dishonest.
And just quickly explain what it was.
It was a rule that a married couple was not allowed to ride. They rode in a race together. And that was Trevor McCarthy and Katie Davis.
Right.
They had to be coupled. They could have been living together and not married, and they could have ridden uncoupled. And forgetting about that is to suggest that people are colluding, and that any sort of they can say what they want. That rule is saying, we think there's a possibility these people are colluding.
It's an archaic rule, though.
It's an archaic rule from a long time ago, and they did the right thing and they changed it. But I also don't like rules that are basically impugning the integrity of people in the game.
I agree. And you see her sister Jackie coming out to the winner's circle to watch her ride. That's such a show of support, and I love to see that kind of sibling respect and love that goes on. And I'm glad that common sense prevailed and that rule was rescinded and changed, because it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but it's also insulting.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it just is.
Agreed.
Well, good thing it's behind us.
Believe me, they're married. Imagine you're Richie, knowing you're competing against your wife. Believe me, you don't want to go home and hear from her that she won or beat you in a race.
No, she better not try to get through on me either.
She was a better rider than you, Mella. But
no doubt about that.
She was a great rider. Great horse,
could
great
gallop
horsewoman. No
any
doubt.
horse that ever lived. Listen, I fell in love with the day I saw her gallop a horse that I couldn't gallop. His name was Guinness.
Really?
Mig, what about when you came back? Like, you've had a lot of injuries that kept you out for a while. Coming back off a layoff, which Katie's doing here. She hasn't ridden in a long time.
Yeah.
What were you feeling with that first mount back?
Yeah, you definitely have some butterflies, some nervous energy. You want it to go well. You want to show people that you're back, you're fine, whether you win or not. It was always important for me coming back off an injury. I would go to somebody that I could lean on and say, hey, I really need to ride a winner right away, because you don't want people to come back and say, oh, especially coming off an injury. Not winning's not right. Not, lost their heart. Is still not physically 100%.
I didn't know you had any heart.
You got to win right away.
Let's go to Acacia.
Just to add to the feel-good stories of this race, the number 3, No Chalk, found out a little bit about her name back in the paddock. As I was talking to my friend Peter Rotundo, you may know he and his family sit in the backyard in the corner next to the big red spring, and that's where you can always find them. And a group of them are always cheering, "No Chalk, no Chalk." So owner Paul Matisse bought a horse and let his friend Lee Davis, one of the crew back there, name the horse. Here's No Chalk, and she's done very well in her short career so far. So they're all dressed in purple to match the colors, and I'm sure cheering in their usual spot by the big red spring.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Loading up, 9-5 favorite, Bustin Bay, Katie Davis, her return. First mount since May of 2021 on the 6th. Diva Banker, we are set for race 4. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Impossible Donna and Mozienko from the outside. Those two go for the lead. Kali Magic is now moving up as the field races up the backstretch. And it is Impossible Donna who's come away with the lead. Mozienko runs in second, thinking it over, has advanced into third. Kali Magic's in between horses and in fourth. Diva Banker on the outside in fifth, and alongside is No Chalk in sixth. The trailers are Whalen Josie and Bustin Bay, the opening quarter mile, 22 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Impossible Donna who leads here by 3/4 of a length. Mozienko on the outside in second, thinking it over, is down at the rail in third as they go around the far turn now. Impossible Donna, Mozienko, they are heads apart for the lead now. Mozienko moving up on the outside of Impossible Donna. Now the front two have opened up almost 4 lengths on Kali Magic, who is next in third. Bustin Bay has come on now from the back of the pack, and then comes a Diva Banker, who will be widest of all into the lane. The half in 45 and 1/5 seconds, 3/16 to the finish. Mozienko has now taken over. Impossible Donna is back running second. And then comes Bustin Bay, who's advanced into third, but it is Mozienko on to victory here under jockey Luis Saez. Mozienko by 4. Impossible Donna was second, and Bustin Bay finished third.
Mozienko, Luis Saez, Dennis Lohman, back-to-back wins for this 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, always in perfect position, stalking from the outside, traveling well. Dennis Lohman's done a tremendous job with his daughter of Hat Trick, and Mozienko, 3 goals in 18 seconds. Well, this is Mozienko's 3rd win of this year.
I love seeing my man Dennis Lohman get wins. He's just such an underrated trainer, and his wife obviously owning this horse, I assume. And he's turned this filly around. When you think, I mean, she was a winner every step of the way in this race. I mean, everybody's left their dust. There was a reason that my horse, Kali Magic, was 4-1. She didn't run a step to be 4th. But Mozienko gave nobody a chance in here.
No.
Dominant performance. Saez aboard. And back-to-back at the meet here at Saratoga for this 5-year-old mare by Hat Trick in top form right now.
Yeah. Dennis is an interesting guy. I mean, he rode a long time ago.
Yep.
They all rode with you, Richie. But he trains his own. He has very few horses, but he claimed a horse named Game Token from Gary Contessa back in 2009 or 10 for $7,500. Won over $300,000 with that horse. He has had, they don't all win, but he's had some very great claims.
With the win today, this mare's earned about $190,000 this year for them. So, I mean, does a terrific job. And you know what? You like to see that hard work rewarded, and he's got her in really good form.
Well, these are not just back-to-back wins, but the 2 biggest figures, too, she's ever run.
Well, let's talk about the time, 122. And that, you know, I think in the 109 and 3 and 2/5, just under 2/5, it does put into respect to the 2-year-old maid in the first race. And I'm not, listen, this horse is a maid older horse.
Sure.
But it makes that 111 not as impressive, you know, because this is the first dirt race we've run since then. And obviously, this horse crushed. I mean, she could have run a 90 by her, high, you know, but the track is obviously much quicker than it was at the beginning of the meet.
Yes.
8-7-5-4. 7-2 on Mozienko. Katie Davis. Tough go on the first mount back on it. Look, was on a big long shot here, but gets that one under the belt, and good to see her back.
Yeah, good to see her back. And you can see, you're always going to get a good blow. You got to open up your lungs a little. It's a very tough physical endeavor. Anybody who was watching there, the jockeys getting on the scale, they were not getting on the older, antiquated scale. They were getting on the digital scale. Because if people were seeing that and guys were getting on the scale, the arm was not moving. That was not the scale they were getting on.
Let's go to Acacia.
Oh, a special interview here. Pleased to be joined by Katie Davis McCarthy. First ride back, Katie. How did it feel to be back in the saddle in the afternoon?
It was very extraordinary. It was very different from back then when I would come back off an injury and stuff, and I was more calm, relaxed, just it is. I'm going to make the best of it and see how fit I really am. But I'm really surprised on how well I did, I think, from laying off for a year and 7 months.
So great to see you back in the saddle. And this one was for Ray Handel, who you've been galloping for in the morning, too. Just talk a little bit about getting the opportunity to come back riding.
So it was really nice that Ray gave me this opportunity and really helped me, because I had her and I was kind of like, how am I going to do this? My parents work, everybody in the house works, and I'm like, hey, Ray, and then Dylan's wife, Sarah, helped me out a lot. And, I'm like, sometimes I won't make it, but Ray's like, you made every day. You're doing great. Keep going. If this is what you want, I'm here to support you. And it's just been a blessing from him, honestly.
And it truly is a family affair. Your sister Jackie's your paparazzi right here, the family out cheering you on. What does that support mean, too?
It means a lot, and driving in today, I was like, man, you know what? They played a joke on me. We're taking you off. I'm like, stop, don't do that. I was so, calm. Now I'm freaking out. And it's a blessing. And like I said, I miss those days of everybody competing, because there's bragging rights in our family. With Trevor, Dylan, Jackie, Eddie as a trainer, too, So it's just a family affair, and it's exciting.
Oh, we love that. So happy to see you back in the mix and soon to show the family how it's done.
Yeah, you got it.
Katie Davis back in the saddle. So great to see such a special moment here at Saratoga, Greg.
Love the enthusiasm, and you can see what it means to her just to be back doing what she loves.
Absolutely. And, a year and 7 months to come back to get your fitness level back to what it needs to be to ride races. My longest layoff was 8 months. I had a 6 months, 7.5, and 8 months, and I know how hard it was to get back into shape to do it. A year and 7 months. Andy, wow.
Her return is so important that Dave Grenig is there talking to her. Nobody works harder than Dave Grenig. He's the James Brown of horse racing.
Yeah, I like that.
Mozienko the win, $9.70 for the victory, 8.754. And this family, truly a racing family, married into another racing family.
Yeah, the McCarthy family, and me and Robbie were fierce rivals when we rode. We're good friends now, and it's just fun for me to watch his children have the success they're having, because I watched them grow up. It's cool.
Had fun with the two of you.
Great time.
It's fun bringing you the early half of this card. Best yet to come. Grade 2 Prioress later on in the card. The lucky coin as well with Lafitte and the rest of the crew when Saratoga Live continues.
Lafitte is going to be dressed as Mr. Met today. He lost a bet to me. We get back downstate next time he's on. He's going to have to. He has to wear some sort of Mets clothing. I'm thinking he dresses as Mr. Met.
Care to share what it was?
I bet who won this won the series. The Mets and the Dodgers, a 3-game series just now, which the Mets won 2-1. They let the Dodgers win the first. They toyed with them, and then they won the next 2.
Katie Davis, first bout back in 16 months. Good to see her on the racetrack on the back of a horse. Sister out in support. More action coming up on FS1 after a break.
Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Here comes Tama. Tama in the center of the track with good-looking strides, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
$2,300,000.
Come dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Final Friday of the meet. One more weekend bash. There's a lawn party, and Voodoo Zip's invited. 5-2 morning line favorite in the Lucky Coin Stakes, ridden by Joel Rosario, who pretty much spent the summer breaking records. 12 graded stakes wins, most ever in a single season. And last year's riding champ, Luis Saez, another big meet, second in the standings, and later he'll pilot the favorite. In the main event, Hot Peppers, 7-2, lukewarm choice in the Grade 2 Prioress. Very quick, very sharp, Longines Test, runner-up. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. D. Wayne Lucas, happy birthday, D. Wayne. Not sure what he's doing, but happy birthday. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Labor Day weekend at Saratoga, pristine conditions, fan appreciation week. The fans have been awesome, as always. Winding down the 153rd season, but we're not done yet. Trackside welcome everyone on Lafitte Pinkai. Look, we'll worry about the end of the meet, like at the end of the meet. In terms of this weekend, everybody embracing for a terrific weekend of thoroughbred racing. Like, remember, some of the biggest races of the summer have yet to be run. Take a look. Tomorrow, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. On Sunday, Spinaway, last year won by eventual champion Echo Zulu. And finally, the hopeful, who knows, maybe next year's Kentucky Derby winner is running. So I welcome in my co-host, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, a gentleman who just won his 4,000th career race as a trainer. Tom Amos. Guys, let's start with today's feature, the Prioress. Gary, Hot Peppers is a very lukewarm 7-2 morning line favorite. Why is she the choice on paper?
She's coming out of the Grade 1 test, and it was run on a sloppy racetrack. She wound up running second in there. There was some adventure coming through the stretch. Look, this race today is full of speed. She is the speed of the speed, but she's drawn down towards the inside. Here we see her in the test. She's in front, coming into the stretch. Mataraya and the Blue Silks, and then Chi-Town Lady is going to come out in the middle of the racetrack. There's going to be a bumping incident that goes on. It really didn't affect Hot Peppers. Hot Peppers, Mataraya, they get together a little bit right here. Joel Rosario, Chi-Town Lady, comes down, makes a little bit of contact. She goes on and wins pretty easily. But listen, today there's other speed. They're going to be coming at her from different points in the race. There's some come from behind her. But they are going to be testing her every jump of the way.
Big Scratch Smash Ticket is out. Quick Filly, she's out. Field for the 75th running. 3-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile dash. Wide open. Tom, who do you think winds up in the Prioress winner's circle?
Well, you know, you mentioned the Big Scratch, and that is one of the speed horses in this race, but there's still plenty of speed in here. Gary, you just alluded to it. So I'm looking for something that can place well against the speed watch those horses that should show speed in this race kind of beat each other up on the front end. And Lady Scarlet, who won the Miss Preakness down in Baltimore, Preakness weekend, did it this way. She laid off the pace a little bit, laid off the speed, as you see her right there, and comes around everybody. Look how easy she's going to make the lead here and finish on and beat this group. No doubt, today's Prioress Grade 2 race, graded stakes, or of course the highest kind of stakes we have here in the United States, is a very different field and a better field. But I like the way this horse ran. I like how she finished. She came back after that and tried the turf. That was a mistake. She didn't run well. It helps her odds today. Morning line, 12-1.
The right style, tactical speed. You saw the acceleration in the stretch. Deep, exciting edition of the Grade 2 Prioress. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Pick 6 is next. Starts in the 6th. Late pick 5. Makes sense. One race later. Lucky Coin. Race 8, Prioress. Race 9, main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. Good the last couple of days. Temperature in the low 70s. Very, very comfortable and much easier to follow, watch, and wager if you had a Naira Bets account. Join Naira Bets today. Use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. We mentioned 2 stakes races. Here's the field for the first, the Lucky Coin. It's all about speed today. A 5.5 furlong turf scramble. Older horses. Number 6, Voodoo Zip. 5-2. Morning line favorite. Let's bring in our handicappers. Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin. Welcome to the show. Gentlemen, the Lucky Coin. What are the keys to the first feature event this afternoon?
Well, Lafitte, it's a turf sprint, so you know what I'm going to say. Who's going to find the front? Who's going to be forwardly placed? The funny thing about it is, before you asked us that question, Paul and I decided we have the same key to this race, and that's the critical way.
Yeah, because when you look at this race, this 8-year-old gelding by Tisway likes to win races, 10 for 31 lifetime. And when you look at the body of this field, he really should walk to the front end. And when he gets to the front end, he's very, very dangerous. Now, I do see Proven Strategies does have some speed, Dancing Buck, but they don't have the Critical Ways type of speed. And if Luis Saez, who is aggressive, gets aboard him, and the 2 times he's aboard him, he almost won the turf sprint with a 100 buyer. He's going to be tough to beat in that race. I think tough to catch, too.
Yeah, I mean, one horse that's going to try to catch him is this horse you're going to see in the West Point Silks on the outside. The 6th today, and the 6th this time, Voodoo Zip. And the other horse you got to take into account here is the horse that drew the inside, Big Package.
Yeah, you know, Big Package is a horse that's getting maybe better and better. The 5.5 furlongs, you almost thought, okay, is that going to be under his scope? But he likes Saratoga. He's got 4 starts here, 2 wins, 2 seconds. He's a dangerous proposition. When you get back to Voodoo Zip, Joel Rosario obviously is the key. 3 times that horse is sprinted with Joel Rosario aboard, 3 for 3.
Yeah, Big Package and Voodoo Zip are going to be hoping for some pace to be there. And like we said at the top, I think the Critical Way will give that pace that those closers need. The only difference is I don't think they're going to catch him.
Exciting stuff. 2 stakes, 2 sprints, all about speed today in the main events at Saratoga, the Prioress and the Lucky Coin. Meantime, horses in the paddock for the 5th race, not a sprint. Starts the pick 6, good allowance race. Fillies and mares, mile and 3/16. Field and updated odds. It is wide open. Ilara, the current choice at 3-1. So we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, number 4, Control Function at 7-1. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Lafitte, this is a fascinating race. Many different horses coming from different directions in which you could kind of make a case for them. And I do think Control Function, you know, she had modest beginnings as Chad Brown chose to debut her in a maiden 40 at Aqueduct. Got away with it as she was the favorite that day. Won. Slower race. And then last time on the synthetic at Gulfstream, it was just kind of a merry-go-round race where she chased Blue Times, who I'll get to in a second. But Control Function, I thought it was interesting that Chad Brown kind of showed the confidence in putting her in this spot and watching her workouts, albeit they have been here at Saratoga on the main track. Last time she was with St. Julia, who's also in this race, and she was going much better than her. Granted, again, it was on the dirt. And then going back to her breeze before that, she was with Boston Post Road, who's actually a fairly effective dirt horse. And again, on the inside of that workmate, just tanking around there with her rider and really going well. Now, looking at her physically, she's a tall drink of water. She's long, rangy. She is everything I look for in a horse trying to get a longer distance, especially for the first time at this 1 3/16 on the turf. I think she's very interesting. I mean, my one slight criticism, maybe without having raced in a while, that she could look a touch stronger behind, but I think she's very intriguing based upon her preparations and what I see from her here in the paddock. Moving on to a couple of other layoff runners, number 7 Transient will transition to the Safi Joseph barn. She is another one that in her last 2 efforts was on the synthetic up at Woodbine, and yes, they were marginally faster races than what she had done on the turf, but you kind of see that sometimes, where just with age and progression, horses will get just a bit faster naturally. So I'm wondering, now that she comes back as a 4-year-old, she really caught my eye here. She walked in this paddock with a purpose. She isn't one that is necessarily going to be out the back door, I don't think. I think she will be forward, as Safi does tend to put maybe just, I know I'm speaking a 1 3/16 race, but just a little bit more speed into her, and she is fit and ready to go. Now, one thing I watched watching her workouts on the turf, primarily all of her preparations done there, is that she doesn't like to switch leads. And sometimes that can be a drawback with the horse, but she looks sensational here in the paddock, just dappled head to toe, and she is a generous 11-1. As we'll move on to number 9, Blue Times. Well, she projects to be the main speed in here, and as we often see with these marathon races, including the one earlier today, speed is very effective. She looks fit. And while she is trying this kind of distance, look, she's run 1.25 miles before and finished second. I've always thought that this was probably better for her to get over some more ground so she can settle into stride a bit more comfortably. She looks fit to me from that lean perspective, and she continues to grow and get taller. I want to watch her warm up. I wasn't in love with the way she kind of walked in here. She could have looked a little bit more comfortable, but since they've gotten the tack on her, she's woken up a bit and just seems a bit more fluid in her stride. Lafitte?
Blue Times, Maggie will be watching you. How far can she carry her speed when we come back? Riders up, post parade. They'll file into that gate in about 10 minutes. Start of the pick 6. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1, kicking off Labor Day weekend. Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York. You can feel fall just around the corner.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Post-parade, race 5, start of the pick 6. You're looking at Ilara, Irish filly. She's burned some money in the States.
Yeah, blinkers will go on with 3 starts. Maybe that will change her around a little bit. Joel Rosario, ready couple wins on the card.
Number 3, Ensemble, Irish filly, Irish trainer, Panamanian jockey.
Yeah, and a horse that ran well first time out and then came here to Saratoga and ran a little flat, but was at least forwardly placed.
Control, function, powerful connections, idle since January.
Yeah, they ran her for 40, so you must not have been that high. And then if she runs on the synthetic at Gulfstream, another sign Chad probably wasn't overly high on this one. I'm going to try to play against.
Ballymar Star, 18-1.
Yeah, tried at Wirefield a mile and a half here at Saratoga and just got run down by Good Measure and one other. So maybe a pace factor.
A gap, and then Classic Colors, second of 2 for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I mean, Classic Colors could win, just too short of a price. And these long-distance turf races, Christophe, Irish-bred horses, Chad, they all seem to be overbet a little bit at times.
Transient, Tyler Gaffleon won 3 races yesterday at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, this went for Safi Joseph. Exits the Mark Cassie barn into Safi's barn, and right now you're getting 10-1.
Santa Gilia, French filly, second start in the States for Chad Brown.
Yeah, earlier I said Irish-bred horses. I meant anyone with the parentheses next to their name, they get overbet in these races.
Blue Times representing speed with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, you're right. Speed is the key with this filly by not this time, and I would think Junior would try to use it early.
Lachine, John Velasquez, Grand Motion won a race together yesterday.
Interesting. She has run well at longer distances. She got a nice little setup race last time going shorter. Expect her to run better this time.
Hail 2 parked outside.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be saying Hail 2 on tomorrow when they're playing Ohio State, but this is a horse that the blinkers went on 2 starts back, and the numbers have gone up.
And finally, Accept Temptation, Maryland-bred long shot.
Yeah, ran the mile and a half last time. Didn't run particularly well from a speed figure standpoint. This horse might actually want more ground.
It's an eclectic group. 5th at Saratoga, foreign and domestic, post time 4 minutes, start of the pick 6. You're looking at Ilara. Christophe Clement puts the blinkers on. Why not? Worked for Gufo. This was her latest, July 10th Belmont Gary. Ilara poised for the stretch drive and then just won't seal the deal.
No, I like her for a couple different reasons in here. Look, Joel Rosario rode her the first time out in this country, and it was arguably her best performance she's had here as far as speed figures go. I don't think they've really found the right distance for her. She ran a mile and a 16th that day. She ran well. And then she came back a mile and an 8th. Then they tried her a mile and 3/8. There was no pace in the race. There's pace in today's race. I think that Joel will be some conservative early, save some ground, and try and come with a run and will her to win.
Hey, look at that. We're all in agreement with our selections. there's Tom's selection. Santa Gilia. Let's hear the sales pitch. Tom, why?
Well, look, first of all, the board's wide open, so why shouldn't our picks be wide open? You got a favorite at 3-1 and the inside horse, the 1 horse. But here's the deal with the 8 horse. I watched that last race closely, and this horse, Santa Gilia, was really hurt by the slow pace. Never got to really show the run that maybe is there. You break your maiden overseas, you're always paying attention to what racetrack it is. Is it a top-notch track? Is it not? Chantilly is definitely a top-notch track. So to win there tells me this horse has got some talent. I didn't anticipate our odds to be, any more than 5-1, and that's what you're getting here. So, look, in a wide-open race where I have to make a selection, I'll go with the one that's only had 1 try in the United States and was hurt by the pace setup. And by that I mean simply they didn't go fast enough up front to set up for her close.
I was going to say I didn't like your selection because that guy on the bike was going faster than your horse. Flavien Prat aboard is going to get on one jet and get on another one tomorrow out west, riding the heavy favorite in the Pacific Classic at Del Mar. Flavien Prat with Santa Gilia here. And is this right, JK, or do I have a typo? Ballymore Star, your top collection?
Look, this is one of those horses where this morning I looked and I was like, I'm kind of in love with this horse. I had to call some horse player friends to make sure I wasn't crazy. I think this horse makes a ton of sense in here because a lot of these other horses in here, they're just playing them because of connections or you think they're going to be good going along on the grass. But the horse that's favored now on the inside, she hasn't really run that well. Like you said, she's burned a lot of money. Ballymore Star has tactical speed. Last time was the first time going long on the grass, so they understood that she ran well in there. They can continue to train her the way they were to kind of lead her into this spot. She doesn't have to be on the front end, and she'll be close enough. And to me, looking at like late pace figures, she finishes just as well as these horses that are projected to be behind her. I like her a ton in this spot. If it's not her, I think it's the 3 Ensemble, but I'm going to use the 5 Ballymore Star.
Well, I mean, hopefully we can hit this exact. I like Ensemble for kind of not the same reasons, but this is a horse that was 1.25 miles over at Newmarket for Roger Varian, very good European trainer. Come over here to Brendan Walsh, sat a very, very okay trip in the stateside debut. Then last time at Saratoga, Tyler tried to push from the outside and was not really able to cross over and just sort of laid there. And I think this horse now with the inside post with Luis Saez, he could be on the send too. This race could be laying. I know the one's putting the blinkers on, but I think this race could lay 5-1, 1-5 with a 3 with a nice little trip. The key's going to be, what do you do with the 9 Blue Times? Is the 9 Blue Times going to send for sure?
If the 9 wins, I lose. I'm going to be sitting right off of that one. And another point about the 3 Ensemble, 3 works back, worked with Santine, Arlington Million winner. Maggie, the 1 Ilara, please tell me that I'm okay because I left her out of my pick 6.
I'm on board with you, JK. There's much more interesting propositions in here. The horse that you guys were just talking about, Ensemble, I think she is, as Paul's saying, she did not get an ideal trip last time. She looks great out there, third start off the longer layoff, but second here at the Spa. I do want to talk about, like I said, Ilara, who I don't know. This is actually the first time I'm seeing her, despite running 3 times on the NYRA circuit previously. She's kind of smaller, has like a weaker top line to her. And where is she in the running of this race? Why are the shortcut cheater blinkers going on? Is it because they want her more forward? Did they like the performance when she was right off of it going 1 mile and 3/8? Or do they want to take her back and the blinkers are going on so she runs past horses? I don't know. There are too many question marks for me with her. I know that she makes sense kind of from the fact that she has shown up, at least in her 3 efforts here in America, but at a short price, I'm definitely willing to look elsewhere, as we'll check in with number 8, Santa Giulia. I don't know. I was saying Julia. What do I know? Definitely not French. But she's making her second start off the bench for Chad Brown. I liked her for the fact that she got a great warm-up last time. She definitely looked like a turf horse. Like I said, though, the 4, who is my selection in here, albeit on the dirt, has been outworking her. She still lacks a bit of a hind end to her. She looked good out on the racetrack again, and maybe she just needed that race, but I wish I would have seen just a little bit more strengthening from her from first start back to this one here. Liffy?
Maggie, thanks so much. Control Function at 6-1. You had a thought, Tom?
Yeah, you know, when you're handicapping, it's almost like you're going to a card game and playing against a bunch of guys you've played cards with a bunch. You know what their style are, what they like to do. These connections, Chad Brown, Klarovich, they're very aggressive with their horses. They put them in the right spot, they try to win. Here's a horse that broke its maiden for 40,000 claim and then ran on the poly in a starter allowance race. It is a strange move to jump to a first level allowance race on the turf off of that kind of form. And it's not what they usually do. So you got to ask yourself why. And to me, one of the reasons could be that the horse is training well. And so they're giving a horse a shot here that they ordinarily wouldn't run in this kind of spot. But me, the 8 horse that broke his maiden at Chantilly.
Chantilly. The French filly filing into the gate. Pick 6 starts here. 5-2 on Ilara, drawn inside. John Ambriel with the call. Race 5, live from the Spa.
They're all in. And they're off. Ilara broke well from the inside. Now Control Function moves up, and from the outside, it is Blue Times who goes on with it. And Blue Times is the leader. Ballymore Star has moved into second. And then we come back to... On the outside there is Santa Giulia. They head into the clubhouse turn. And the leader is Blue Times in front. Ilara down at the hedge. Ballymore Stars on the outside. Santa Giulia is next in 4th. Then it's Lysheen in 5th, followed by Transient in 6th. Hail 2 is next in 7th. And then we come back to Ensemble, who's racing in 8th as the field moves up the backstretch now, and the quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And on top is a Blue Times, leading here 3/4 of a length. Ballymore Star on the outside is second by 4. And then it is Control Function and Santa Julia right together, third and fourth. And Lysine is next in fifth. Then on the inside is a Transient, who's racing in sixth, followed by Ensemble in seventh. Hail 2 on the outside in eighth. Ilara is now back in ninth. And Classic Colors and Accept Temptation. 3/4 up in 1:12 and 4. It is Blue Times and Ballymore Star. Couple of long shots, 1-2. Now Lysine gets closer on the outside in third, followed towards the hedge by Control Function. Far outside, it is Ensemble. Transient trying to come through, and the field is now in the stretch. And it is still Blue Times who has the lead here. Blue Times in front. Transient now gains ground on the inside, and Hail 2 is putting in a late run on the outside. It's Blue Times, Transient, Hail 2. Here comes Hail 2. Here comes Transient. It is Hail 2 to win it by a head and post a big upset here. Hail 2 at 19-1.
Long shot to kick off the pick six. Hail 2. Woods Lane Farm homebred, Jose Liscano in the fifth at Saratoga. Gary, let's go right back to the start of the race. What are you looking at?
The one horse, Elira, she was going into the first turn. She was pretty much done for. She jumped some hills. She either clipped hills or jumped some hills going into the turn, but 9 horse going to go straight to the lead right here. Blue Times, excuse me. Keep an eye towards the back on the left center of your camera. Down on the fence is the one horse. Joel Rosario doesn't like the spot that he's in. He can see the horses coming over, and he's going to jump hills. Right about here, he's in tied up against that hedge. She swapped into her right lead and lost all position, shuffled back, and then she got it again going into the far
That wasn't
turn.
the end of it. That wasn't the end of it. Ilara, about second to last right here. She's going to have to check out of there with Rosario again, right there.
Look, she found her own trouble in this race. She wasn't in all that tight, and she was spooked being down inside in tight quarters, shying away from the hedge and the horse directly to her outside in both turns. Joel gets her out here, but meant she burnt some more money today, and she did it to herself.
So, Tom, how does Hail 2 pull off the upset?
Well, it's a change of style, a dramatic change of style. Hail 2 is a horse going this distance that should have been positioned forwardly against the leader, Blue Times. But for Hail 2, they changed their total style of the race. It worked out really well for Tom Albatrami, the trainer, and that's a credit to him and what they did in the race today with Jose Liscano.
Solid rider, Jose Liscano. JK and Paul, 19-1, over 12-1, over 13-1, 11-7, 9-6. Reload for the pick 5, yes?
Oh, gosh, this is a nice little payout if you had this pick 5. And I apologize to all the Michigan Wolverines. Hail 2 is the Michigan. What am I talking about, Notre Dame? But, you know, Jose Liscano, I think, Jonathan, is probably the most underrated turf rider in North America.
Yeah, it's a great ride. I mean, look, this was a race that we all kind of assumed was ripe for the picking. It wasn't going to be those top horses. It was going to be something kind of goofy with a big number, and it happened to be the 11 Hail 2 at 19-1. The 7 Transient at 12-1 ran extremely well as well. And the 11 Hail 2, what a cool pedigree, right? A full to Sadler's Joy, a half to a really cool horse in Wolfie's Dynaghost. I can tell you one thing for sure. Hail 2 is not going to get any Christmas cards from Bob Edwards and E5 Racing. Hail 2 beat Transient in here. Hail 2 also beat Kinchin on debut here at Saratoga last year.
So do you have an issue with Hail 2? By the way, here's another thing, too. I want to ask this about Tom. Because when I looked at this race, Tom, you see a lot of these mares like, okay, Ballymore Star, 5-year-old mare, and you have other horses in here. The lone 3-year-old filly in here was the 11 and the 8 in here. And sometimes those 3-year-old fillies got a little bit more time to improve where we know what those 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds have. So maybe this horse was a little bit sneaky at 19-1.
You know, and Paul, I think this time of year, coming into the fall, a 3-year-old can certainly be competitive against those older horses. There's a good weight break there of 4 pounds. That's the weight of the rider and the weight of his saddle that he carries. And if you're a 3-year-old, you get a 4-pound allowance. But just as importantly as that, when you see these horses that are from overseas and they don't stamp themselves right off the bat in their American debuts, oftentimes it's just a horse that's not going to acclimate to American racing well. And I think you can say that about the 1 and the 8, and they were our first and second choice in here.
Opening the door for Hale 2. Results, reaction when we come back. 19-1 upset to kick off the pick 6. Also, the last cart talk of 2022. Very sad. They'll be back next summer. But for now, we're going out with a bang. It's Tom Durkin, part 2. Don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares fold to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 later. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Umbrella giveaway this afternoon. I didn't get one.
I didn't get one.
But whatever. Every fan not named Gary or Lafitte gets an umbrella. Congratulations, guys. Fan Appreciation Day, Fan Appreciation Week at the Spa. If you had this 19-1 shot, you're appreciating Jose Lezcano. Hale 2, 19-1 upset for trainer Tom Albatrani. Woods Lane Farm homebred by a champion in Kitten's Joy, second lifetime win. Both wins here at Saratoga, 41.80. Look at the exact at 243 and change. The trifecta over $1,700. Big, big prices in the fifth at Saratoga. The man that engineered it all, Tom Albatrani, standing by with Maggie.
And we were just reminiscing about her multiple graded stakes winning older brother in here as well. As Hale 2, Tommy, she is one that you said might be like her brother in that she might be developing slower, but still, she beat a field of older horses today, and she's only 3.
Yeah, I think she's just starting to develop physically and mentally. Sadler was the same way. It took him a while before he even won his first race, and then he got better with age, and I think this filly could do the same.
Talk about her trip today. You thought maybe a mile and 3/16 would be on the shorter side for her, but it looks as though Jose Lezcano orchestrated everything beautifully.
He did such a fantastic job on her today. He had her settle and came with a really good run. I was actually looking to run her longer, but, you know, our options were very short, so we went with this race today.
Tell us a little bit about Sadler's Joy and the memories and success that he brought you and what he's doing now.
He's in Turkey breeding. We were just talking about him before this race, too, and I think we were talking about our favorite race was watching him win the Sword Dancer here a few years back. But all of his races were so exciting. He kept you on the edge of your seat, getting beat in the nose, getting beat in the head, coming with that late run. But, you know, we were just so fortunate to have a horse like him around, and hopefully this filly could develop into one like that.
Absolutely. Wishing you the best of luck with her. Congrats, and thanks for bringing those Sadler's Joys memories back.
Thanks, Maggie. Thank you.
Always fun to remember one of the sweethearts, I think, of racing. He always provided a lot of thrills, as his trainer Tom Albatrani was saying. Levite?
Maggie, if there was a graded stakes race, long distance, you knew he was going to be there. Sadler's Joy. They mentioned the Sword Dancer win, and just hard to believe. Tom, it's been 16 years since Tom Albatrani had Bernardini in that magical summer. First the Preakness win in the spring, and then the Jim Dandy and Travers win here at Saratoga.
Everybody needs one like that, Gary. You know, that'll get you going as a trainer. And for Tom, that was when he was kind of just starting, so it was important for him.
16 years, and still in the winner's circle here. Hail 2. Big upset, 19-1 in the 5th at Saratoga. Up next, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. Field looks like this. New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile sprint, 88,000 purse. Bantera, look at that. Odds on, 4-5 in the early wagering. Start of the late pick 5 post time, 19 minutes. When we return, legendary Damascus. 55 years since one of the greatest 3-year-old campaigns ever. He did it all. You name it, he won it, except the Kentucky Derby. It all started at Claiborne Farm and wound up in the Hall of Fame. That story's next.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. McCulloch has taken the lead in deep stretch, and it will be McCulloch. The English-bred McCulloch is the winner.
More than 5 decades ago, Damascus completed one of the most impressive sophomore campaigns in the history of the sport. His rivalry with Dr. Fager was legendary, and his triumph in the 1967 Woodward Stakes over that rival and Buck Passer is considered by many to be the race of the century. The 1967 Horse of the Year and Dual Classic victor is in the Hall of Fame and is one of the greatest racehorses of the 20th century. Damascus competed as a homebred for Edith Woodward Bancroft, whose father William owned the famed Bel Air stud. The son of sword dancer did not start until late in his freshman season, but did capture the Remsen Stakes that year. Damascus returned as a 3-year-old to capture the Bayshore Stakes and the Wood Memorial prior to finishing third in the Kentucky Derby. He rebounded with triumphs in the Preakness and Belmont Stakes before winning the American Derby in track record time. He also won the Aqueduct Handicap against older horses, the Dwyer Stakes, the aforementioned Woodward, which was the worst loss of Dr. Fager's career, and the Travers Stakes by 22 lengths. That margin of victory remains the largest in that event to this day. Damascus also won the Jockey Club Gold Cup and established a single-season earnings record, which was later broken by none other than Secretariat. He also won the Strube Stakes, the Malibu, and the Brooklyn Handicap in 1968. He was retired after bowing a tendon in his quest for a second Jockey Club Gold Cup title. It was the only occasion Damascus ever finished off the board in 32 races. Damascus began his second career at Claiborne Farm. He sired 70 stakes winners, one of which was Private Account, who was responsible for Personal Ensign. Frank Whiteley, his Hall of Fame trainer, who conditioned Ruffian and Forgo, said Damascus was truly the greatest horse I've been around.
Wow. As you look at the stats and accomplishments from the man who trained all three of them, Ruffian, Forgo, Damascus, quote, Damascus was the greatest horse I've ever been around. Guys, that is a bold, bold statement.
That's an amazing roster to choose from who was the greatest you've ever been around. I'll give you some trivia that I think you'll find interesting. So the way it works in horse racing is the track is like the house in a game of Texas Hold'em. They take a rake from the pot every race, and then the rest is paid out. The last horse to create a negative win pool here in New York was Ruffian. On the day she ran, the house lost $36,000. They had to give to the bettors to make up for the loss. $36K.
That's crazy.
Ruffian, the great Ruffian.
Brilliant, one of the greatest 3-year-old fillies that have ever raced. And again, why that quote just catches you almost off guard. But Damascus, truly special, one of the all-time greats. 55 years since his Jockey Club Gold Cup win. This year's edition, Damascus would be 1 to 1,000. Older horses, mile and a quarter, $1 million purse, second year at Saratoga. Number 2, Olympiad, 2-1 morning line favorite, Paul and JK. Olympiad was terrific heading into the Whitney, and then he wasn't terrific in the Whitney. Like, I have no idea what to expect. What are you guys expecting?
Well, Lafitte, Paul, I forgive Olympiad for his performance in the Whitney because he was facing a freaky monster. I think Olympiad can win this race, but there's question marks about him getting the 1.25 miles as a short-priced horse.
Yeah, sometimes over time is the best handicapping tool. And so you start looking at Olympia and you wonder, okay, Proxy, a type of horse that usually runs 89s, 90s. He's been beating those horses up, Silver Prospector. So now he had to come here and face Life is Good, which was a tough challenge because he was in chase mode most of the way. You hate being in chase mode with a horse like Life is Good, who's so talented, it's really not going to stop. So I think with the race over the racetrack, he's going to be a lot better for the Jockey Club.
And look, the racetrack got a little tricky too, right? There was some moisture in it, and you can forgive for that. I mean, he's got speed figures that make him the horse to beat in here. I'm just not sure if he's the horse to bet with some other interesting types in here, and the 1.25 mile question for Olympiad for the first time.
Yeah, I thought there was other horses in here. Like American Revolution, I get it, 5 for 9, lifetime for Todd Pletcher. But I tell you what, keep me in mind for Todd Pletcher out of the Robert Diodoro barn. This is the horse that ran the Travers beside Essential Quality in August 2021. Pletcher took this horse, and now second with Todd, I would not dismiss that horse. I think that horse has got a big shot.
No, I completely agree about keep me in mind. We'll see Bill Mott's Jockey Club Gold Cup winners, Ron the Greek, Flat Out, Cigar, some good ones.
Yeah, well, Todd Pletcher has half the field. Bill Mott with Olympiad, Does he belong with the elite? Has he been exposed? We'll find out tomorrow around 5:45 in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Again, just for the second year here at Saratoga. Meantime, horses in the paddock for the 6th start of the late pick 5. New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies, current favorite at 6-5. Maggie's in the paddock. Maggie Wild Bantera is apparently ready to set the world on fire, heavily backed. What are you noticing from Security Code, who does have that all-important race under her belt?
And she finished in front of the heavily favored Bantera as, yes, Lafitte horses here in the paddock for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. As we'll take a look at Security Code, who finished well in front of Bantera, and I think overall ran a better race, and both of which behind the heavily favored and ultra-talented Maple Leaf Mel, who obviously came back and won the New York bred stake last week here. But I like Security Code best in that field, and I like her a lot here once again for Phil Serpy. She's very fit. She's very poised in her demeanor, much of the same as what I saw from her first time out. And the one thing I was concerned about in that debut is that maybe they would be a little bit too quick for her and that she'd need more ground because she is a big, scopy filly. But she showed that she has tactical speed, and I like the fact she gets to break from the outside again. Moving on to some first-time starters. The first that I like most here in the paddock is number 2, Stonewall Star, a homebred for Barry Schwartz, for Horacio de Paz. Watching her last breeze, she was on the inside of an unraced stablemate. She did have those blinkers on, but she was on the bridle the whole way. Just a steady kind of workout, and the one right before her first start. Now, she is a full sister to La Fuerza, who was a multiple stakes winning 2-year-old New York bred. I like the way she's put together. Even, honestly, I like her more than her brother. She looks completely different, as he was a chestnut and kind of short and compact. And while she looks like a sprinter, she's just very well balanced. Now, like I said, the blinkers are on, a very short cup cheater, cotton in the ears, but so far she's not turned a hair wrong. As soon as I say that, she spooks a little bit. But I like her. As number 7 is Super Slide. If you go back a generation, the dam was half to Bluegrass Cat Smile, Johannesburg Smile, and Wildcat Smile, all of which were multiple stakes-winning New York breds. And I don't mind watching some of her workouts that you could catch on XBTV. And she'd been working with some older mates and held her ground very, very resolutely. Now, she was working with blinkers on in some of those, not wearing blinkers today, not giving me, despite having a lot of workouts heading in here, that she's really, really fit, but I'm not going to be surprised when she runs well here because Charlie Baker is pretty adept at doing this. As we'll move on to number 9, that is Pretty Miss Keynes. She sold for $75,000 at the Phasig Tipton Timonium sale. Worked 10 and 2, but asked a lot for that 10 and 2, and looked as though she was getting out a bit in that workout. I noticed that she does debut here wearing a ring bit, so giving her jockey Louis Saez a bit more leverage, also wearing blinkers. Now, you want a physically mature type, that is her. She is big, imposing, looks more like a 3-year-old, but I'm not in love with the workouts that I've seen from her. She's gonna have to prove me wrong out on the racetrack, Lafitte.
As Richie Migliori says, not how fast you're going, how you're going fast. I bet they got an umbrella.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, at Churchill Downs, they don't allow umbrellas in the place. So you get one here, you go to Churchill, they take it away from you and throw you the trash can.
Yeah, but it never rains at Churchill.
You know? What's that do for you?
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, post-parade Stonewall Star, and Maggie likes the way she's put together.
Yeah, the horse seems to be breezing okay. Comes from an interesting family, Citizen K, I remember. We'll see. Horacio de Paz obviously having a good week.
Spinning Colors, 3rd in her debut, but defeated double digits.
Yeah, she's sort of getting dismissed of the horses that have run. It wasn't that bad of a race. I get the 5 and the 10 ran better than her, but, you know, that was only her first start.
Sweet Liberty, blinkers on in the weight break with the apprentice Jose Gomez.
Took no money on debut, didn't do much running on debut either.
Number 7, Super Slide, first-time starter by Congrats, 9-1. There she is.
Yeah, Charlie Baker and Jose Ortiz will team up here. 9-1, filly by Congrats.
Crimson Princess, another fresh face by Preakness winner Cloud Computing, cold on the board.
Yeah, 2 works back, tried the turf. I never like when they try the turf and then run on the dirt. It seems like they're trying to figure this one out.
Junior Alvarado, he'll pilot Olympiad on the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Pretty Miss Keen's debuting filly by Preakness winner Shackelford.
Yeah, and it seems like these Shacklefords, he's really stamped them with the same style. They love to go to the front end, and if they get comfortable on the front end, they can be tough.
And Security Code, strong second choice, 2-1 Tyler Gaffleon.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the 5 Banterra second time out for Steve Asmussen, but the 10 Security Code, that race against Maple Leaf Mel was pretty good. Ran fast that day as well.
There's Sweet Liberty, 20-1 outsider Jose Gomez.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about that didn't take much money on debut and didn't do much running.
2-year-old fillies in the 6th Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, start of the late pick 5. And as always, with just a few days left, we invite you to join us, Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Paulie, it's about that time. How are you playing this late pick 5? Cheers, brother.
Yeah, cheers to that man drinking a silver bullet. This is a tough sequence. 5-10 in here. I thought the 2 horses that ran.
Can I talk now?
We can get out of there with those 2 race horses. 6-10. I like Bless. The 10 in race number 7 is my long shot of the day. I think for Saffie Joseph, that horse could get away first time on the turf. And we've seen some horses for Dylan Davis and Mark Cassidy the other day went gate to wire from the 10 hole at 20-1. 2 and 6 in race number 8, the critical way. I can't leave out Voodoo Zip. I mean, Joel Rosario's 3 for 3 sprinting on that horse. So I'm going to use 2-6, 2-6-10. I like Hot Peppers. I like Angitude, probably the best in there. And then Union Lake I thought was very, very impressive. Last race of crapshoot, guys. 1, 2, 5, 6, and 9. I like the 9 Dream Point. Now remember, Dream Point, Flavian Pratt was aboard. Obviously, Flavian's going to catch his jet to go ride Flightline tomorrow. Joel Rosario stays back aboard, and I think that's key. Joel at 6:13 Eastern time, he could be having a martini, and he's deciding to ride.
Could be the best $60 he ever spent. Best of luck, Paul. Tom, you're playing this late pick 5.
I am, and look, I'm trying to make the ticket affordable. I'm spread out here in this maiden race. I'm obviously going to use the 2 favorites that have experience in the field. Of the first-time starters that I use, Stonewall Star has the best pedigree of anyone in this race. Maggie alluded to it. So I'm spread out here. I'm also spread out in the 7th race. That's a tricky race, a claiming race, meaning you can buy the horses out of that race. The intent of each trader that puts a horse in there is hard to tell, so I'm spread out there again. But I'm going to narrow it down after that. It's really unusual to get a turf sprint where there's not a lot of speed in the race, but that's what you have in the Lucky Coin, our 8th race, and the critical way, the 2 horses, the lone speed in that race. I think you can go to the front, and they're all going to be chasing him at a distance that I don't think is anyone else's best distance at 5.5 furlongs. I think they want to go a little further than that. And then the 9th race, I see some speed in here. I like Lady Scarlet for Mike Maker. Tried the turf last time. Didn't work out. Good chance to get some value there and a good price on her, the 3 horse, and I'm going to spread back out in the last. I'm with Paul. That's a tough race.
I like it. A single in that wide open Prioress, Lady Scarlet. $250,000 purse, the Prioress, the highlight of the Friday program. Best of luck to everybody getting set for this late pick 5. Starts in a couple of minutes. And Gary Banterra, who's now the second choice, your top selection.
Yeah, look, I'm driving him crazy in the booth back there in the truck. Swapped up back and forth about 4 times in the last 20 minutes, I guess, between Banterra and Security Code. After I listen to Maggie, I'm hollering, switch me back out to Security Code, looking at him in the paddock. Listen, Banterra, Steve Asmussen's horses improved so much. Second time out, she was drawn on the outside the first time. She gets a lot better post position today with Flavian Pratt aboard, drawn in the middle. Drifted out a little bit the other day when she broke, and I think she'll break much better today. Put him right up in the race, and she finished strong the other day. The winner, Miracle, looked good doing it. Gambling Girl came back and won the 3rd place finisher and Banterra's first maiden.
This was an unusual race, Gary. So Banterra is not a part of it early. Breaks well, drops way back, is wide, gets engaged a little bit late. That you don't expect horses that run this kind of race to all of a sudden come alive down the stretch, but Banterra does it. I'm with you. I see some improvement happening here for Banterra. And you mentioned Gambling Girl that won. She didn't just win. She won by 10.5 lengths in her start back, and that horse ran behind Banterra in the last start.
Banterra contender. Flavien Prat rides, Steve Asmussen trains, 8-5. Maggie, what are you noticing from her in the warm-up?
First, Lafitte, I have to apologize. I was referencing that Banterra and Security Code ran in the same race. I was wrong. It's a 3 and Security Code that ran in the very live Maple Leaf Mel race. And I do think it's a better race, but yes, Banterra ran well. And, you know, she broke well, but then there was no sense of urgency with her to, you know, secure that position. Her previous rider just let her float back through the field, and then she came on again without ever having the chance to save ground. Today, while I thought she was very fit and she looked quick, I think we're going to see her forward. We are going to see her, if not on the lead, just off of it. She is much sharper this time around, and she looks even stronger behind the saddle. So, yes, I do think that Banterra is a likely winner here, but I fell in love with Security Code first time out, and I'm going to stick with her. As we'll also check in with another first-time starter, number 8, Crimson Princess. I totally thought the same thing as what JK said about this long shot in the post parade. Look, she's 22-1, but why were we running on the turf, or breezing on the turf? She is a daughter of cloud computing. I actually liked her sales breeze, which she worked 10-2 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Asked just a little bit, but showed really good reach over the dirt. Now she comes in here, she's hot, she's nervous. She's a little overwhelmed, to be quite honest, and she looks as though she's going to benefit from a race physically too. So I would definitely take the wait and see approach, but she really kind of piqued my interest when I was handicapping this race, because I did like that workout coming in here. And I know the one workout you can watch on the XBTV is her lone turf, and she looked good on that surface too. So we'll see how she does here. Again, 22-1. Don't want to be too harsh and talk anybody off her if you like her, Lafitte.
All new for her. First career start. Not the case for Security Code, guys. Her debut last month. Right here, Gary, Security Code, along with Spinning Colors, they run into a buzzsaw of a filly named Maple Leaf Mel.
Yeah, and look what she does to Spinning Colors, just to her inside. She leaves her as Maple Leaf Mel is marching on to the beat of her own drum. But Security Code, she runs, she continues to run. She could have thrown the towel in. She didn't. She was still running, reaching out when she hit the wire. She improves again today. I don't like the outside draw with 2-year-olds. They tend to want to break out a little bit, but she's had the experience. Maybe she's going to leave there focused, and I'll be wrong. If I am, I won't be surprised.
And for Security Code, in that replay we watched, Gary, never stopped trying.
No.
Was reaching out, was doing well. If you take the winner out of the race, she looks like a good closing horse in that race that could come back and perhaps win here.
That was Maple Leaf Mel, owned by 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells. No shame getting dusted by her. Super, super talented. Filing into the gate, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Banterra steps forward. Flavien Prat, date with Flightline tomorrow. What's going on the outside here? Oh, boy. That's Security Code acting up, Gary.
Throwing a temper tantrum. Don't like seeing that right now. Especially having drawn this outside post position. At least the rider's off of her. He'll get a chance to climb on once she's in the gate and get her focused. Tom?
They must know her a little bit because the gate was open in the front. And they don't do that for just any horse, so they're working with her. She's in, all ready to go here, it looks like.
Time for the late pick 5. Johnny I standing by. Post time.
They're off. And going out for the early lead is Spinning Colors. And from the outside, it is Pretty Miss Keynes. Pretty Miss Keynes and Spinning Colors are heads apart for the lead. Stonewall Star from the inside races in third. And then we come back to Banterra along with Crimson Princess, and on the outside Security Code is now gaining some ground. Then comes Sweet Liberty, and farther back is Super Slide as they go around the turn after a quarter and 22 and 1/5 seconds. Pretty Miss Keynes is the leader here with Spinning Colors. On the inside, Stonewall Star, and on the outside, Security Code. And the three of them have now gained on that front runner, and Stonewall Star is coming through down at the rail now to take over the lead. Security Code on the outside. and Sweet Liberty has gained ground down at the rail. And the leader here is Stonewall Star with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. On the outside, it is Security Code, who is now coming on. Security Code and Stonewall Star. Security Code takes over here in deep stretch, and it will be Security Code and Tyler Gaffleone. Stonewall Star was second. Big long shot, Sweet Liberty completes the trifecta.
No Maple Leaf Mel. No problem. Security Code graduates in her second career start. Tyler Gaffleone, what a meet for trainer Phil Serpy.
Yeah, and this filly, she broke well after acting up prior to the start. She was throwing her head a little bit while she was standing there. Left her like a bullet, set a good trip just on the outside. But man, the 2-horse Stonewall Star, keep an eye out for her next time. She ran a heck of a race first time out. She's bred, unbelievable. Family's a great family. I thought she might need a race. She didn't really need a race. She just got outrun by another runner in Security Code. Big run from both of them. No excuse for Banterra. She was sitting down inside. Got a room to run coming at the 5/16 pole and just didn't have a response.
Yeah, experience beat the 2-horse Stonewall Star. But for our winner, Security Code, broke sharp, as you said, Gary. Tyler does a great job of letting her settle down. He knows she's already been bad at the gate. He's not going to start pushing and shoving on her and rile her up mentally. That's a mistake to do that. He lets her fall into stride and just lets her kick home and finish as the best horse in the race, no doubt.
Yeah, and he was out in the middle of the racetrack, and you see him ease over there next to Stonewall Star, see that she's still got some competition in there, and she went ahead and put her away the last 75 yards.
Paul J.K., like kind of obnoxious pre-race, all business when it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with Tom. You know, when you have a horse act up in a gate like that, JK, you kind of wonder if the horse is if it took any steam out of the horse, but Tyler got the horse to relax. It's almost like when your horse gets left, you don't want to rush a little bit. Tyler got the horse to relax, and I tell you what, Manny Franco gave the 2 a great ride up the rail, but Tyler just had a little bit too much horse.
It's one of those races where, you know, Maple Leaf Mel came back and won, Security Code came back and won pretty impressively. You know, I'd pull up that chart and see who was running behind them. Obviously, Spinning Colors, who ran today, Joey the Fish for George Weaver. I'm looking for horses that were coming out of that race. That's what you call a key race, right? When horses come back and win out of the race, it upgrades those performances and makes you like the horses that finish behind them a little bit more.
Listen, if you were able to get the 10 on top, Lafitte, you got some prices underneath, and give it, again, you know, we talk about having a race over the racetrack. That just shows you how giant the 2 ran. Look at the 4, Sweet Liberty, had a race under her belt and runs really well at 35-1.
You're not kidding. The 3-2 on the winner, and then 11-1, 35-1, 19-1. We'll have the results. We'll have the reaction. Also, we teased it earlier. We'll tease it again. Coming soon. Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk with Tom Durkin, Part 2. Too much good stuff for just one episode. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
Jockey's Warrior in front by 4 lengths, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for joining us here on this lovely Friday afternoon. Up at the spa, you're watching Saratoga Live, and Security Code. She made good on all the late money that she took here to break her maiden at second, asking for trainer Phil Serapy and Tyler Gaffleone aboard once again. You had no maple leaf melt to deal with this time, Tyler.
No, she ran a big race first time out. She just got unlucky and hooked a very nice filly that day. But she was very professional today. Took her away from the pony, warmed up good, well within herself, and she jumped out of the gate well and took me the whole way around there.
What I notice about her is she seems to be gaining and hitting her better strides the further she gets to go, and she looks like a filly that could maybe extend her distances. Do you think that's true?
Most definitely. She's going to be a two-turn filly. We kind of figured that from her first start. She doesn't do anything real rapidly, but she does it the right way.
Wicked Halo coming up later in the Grade 2 Prioress. You've been aboard her. Now she's turning back after those 2 wins and going the 1-turn mile to the 6 furlongs. It seemed as though she was just much the best in that tap-in. Do you think 6 or sprinting is best for her?
I like cutting her back. The mile it fit her well that day. It's a 1-turn mile. It's a long run down the backside. She's able to get comfortable, but I think she's a little better going shorter, and I'm looking forward to the race today. We're drawn well. Should have enough pace in front of us, so hopefully we get lucky.
I was going to say, she's kind of adapted her style, and she was really quick as a 2-year-old. Now she can rate. Is that instilling confidence in you?
Oh, most definitely. Just kind of gives me options out there. If she breaks well, I can go on with it. If not, I'm not worried about staying behind horses.
All right, looking to pull off the slight upset a little bit later, but congrats here with Security Code.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffleone really riding well here at the Saratoga meet aboard Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen's Wicked Halo. She's looking to get another stakes victory here at the spa, guys.
She's dangerous, Wicked Halo, in the Prioress featured event, race number 9 here at Saratoga. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Security Code, Gary, impressive. Puts away Stonewall Star, Sweet Liberty. For Tyler Gaffleone, Jet Set. He was in Del Mar last week. He was in Kentucky earlier this week. 3 races at Kentucky Downs, and now in the winner's circle here.
Yeah, and riding great right now. Started off this meet a little bit slow, but finishing with a flourish.
It's a filly with a future there.
Absolutely. We talk about it all the time, getting that start under your belt, a trainer correcting the things that didn't go right the first time around. That's the biggest improvement you typically see in young horses, is from that first to second start. We saw it today with her, and she ran like a good horse.
Graduates in her second career start. We march forward. Late pick 4 is coming up next, race number 7, then the stakes racing. Here, just a $35,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime. Means they're all for sale, all won for something. Mile and a 16th on grass, and the current favorite drawn inside Spitespur Comet, or something like that, at 3-1 with about 21 minutes to post. The final cart talk of the summer. After our production team, they looked at all the footage from the interview with Jonathan Kinchin and Tom Durkin. It became pretty clear that there was going to need to be a part 2. So here it is, Jonathan Kinchin, Tom Durkin, cart talk, and I really hope somewhere Chris McCarron's watching.
You're a fan of the game. You still participate. You're watching. You're handicapping. You're looking at the races. Can you enjoy a race without hearing the call from a technical standpoint, or is you just doing it so long in your life you still listen from a technical standpoint?
I think that switches off. It's been 8 years since I called a race, so. Maybe a little bit in the beginning, but now I'm rooting more. When I'm in that booth, I can't say, "You're gonna get shut off, McCarron. Get outside, will you? Damn it! I got $50 on this 6 horse. Get him out of there!" So you can't do that in the announcer's booth. So I'm a little more vocal now.
It's not funny. I guess it's interesting to me that, part of your decision was, obviously you've been doing it for so long, but it's been well documented. Part of your decision is that it became very stressful looking forward to having to call the Derby. And was that something that you always felt, or was that just kind of towards the end of your career?
Well, in the big races, yes. I mean, that stress was really palpable. I had a hypnotist in Louisville, and I even resorted to diet and exercise. Can you imagine such a ridiculous concept? Oh, that's how bad it was. But anyway, so I just decided to give up, walk away from all that stress, which was connected mostly with the Triple Crown races. And it's funny, they put this story on the front page of the New York Times, and the headline was, "Stress Fells Triple Crown Announcer." And it was right on the front page of the New York Times. And my friends pick up the paper. "Oh my God, Tom died. He's dead. The stress killed him." I was outraged.
When you retired and you gave your kind of goodbye speech, the day that you called Condo Commandos spin away.
Coming down to the finish, Condo Commando was splash-tastic. By the Moon second, Angela Renee third. And that person that I owe an inexpressible gratitude is you, the racing fan, the horse player. Thank you. Thank you for it all. Thank you for everything.
Why did you feel like the fans and the horse players deserve so much recognition?
Because they are more important. They are the most important thing. I mean, no fans, no handicappers, no horse players, no game. Clear and simple. I mean, it's just all about the fans, for me.
I've never had a chance to come and watch you do the tours here at the museum, and I'm feeling kind of silly for not doing that yet.
It's a fun day. It's a fun hour, anyway. Yeah, I enjoy it. I love the history of racing, and there's just a lot there. Drama, comedy, characters like you can't believe, and 400 years worth of history inside the building there.
Well, Tom, I fell in love with this game, with your voice as the backdrop of it, and so many of the horses.
You're really
and
making me feel old right now, Jonathan.
No,
I got it.
But a lot of the horses and the moments that I remember that I fell in love with, they give me that feeling of that lump in your throat. It's to your voice. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you.
When you're given the opportunity, to call Holy Bull and Sea Hero and Cigar and all Personal, all the great, goes on and on and on. If you're given that opportunity, you're really blessed. And I was glad. Oh God, glad is not the right word, but so privileged to be able to have the best seat in the house for those races, man. It's pretty damn good.
Well, I speak for all the racing. We miss you.
You know what? I don't miss going to work every day. And you know what they do when you retire? They don't give you a paycheck on Fridays anymore. If I'd have known that, I don't know. So I can go by here, Stone Street, Oxley, Augustin, Claiborne, Juddmont, Barrett, Evans, Lewis, Campbell, EF, whoever you are, Evans, Klarovich.
He can still do it. Gary Stevens just got a text from Chris McCarron. He is watching. Cart Talk John of the Kitchen, brought to you by Gaines Way, home of Super Stallion Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. He is an American treasure. Tom Durkin, legend, quarter century of greatness on the mic, highly, highly decorated, and rightfully so. JK, how much fun was that for you?
It was outstanding, and actually when we watched this a couple days ago, the same question was asked, how much fun it was for me, and what was some of my favorite calls that I didn't get to talk to Tom about. And I remember the first big score I ever had in my life, the one that really I got to learn how to play the game with the money that I won, was a pick 4 in 2010 when Drosselmeyer won and Champagne Doro won at 40-1 and Bribone. I can remember those calls, and they were all Tom Durkin. Champagne Doro did it. Champagne Doro was 40-1 on the wire. I can still hear it when these bad beats come. Those are the ones I try to remember. It was an honor to sit with him and to talk with him, and I was so glad that everyone else kind of got to experience it with me. It would have been fun to do it by myself, but it was fun to bring along the audience.
were you as taken aback as I was when he talked about how, like, I can't imagine him ever being nervous. It just caught me off guard when he discussed how nervous he would get before Triple Crown races, specifically a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and like we talked about, I mean, I think the reason he got so nervous is because he realized how important it was. He cared that much. He understood that the Kentucky Derby is special because there's no next year. The Triple Crown is special because it was so elusive. And so when you get ready for those moments and you're calling those races and you understand that the next 2 minutes, what you say is going to live forever, sounds pretty stressful to me.
It makes me feel like a lot better about like a lot of things. Tom Durkin, incredible stuff, JK. Great stuff during the course of the season. We look forward to season 4 next summer, my friend.
Thank you, Lafitte.
Cart Talk, part 2 with Tom Durkin. Great stuff. Great stuff, Cart Talk this afternoon. When we come back, horses are in the paddock. Chris McCarron is watching. He rode for Wayne Lucas. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Wayne. Lucas, of course, he's got the Spinaway coming up this weekend with this filly, Naughty Gal. Is she good enough to capture Saratoga's biggest prize, the Spinaway, on Sunday?
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Global Campaign by 2.
He was an amazing talent.
And Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
Such an amazing athlete. Very, very fast horse. Really, really beautiful horse. And he's passing that along to his progeny. The 6 that we've had through the farm, through horses that we've owned and clients, we've seen, 2 bays and get a chestnut, so you're seeing that Curlin come through. Their shape is really, really nice. They're very powerful. They have a lot of his qualities, and we're very excited about them.
One to keep an eye on, global campaign, Windstar. Horses in the paddock, race 7. Restricted $35,000 claimer, all for sale, all for something. Mile and the 16th on grass. You're looking at the favorite, currently 3-1. Number 5, Topic Changer. Check in with Maggie standing by with this race 7 paddock report. And Maggie, the 1, Spites per Comet. What are you noticing?
Well done, Lafitte. I'm just impressed with how you pronounced his name. Now, this horse that picked up for $50,000 at the Horses of Racing Age sale and shows up here for $35,000. Look, I know my husband. If he really liked this horse, he'd be in an A other than here on the turf because he has thought from the get-go that this horse could potentially be a turf horse, and he looks like it. He has a turf hoof. And 2, he comes in as a fresh gelding. I actually had the privilege of seeing him back on May 4th while he was still intact, and he has lightened up tremendously with that gelding. He's so much more defined and a lot less of a bulkier type of horse. And he was fairly quiet until we see jockey John Velasquez getting aboard him here today. He looks, he's fine. I mean, he looks ready for this comeback, and I should foresee him taking to the turf. It's an interesting pedigree, being by Spitestown, who gets a turf winner. The Dam won on synthetic, but she wasn't much. But the Dam is half to Munnings. Munnings is by Spitestown. So we'll see how he does here as we'll move on to 2 other first-time turfers. Number 9, Momentous. He was the horse who just initially caught my eye. He is so good looking, showing up here for Rudolph Brissett, and they've been, I believe, trying to get him on the turf. Now, Spitestown, again, a good influence. The Dam won on the turf. The second Dam was Danced Quietly. It was a multiple stakes winner, kind of at a middle distance on the dirt, though. But this guy has a massive turf hoof to him, and he is just full of himself, but in a good way, just kind of showing off and, yeah, let's get out there and do this. I love what I'm seeing from Momentous here today, as number 10, Vive Bien, for Safi Joseph, has been working with Transient, who we saw run very well to finish second earlier on in that allowance race on the turf, going 1 mile and 3/16. Back in race number 5. Not going as well as her, but this is an easier spot. He looks as though he should handle the turf, but he does have a little bit of a gap in his races to deal with. And for me, he does strike me as kind of a bigger, heavier horse that might need one for fitness. So we'll see how he does switching surfaces for the first time. Guys?
Shaking off some rust, Vive Bien, Maggie. Start of the late pick 4, post-parade race 7. There is Spites per Comet, first start with trainer Tom Morley.
Yeah, change of trainer to Tom, first-time gelding, blinkers off, first-time turf for the whole kitchen sink.
He's got it number 2, but will break from the rail.
Yeah, this horse is just going to have to get faster to compete with these other horses. Maybe adding Lasix helps.
Jose Lascano won on a 19-1 shot to kick off the pick 6. Here's Fieldstone, third at this level last month.
You know, they've been tinkering with blinkers with this son of Dialed In, and the one win was by a neck. I can't take this horse in 7-2.
I don't know if I can take Super Wicked Charm. 1 for 37 lifetime.
You can't take Super Wicked Charm at 7-2? Yeah, me either. This is a horse that got a big setup last time, still didn't get the job done.
Hashtag analysis, JK. Hashtag analysis. Topic changer. Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement, always dangerous. Tepid choice, 3-1.
Yeah, tepid choice, I get it. But if you look way back, the horse right next to him beat him by 7 lengths first time out. So the disparity in the odds between the 5 and 6 is confusing me.
Right on cue. Bless, the New York bred.
It didn't work particularly well last time, but that was on the dirt. And this seems to be a turf horse. Not sure what to make of it.
Seeing a lot of surface switching here. Ginsu Warrior, first after the claim. Orlando Noda.
This horse has gone long on the turf, didn't disgrace himself, then went short, claimed out of the Tom Morley barn, now back on turf.
Dream of a day, first or second in 5 of 10.
This horse has had 10 races, ends up wide, and at least 4 of them. Just doesn't have a lot of speed, drawn poorly outside. You're going to end up getting wide again here.
Maggie loved what she saw from Momentous.
Yeah, and Rudy Brissett, he's very, very sharp, too. Blinkers go on. They have a bullet drill coming in. Drop for 35. He places his horses to win.
Vive Bien, Florida bred, exclusively raced in Florida till now.
Look, there's lots of different ways to handicap. I just saw Louis Lazanero, the owner, walk by. He did not have a suit on. Take it for what it's worth.
So not winner's circle ready is what you're saying. Again, hashtag analysis. Late pick 4 in 5 minutes. 7th of 10 from Saratoga. Then the stakes racing begins. The lucky coin. Grade 2 Prioress, all coming up on this final Friday of the meet. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Sound of Saratoga and the fans, nothing like that Saratoga fan base. Shade under 50,000 for the Travers last week. Massive part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga. Fan Appreciation Week here at the Spa. So, Jonathan, I've been meaning to ask, what's new at America's Best Racing?
Watch this, Lafitte. As anticipation grows for the Jockey Club Gold Cup this weekend, America's Best Racing, our friends at America's Best Racing, has done the heavy lifting for fans. View their cheat sheet for analysis of the contenders and find concise recaps on career stats and interesting facts about the connections. Check it out before locking in your choices. Additionally, America's Best Racing regularly releases interesting video content to their website. Most recently, a day behind the scenes with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport as he took in the sights and sounds of Run Happy Travers Day. In the video, Rappaport discusses the overlap between horse racing and football, including a tale about legendary New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick and his obsession with the sport of horse racing. Go check out this and more at americasbestracing.net today.
Wasn't even in the rundown. I just threw it at him.
Wow. Like he's been there before.
Right
Impressive.
on target. Lots of great stuff at ABR. Something for everyone, the expert, the novice. Make sure and check it out, americasbestracing.net. Horses warming up for the 7th. Topic changer with star jockey Joel Rosario. His afternoon so far, 2 wins. He swept the early double. About to ride topic changer here, contender, 3-1 Tepid Choice. Voodoo Zip, Gary, 5-2 morning line favorite in the Lucky Coin, and Angitude later in the Prioress Serious contender. Rosario, who already shattered the single season graded stakes record at Saratoga with 12 wins.
He's coming in fresh today off of a 3-day suspension.
A lot of rust. He only won in his first 2 mounts.
He's having an unbelievable meet. He's so pretty to watch ride all the time, but especially up here, full focus and putting all of his talents on showcase up here. And listen, that's handicapping the race. You've got to handicap riders too. The combination of Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement, they've hit at 20% throughout this year and last year, hitting it at 20% here at this meet. And I just feel like Joel, when he climbs on horse's back, they're automatically improving, you know, from 4 to 5 lengths just by trip that he's given
It
him.
might be the reason this horse is favored, the presence of Joel. All things being equal on paper, it's that competitive of a race. 3-1 topic changer for you, Tom, number 3?
Yeah, number 3, Fieldstone. But speaking of topic changer first, Gary's pick, you know, he's 1 out of 3 in his 3 starts. Every one of those races, the pace was a crawl. He had to overcome it to run any kind of race. So with pace today, you might see a different topic changer from the last start where he was really hurt by no pace. But Fieldstone, my pick. Look, this horse, with the addition of blinkers in the last 2 starts for Joe Sharp, this horse has improved. His speed figures have improved, and I think he hits the right field in terms of what's running today at this level. You can't neglect lone speed, and it's possibly Ginsu Warrior, the 7, that's going to be the lone speed in this race. Yes, there's speed on the dirt outside him in the 10, Viva Ben, but that horse has never been on the grass before, and sometimes horses don't care for one footing over another. So to assume that a dirt horse is going to go to the turf and show the same style is not something you should ever do as a handicapper. Ginsu Warrior at a big price, the 7, 18-1. Look, those are my kind of horses. Claimed, gelded. He obviously felt the Ginsu knife at some point there and has come back to run some really good races.
Ouch. Maggie, Jose Lezcano's already 1-on-1, 19-1 shot today, riding another number 2. He's got it.
Tom was just talking about the pace and Ginsu Warrior gelding. He was a gelding when we tried him on the turf, so it's not like he's a new gelding. But the horse on the inside here, he's got it. He had a tough trip last time. He was 3 wide the entire way when the rails were down on the inner turf course. And 2, he had to face Dakota Gold, who got everything his own way on the front end. This is a horse that isn't without at least some early pace and without a real presence of any early confirmed front runner here. I thought if Jose Lezcano was a bit aggressive, and for the fact that now he's drawn right on the rail, he's got it, could be effective here at a big price. And the fact of the matter is that he is a turf router. His best races have come doing this, and he looks like it physically. And 2, back in the paddock, he was very, very sharp. So I hope Jose Lezcano is fairly aggressive with this guy, and he's kind of my price play a bit in here at 20-1. But again, I still loved everything I saw from Momentous, and of course his odds are dropping now to 6-1, Lafitte.
Changing the board, Maggie. Tom, final thought?
Yeah, well, so I mean, look, I should have been more specific. Ginsu Warrior was claimed by Mike Maker in the spring and gelded then. His form has since improved since being gelded.
Post-time race 7, here's John Ambrial.
And they're off. He's got it. There goes Ginsu Warrior. And from the outside, moving up is Spites Percomet along with Momentous. It is Momentous and Spites Percomet. And down towards the inside as he's got it. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Going into the clubhouse turn, Ginsu Warrior runs in 4th. Viva Bien's on the outside in 5th with Fieldstone next in 6th. Then Topic Changer in 7th. Super Wicked Charm is in 8th. Dream of a Day is on the outside racing in 9th. And Bless trails the field in 10th. The opening quarter mile, 23 and 3/5 seconds. And it is a battle up front. Down on the inside it is He's Got It. And in between horses, Spites Percomet. And from the outside, it is Viva Bien. Make that Momentous as they move up the back stretch. He's Got It and Momentous. They are heads apart for the lead. Spites Percomet has now dropped 3 lengths behind. Then it's Viva Bien racing in 4th. Ginsu Warrior next in 5th, followed by Fieldstone in 6th. On the inside, gaining some ground now, is Bless as the field goes around the far turn, the half and 47 and 2. He's Got It and Momentous. And in behind is Ginsu Warrior. Spites Percomet. On the far outside, it is Fieldstone. Then Bless. Widest of all, Super Wicked Charm. And then Dream of a Day. 3/4 in 1:12 and 3. They are in the stretch. Here is Fieldstone. Now to strike the lead, but challenged on the outside by Topic Changer. It's Topic Changer and Fieldstone. The 2 of them are right together. Dream of a Day moves into 3rd. They come on for the finish, and it is Topic Changer to win it. Fieldstone held 2nd. Dream of a Day was 3rd, and Ginsu Warrior 4th.
There goes that man, Joel Rosario. 3 wins on the afternoon. Topic changer. Sire won a pair of sword dancers here. Flintshire. 3-1. Check that. 3-1 co-favorite at post time.
Yeah, and Joel Rosario making that patent move, coming off the turn. He was well back in the field. He was sitting 7th down the backside, just very relaxed. Joel taking his time with him. They were rolling up front. Swings him out. Source didn't really ever level out. There's more there. He's got his head up in the air, and it looked like he was going to hang a little bit in the last 16th, and that's where it comes in handy having Joel Rosario. He's one of the strongest finisher, if not the strongest finisher in the country, and puts this horse to work, and he actually comes away a nice winner.
You know, Topic Changer finally got his pace today, Gary.
Yes, he did.
You know, those 3 races, he didn't have any pace to run at today. He had a battle on the front end. They went fast. It was, he's got it. Spites, the one horse as well, and then our outside horse, View Ben, all battling on the front end to set up for a close, which indeed did happen, and your top pick.
Solid effort from your top pick, and JK as well. Fieldstone, Topic Changer, but in the end, JK Paul, too much Topic Changer, and for Rosario Clement, 2 wins on the afternoon combined.
Yeah, Fieldstone probably moved. You could argue if you liked Fieldstone, maybe moved a tad bit early. Joel was sitting a little bit chillier and kind of made that last move. But to Tom's point, they both finally got a good, honest pace to close into.
No, they did, and they both ran their race. It's just that the 5 just had a little bit more left, and it seems like Joel Rosario, like Gary was saying, and Tom and everybody over there, he just consistently keeps making the last run, and it's the winning one. And again, the Clement's in the winner's circle.
Saw Miguel Clement, Christophe's son, Acacia's husband, and something to celebrate. Topic Changer. Rosario and Clement earlier hit the woe in race number 2 now. Topic Changer, and Tom, a race that looked really wide open on paper. Again, form held in this one.
Form held in this one, and you know, Lafitte, when you analyze this race, you look at the resume of these horses, many of them have run many, many times, so you know what they're going to do. It really surprised me that the pace was that rapid, and that we saw some horses that looked like they were going to probably settle early, go to the front and try to challenge that. I'm sure studying a race like this, whether you're a trainer or a rider, you thought there was an opportunity to maybe steal the front end by yourself. That didn't occur, and that really helped the horses that closed, including Topic Changer.
5-3, 8-7. Joel Rosario, he'll ride Warlike Goddess in tomorrow's Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Have those results. Reaction. Also, the first of 2 stakes races. Cue the favorite for the lucky coin. Right on time, there he is, Voodoo Zip. Marching over. Of course, he has yet to win a stakes in his career. Maybe that changes today. The lucky coin in about 22 minutes.
As they come down to the line, Tyler's Tribe remains undefeated.
But it is sharp as a tack. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
And it's all Tyler's Tribe to the final furlong. He's putting on another show tonight. He is 8 lengths in front. Now it's 10, now it's 12.
Diana domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa. Topic changer. Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement, salute to the crowd. They teamed up with Gufo on the undercard of the Travers. Gufo, 7th horse in history to win the Sword Dancer in back-to-back years. Topic changer by Flincher, another 2-time Sword Dancer winner. Topic changer, 840 star jockey Joel Rosario, 3 wins on the afternoon with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, it's been a great day for Joel Rosario, and I feel like, you know, it's only like the tip of the iceberg, basically, here with topic changer Joel. It didn't look as though he was going to get the pace set up on paper, but he did today, and he came with that late bold run.
Yes, he did. I mean, it looked like when we hit the first turn, they got away from me a little bit, so I thought they're going a good pace, and then he did. He just kept creeping up in there, getting, you know, picking it up, but yeah, he got the job done.
Joel, what's the turf course like? As you know, we began the week listed as good. It seemed as though they were kicking it up a bit, but today it seems more on the firm side.
Yeah, a little more firm, you know, than last week, and you know, obviously because it's raining, you know what I mean. But it seemed like, you know, with the sun and everything like that, it looked like a little more firm. So yeah, that's what it looked like.
We'll see you in the next race. The Lucky Coin aboard Voodoo Zip, whom you're almost perfect for. 3 for 4 when riding him. Last time, just, you know, we tried in the Highlander Stakes up at Woodbine, but 5.5. He is yet to go this short. What, I mean, is there any, you know, trepidation about that distance?
Well, we'll find out. But, you know, 5.5, we'll see what happens. And see, you know, he's tried really hard, this horse, and, you know, see how the trip is and see how the pace and stuff like that, so we'll see what happens.
Seems as though he's adapted. You know, he was a horse early on that he needed to be on the lead, and now he can have a target.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like, you know, he's been putting him that late run at the end, and, you know, that's what it seemed like he had, but, you know, we'll see what happens. You never know.
Always holding it close to the vest, just letting everything play out as it will. Joel, congratulations. You're in your 3rd win of the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, aboard Voodoo Zip in the next race, as well as Angitude coming up in that Grade 2 Prioress, Lafitte.
You called it. You called it.
That is what makes Joel. He is so easy, laid back in the jockey's room. And Lafitte's asked me a couple of times, hey, can you check with Joel and see what his strategy? I said, he's not going to tell me because he doesn't know. He really doesn't know what his strategy is going to be until the gates open. He's got an idea, but he plays off the horse and what he feels underneath him. And you're liable to think that he's going to be on the lead on one, he's lone speed or whatever, and he's out the back, or vice versa. You think he's going to come from 9 miles an hour. He, at 9 miles out of it, gets a flyer leaving the gate, horse is on the lead. One thing about it, when he's on the lead, you better watch out because he's lethal when he is on the lead.
He can do it all. He can do it all, Tom. Topic changer now. This was a claiming race. All right, there was a 6-way shake for topic changer. What does that all mean?
So claiming means for sale. If you're in a race that's a claiming race, your horse is for sale in that race. And the way it works is any trainer can put in a sealed bid for that horse 15 minutes before the race, as long as the money is in the account that's held here at the racetrack. And if there's more than one that wants to claim the same horse, in this case, 6 different trainers and owners wanted to claim the same horse, well, then they do a more sophisticated way of basically drawing straws. And that's who gets the horse.
Sophisticated. I like it.
With peas.
As soon as we know where Topic Changer is headed, we'll let you know. Pick 5 follow along. Security code, $5. Topic Changer is a wide open race. It's one of the choices. $8.40 in the end. Now, a couple of stakes races. Pool up over $1 million. So the Lucky Coin is next. Who was Lucky Coin? For one, the Kelso winner at Belmont Park in 1997. You'll see Robbie Davis in the saddle, and Dylan, Jackie, Katie's father, a Lucky Coin, who was a Florida bred. He won 7 of 13. One start after that win in the Kelso, and it was a good one. A solid 4th behind Spinning World in the 1997 Breeders' Cup Mile. And as Gary has mentioned time and time again, when races are named after horses, specifically here at Saratoga, they were pretty good.
Yeah, and that rider is pretty good too. And it's funny, a couple of years ago, Dylan, I started seeing this transition happening with him more and more. And now when I watch Dylan ride, he looks exactly like Robbie. And now Robbie, don't get mad, but maybe has even taken it a step further with the way he's finishing. he was one of the strongest finishers, one of the smartest riders that I had the pleasure to ride with. Great competitor, super good guy, and he raised those kids well.
He did, and I'm sure that makes him more proud than anything else. And as for this lucky coin, Voodoo Dancer, who we were just discussing, was the morning line favorite. Now, trainer Christophe Clement has mentioned he thinks he's best between 6 furlongs and 7/8 of a mile. This race is 5.5 furlongs. Does it really make that much of a difference, Gary?
It's just a configuration. One thing that we've seen here at this race meet so far is horse's abilities to close ground on this turf course, and that's what's worked well for Joel, Christophe Clement. So I'm not going to make a prediction what the strategy is going to be, because I don't know what he's going to do.
So the lucky coin is coming up next. You saw the stakes rundown. As we mentioned at the top of the show, some of the biggest races of the season are still in front of us. Jockey Club Gold Cup, closing day hopeful, and the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga, the Spinaway. There's the field, 7/8 of a mile. Number 9, Wonder Wheel, the 3-1 morning line favorite. Number 4 is Naughty Gal, who was trained by Dwayne Lucas. This was the Adirondack about 4 weeks ago, Tom. Naughty Gal, she's going really fast, but then really doesn't corner very well.
No, she doesn't corner well at all. You would say she not only got out, she bolted. I mean, she's literally going to be, able to reach out her hand and grab a hot dog if she wanted from the grandstand. But, this race, she's got to do better than that against this field. Her last start, the field she ran against, which I was a part of, as a matter of fact, was not that good. It was not the caliber of this race coming back. But trainers know how to change things when a horse does something wrong, and no one's better at it than Dwayne Lucas. So you can believe they've worked on that, and they'll get her on a straight course when she runs in the Spinaway.
Because she didn't do it in her first 2 races. And then she blows the turn in the Adirondack, but still talented enough to win. It's impressive when a young horse does something wrong, room for improvement, and still is able to win.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of upside for Naughty Gal here. We'll see what she does in the Spinaway. And then Just Cindy, who we had a chance to see opening day, Gary. Some brushing between her and Summer Promise. Then Just Cindy runs right on by.
Yeah, and listen, there's been some musical jockeys go on in the Spinaway. Naughty Gal now being ridden by Jose Ortiz that Luis Saez rode last time. Luis Saez hops off. We don't know what the conditions, how this all happened, if it was planned out, but Just Cindy, ridden by Irad Ortiz, when she won her last race, now being ridden by Luis Saez. So read into it what you want to read into it. Naughty Gal, yeah, she's going to have to improve. But Just Cindy, this was a big race from her.
It was. This was a really good race from Just Cindy, going 6/8 of a mile. She'll get another 1/8 of a mile when she runs in the Spinaway, and that should be right up her alley. You can see how well she's finishing on the end here. Undefeated in 2 starts. Was probably one of the most impressive maiden winners that I saw for the girls at Churchill Downs this spring. Brought it up here, won up here again, has had the proper time between races. I think she's the one to beat.
How good. The tepid morning line favorite is Wonder Wheel, though, for Mark Casse, and he's real excited about her potential moving forward. He says the best, most promising 2-year-old he's had since Classic Empire. Those are bold statement. Wonder Wheel, 3-1 morning line favorite in the Spinaway on Sunday. Meantime, horses in the paddock, big package, 2-time winner here. Does his best running late in search of a first stakes win as well. The lucky coin, post time in 17 minutes. We'll be right back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Time for stakes racing on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Number 1 second crop sire, last year by Dirt Earnings. Post bar paddock suite, all the amenities, brand new, gorgeous, overlooking the paddock. Rave reviews for first summer here at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock for the lucky coin, 5.5 furlong turf dash. Older horses, you're looking at the favorite, Voodoo Zip. What are you noticing from the choice here, Maggie?
Well, that he's calm, cool, and collected, which hasn't always been the case for Voodoo Zip, Lafitte, as in the past, he has been a little bit of an obstreperous type that he lives on his nerves a bit, but with age and a lot of schooling and racing, that has definitely, for the most part, gone away, as he is kicking at them, putting the girth on him at the moment. But it's what you want to see, too, with the turf sprinter, as you heard in the interview, though, that this is the shortest that he'll ever run. But I do think that he is a horse that's thriving with sprinting on the turf. You know, last time he was kind of bumped when he was commencing a rally down the stretch there at Woodbine. Ooh, that was a loud kick. And look, he makes a lot of sense here. He's a little bit of a naughty character, and I think, you know, they know how to deal with it now, as you can see the cotton in his ears, too. Next, we'll move on to a horse that I think is just thriving right now for Michelle Nevin. And as always, you got to strike when the iron is hot, and I feel like it is hot for number 4, Dancing Buck. He's shown adaptability, too, and I like that in a horse. You know, 2 back, he was on the front end, going 7/8. Last time, he got a monster pace to close into, going 5.5. He just seems to be showing up right now and showing up with some good efforts. And maybe now he's just putting it all together. He looks sensational here in the paddock. Kind of has that look of eagles watching him get saddled here, like he's focused and just ready for the task at hand. As we'll check in with another New York bred, that one by War Dancer, this one by Big Brown. That's Big Package. Way back when Big Brown debuted here at the Spa, going long on the turf. Well, here we are with Big Package. Last time here at the Spa, he was wide throughout. It was a short field, and Artemis City Limits got to control things on the front end. And really, he was the horse who did the most running of any of those trying to close from off of it. He's fired up here in the paddock, as he typically is. But a horse that kind of took a little bit of time to kind of come into himself this year. You know, he didn't look great in his coat. He didn't look that strong. He was a little dull acting. Well, none of that's the case here today. It wasn't in the paddock for the Saratoga start, but when he came back in the elusive quality, I was like, he needs a start. Then I noticed improvement with that second place effort back at Belmont, and same thing yet again, and he looks sensational here for our good friend Dave Donk. As Polly, JK, have you had the good graces of being in the presence of Dave Donk?
I did 2 years ago, I think I did or maybe it was last year, like a little medley cart talk. I had Dave Donk, and I asked him about his Jets hat.
Yeah, I was behind him one time at Belmont, and I kept on honking at him. He goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "Honk for Donk." He started laughing. He's a great guy, and he's having a great meet.
Absolutely, he's had a great year.
Yeah.
This guy, Voodoo Zip, the Clements, also one that deserves some attention in here. I just have a hard time taking closers and turf sprints. Paulie, you like Voodoo Zip a little bit?
Well, the only reason why, JK, and I go back and I look, and he is a deep closer. He hasn't run since July. Obviously, the Clement part looking for a triple. The 3 times that Joel has rode him sprinting, 7 furlongs at Belmont, a W. 6 furlongs at Belmont, a W. 6 furlongs at Belmont, a W. Every other rider has not got this horse cross the line besides Joe Bravo in a route race at Gulfstream Park. So sprinting, he's 3 for 3 with Joel Rosario, and it's just hard to throw Joel out of turf sprints right now.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. I don't like short-priced closers in turf sprints.
Yeah,
I just think
I
that,
get what you're
a
saying.
lot of things got to go their way. That was impressive, though. At one part of that replay, you saw Joel when it took a right turn and went about 4 paths to the right, and that's hard to do on a horse who's running full speed. And he came home impressively. I'm a huge fan of the 2 Critical Way. This is a horse that had some races back last year in 2021 that make this horse one of the best turf sprinters in the country. And then, 2 back, he got hooked up into an extremely fast pace. He's here on the front end, and the 3 proven strategies took advantage of that situation and ran him down.
I think he gets away from this group. He's going to be very dangerous. The break is going to be very, very key, like it always is in these turf sprints. But he has blazing speed. Even at 8, he can still go 21 and 4 and 44. He's very fast. And if he's left alone on the front end, he's 10 for 31 lifetime. He likes to win races. He just got put in a grinder there at Monmouth Park. But the race before that, and they get serious, they left him alone going 21 and 43. He's a horse, Jonathan, it doesn't matter how fast he's going. As long as he's not getting pressure, he's very tough to beat.
Yeah, I know he didn't run particularly well last time, but to your point, that was a slow-paced race. He's one of those horses, the faster, the better. That's his comfort zone. That's his weapon. If you just kind of try to jog him around there and sprint for home with the closers, that's not his thing. Lafitte, this horse likes sprinting in a lot of the races he's come out of. Horses win out of those races, very productive races.
The race at Monmouth was just odd, though. I mean, there wasn't a lot of speed on paper. He was taken off the lead. He was taken off the pace. It made no sense. And by all accounts today, it's back to what the Critical Way does best: pedal to the metal, let him roll early.
Yeah, one thing you can read too much into in the realm of too much information. So the Critical Way was supplemented to this race, meaning he wasn't originally nominated, but for a premium, you can enter them when entry time comes if you weren't originally nominated. Now, did they forget to nominate him? Did they see that the field lacked any pace at all and said, you know what, we need to try this? Or was it a last-minute decision? As trainers, we're always trying to plot our course in advance. So I don't know what to read into that, but he certainly was a supplement, and that's denoted by the program. And there's an S in parentheses next to his name that shows that he wasn't one of the original nominees.
Supplemented, there he is, Critical Way. Luis Saez, expect to let him rip early on. And then number 4, Dancing Buck by War Dancer, Sire on Fire, who has sired 3 winners at the meet: Dancing Buck, Frontline Dancer, and Danzig with the Stars, all allowance winners this summer at Saratoga by War Dancer. And maybe, just maybe, a stakes victory for Dancing Buck by War Dancer. If you like him, currently 5-1, a contender here to be ridden by Manny Franco. Franco, who won this event last season. Post-parade for the Lucky Coin Stakes. We start with Big Package. Again, a talented closer, but will the pace be fast enough?
Yeah, but he does like Saratoga. 4 starts, 2 wins in 2 seconds, and they tend usually run well right back. So I think the Big Package has got a decent shot in here.
Supplemented, the Critical Way, the one to catch.
In the Critical Way's last win, 3 races back, 3 of those horses came back out to win in their next start. The other one, the 4th one, won second start out of that race.
Proven Strategies has finished in front of Critical Way in his last pair.
Yeah, it's sort of gone back to sprinting in the last 3 starts, was trying to go long, and it's paid off a little bit for Mark Cassidy and Tyler Gaffleon.
Dancing Buck by War Dancer.
It had an outstanding trip last time. I struggled taking horses in their next start off of perfect trips. They're usually overbet.
Thin White Duke, big race in the Troy at 30-1.
You know, he loves this racetrack, and he outran his odds at 30-1. He's had 4 starts here in 3 seconds, a little unlucky, and he was flying last time out.
Voodoo Zip, post-time favorite in 8 of his last 9 races.
Can absolutely win this race, but what you get with a turf sprinting closer is they're always subject to the trip.
Fauci, you'll hear from his trainer in a moment.
Yeah, you know, Fauci, if you get back to his races last year, he's a competitive here. His last 2 races, Lafitte, he's broken very poorly, and he's had bad breaks. If he can break out of the gate, 15-1 is way too high of a price.
Consistently in the money, but rarely wins. Trained by Phil Antonacci, standing by with Maggie.
I'm pleased to be here in the paddock with Phil and Phil Fauci. He's been a little bit of a tough luck type of horse. Talk a little bit about his development. I know he's not the easiest horse to handle either.
Yeah, no, we had him with Wesley early on, and he showed quite a bit of ability for him early, and then we moved him over to us, and he's kind of just been a horse that never really had his trip on a certain day, and when he does, he gets shut off on the rail, and he's one of those horses that's like a funny distance horse. Like, he can get 5.5, but probably 6 or 7's his best, and maybe stretch him out to a mile eventually. But yeah, like he always shows up. Like, just looking at his stats, I think he's only twice been outside third. So just happy to have a horse like that always shows up.
Yeah, he does. And two, you said us. You were referring to Lindy Farm. Talk a little bit about that's family, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We own this horse with David Reed as well, who's a close family friend of ours, and we're standardbred guys originally, and kind of grew up working for my brother in the standardbred business, and we kind of branched out into the thoroughbred world, and lucky to have the support of my family and some close friends, and this was one that we picked out early, and it's kind of treated us well and kind of taken us on a little bit of a ride, so it's been fun.
What's the biggest difference between standardbreds and thoroughbreds?
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, they're horses, but obviously standardbreds are a little bit more durable and kind of can withstand a little bit more. But thoroughbreds are great horses to work with. They're very intelligent and stuff like that, and you can kind of get into their head a little bit more. So it's at the end of the day, you're dealing with racehorses, so we're learning as we go as well.
And you're doing a great job up here, Phil. Thank you for your time. Best of luck with Fauci.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, I love that well-rounded horseman, Mr. Antonacci. Lafitte.
And Fauci. Maggie, there he is trying to pull off an upset here at 16-1, 4 minutes out till the first of 2 stakes races is Lucky Coin Stakes. And Tom, circling back to your top selection, the speedy Critical Way number 2 with Louis Saez.
Yeah, so with the help of my friends, that being Lafitte Pink Eye, I was able to find out that this horse was scheduled to run at Parks in a grass race, and it got taken off the turf. So
my dad told you that?
So that would be Junior. So he had it this way. That makes a lot of sense. Something that, like I said, you can read something too much into is certainly not a negative, but actually a well-planned move by the connections of the two. Critical Way.
Critical Way, 3-1. Louis Saez aboard. Number 4, Gary, your top selection. Dancing Buck by War Dancer. There he is. Manny Franco trying to go back-to-back, won this race with Pulsate last year.
Yeah, Michelle Nevin. This horse, Dancing Buck, had never run here at Saratoga. He ran freaky good. On July 29th, he's had plenty of time between the races. Obviously, Michelle had this penciled in, made it to the race today, but that race, he ran fast, and that's back-to-back wins for Dancing Buck, only a 4-year-old, so it tells me he's improving, and I love it when horses win. He's 1 for 1 here at Saratoga with just that one start here, horses for courses, but he's got to get the right trip today. He comes from off the pace.
A lot of them do. I mean, it seems like a lot of the horses in this field, 5.5 furlongs, may not be what they do the best. And that's why there's such an advantage for a horse that could possibly make the lead here by himself in the Critical Way. Voodoo Zip, which the guys were talking about, one of the reasons closers on the turf have so much difficulty is, just as you said, Gary, they got to get the trip. But we've got a 7-horse field here, so to get the trip is a little bit easier in a small field like this than it would be in a crowded 10-horse field, which we often get in these sprint races. And also for Voodoo Zip, when we watched that replay, did you guys notice when he got outside, he exploded. So this post position, 6 out of 7 for Voodoo Zip, I think is a big advantage for him in his closing kick.
Climax runner, Joel Rosario seeking a 4th on the afternoon. Christophe Clement a 3rd on the afternoon. There's Thin White Duke, and it's the same concern for trainer David Donk, JK and Paul. At 30-1, he almost upset in the Troy, but is there enough pace? This was that big effort in the Troy.
Absolutely. That horse that you see on the far outside right there in the all navy blue, that's Golden Pal, arguably the best turf sprinter in the country. And Thin White Duke was trying to run this horse down late, and the pace was not fast. This was an extremely, extremely impressive performance.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz was aboard on this day on the complete outside. He explodes. His last 2 races, he actually exploded. He's just sort of sat out of the gate, but that's kind of his running style because he has been running mile and 1/8 races mile, and David Donk did a good job cutting him back because he sprinted in the Phil Gleaves barn way back in June in 2021. So it was the first time he started sprinting in the Dave Donk barn. And he's responded with 2 very good efforts.
Yeah, with Thin White Duke, it's entirely possible. This horse just kind of figured out what he wants to do and how he wants to do it, and he's really starting to improve. And also got to shout out Steve Christ, one of the owners. I've been the knee to Steve Christ, one of the horse-playing legends of this game. Maggie, the critical way. Am I okay here with a little bit of a win bet?
Well, Jonathan, I see where you're going. I mean, he looks to be the lone speed in here, though I did notice some big warm-ups from, I mean, you're not going to change the big packages. I always laugh when I say that name. Running style, but yeah. I don't know what they were doing with him last time, to be completely honest. He did get shuffled back, but look at how compact this horse is. When I talk about sprinters, and especially turf sprinters, you want that quarter horse type body, and you can see it on your screen there about how round his hindquarters are. See that definition down his top line, and well, he wasn't overly sharp, and I don't have much experience with him. Watching him pre-race, you could tell he was on it. You know, he's grinding his teeth. He's kind of jig-jogging a little bit. So, yeah, he looks to be the main speed in here, and he could run away with this field. But sometimes, just like in the last race, when you think there's no speed, that's when a lot more speed shows up, Lafitte.
A pretty good idea. Louis Size is going to turn him loose early, the critical way. Eyes on him at the gate, post 2. At 5-2. Moving into line, all set. For the lucky coin, $150,000 purse. Rosario seeking a 4th. Clement a 3rd on the afternoon. Voodoo Zip steps forward. Johnny I standing by. Post time for the Lucky Coin Stakes.
Set for the start of the Lucky Coin Stakes. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 1, a big package, and he trails. A good beginning for the Critical Way, who was out for the early lead, quickly in front by 1.5 lengths. And then Proven Strategies runs in 2nd. Dancing Buck is on the outside in 3rd. Thin White Duke is next in 4th, followed by Voodoo Zip and Fauci. And the trailer is Big Package in 7th. The leader up front is the Critical Way. The Critical Way by 1 length. With Proven Strategies and Dancing Buck right together, 2nd and 3rd through 1/4 and 22 and 3/5 seconds. The front 3 have 3 lengths on Thin White Duke in 4th, and Fauci down on the inside is Voodoo Zip. Big Package continues to trail. They are at the top of the stretch now, and it is the Critical Way. Challenged here on the outside by Dancing Buck. Proven Strategies looking to come on through. Voodoo Zip is putting in a late run as the field comes down for the 16th pole. Dancing Buck, Voodoo Zip continues to gain down on the inside. Thin White Duke on the outside. And out in the middle of the course, it is Fauci. They come on for the finish, and it is a photo finish. Very tight between Dancing Buck and Thin White Duke. The two of them noses apart in the Lucky Coin Stakes.
Driving finish, fireworks in the stretch, Dancing Buck, Manny Franco, Thin White Duke, John Velasquez hitting the wire simultaneously.
Yeah, and Dancing Buck, Manny Franco had him laying closer. He showed speed the time before last at going 7/8 at the Belmont
outside.
Park. And you call him the outside? What a ride. Same finish as he got last time when Johnny V rode him in the narrow loss to Golden Pal. Johnny Ortiz rode him last time. Johnny V today, excuse me. Tight finish.
What a finish, Tom.
Very much so. And, you know, we talked about pace in this race, but it wasn't exactly the way we would have liked it with the Critical Way. You know, didn't absolutely get away from the group enough to get to relax. Hands were constantly moving on Louis Saez to get him going. I mean, they just put it up the 5 as your winner, the Thin White Duke.
Phil Gleaves, co-owner and breeder as well. What a moment for him, a former assistant to Woody Stevens, a right hand to Woody Stevens, a legendary trainer with him back in the 80s when he was winning 5 consecutive Belmont Stakes races from 82 to 86. The Embrace with David Donk, Jets, Jets. Thin White Duke gets his nose down, guys, in a first victory in the Lucky Coin for Mr. 1000 at Saratoga, John Velasquez.
Yeah, good call by you, JK. I know you like this horse. and finally got the trip, was able to swing out and got the bob. You were a little worried, but I think I go, JK, I think he got the bob here, but a great ride by Johnny V because he just sat there and he watched the pace develop, and Manny Franco moved, and I thought it was the right move by Manny. He just got popped at the wire.
I mean, look, we talk about all of these great trainers in this game and the ones that win tons of races, but this is a horseman right here in Dave Donk. It's a horse that was going long and was average at best. Slow pace figures, punch lines, 22-1, 15-1, 33-1 in allowance races. He just almost beat Golden Pal in his last start. Then he shows up here and he wins a stakes race.
No,
that is a horseman.
No, you're right, and he's having a tremendous year, like you said. And Dancing Buck, man, ran a winning race. Voodoo Zip tried to come up the rail. Fauci finally got his trip. He was rolling on the outside. It's just a tough beat for the four, but you got to give credit to Johnny V. That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
Paulie, I don't know if we're going to get a chance to get a New York Jets interview, but if we do, I'm hoping. I'm just curious, what was the decision? What was the decision? I'll get him on Car Talk next year, and I'll ask him, what was the decision for why he decided to cut back Thin White Duke?
It's working. It's working, JK. Like his best Breece Hall impersonation out there. Thin White Duke for David Donk. He's that close, guys. That close from having won the Grade 3 Troy here, where he just came up short, and winning this lucky coin.
And I mean, think about it. This race, the lucky coin is restricted. You can't have one a stake. So if you come that close in a stake,
you
got to be considered one of the ones to beat in here.
Very good point. What about this filly? She is coming in hot. Hot Peppers, the tepid morning line favorite for the Grade 2 Prioress Graded Stakes winner at Belmont Park. Second in the Longines test. What will she do in the Prioress? We'll see in about 22 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Thin White Duke entering the winner's circle. 4th lifetime victory. It had some really good efforts at Saratoga. 4 starts, 3 seconds and a third. gets the first victory at the Spa in a stakes race. Thin White Duke in the Lucky Coin. Co-owned and bred by Phil Gleaves, trained by David Donk, with Maggie in the winner's circle.
I feel privileged to be in this kind of sandwich, especially with you, Phil, and Dave to my left. But the button, Phil, we have to talk about the David Bowie button first and foremost. Thin White Duke.
Right, I'm a huge David Bowie fan, hence his name. Thin White Duke was a stage persona of David Bowie. Steve Chris, my business partner and good friend, found some buttons for me, and I wore it for luck last time and today, and it worked.
Shouldn't they be playing David Bowie instead of Freebird? What's going on right now? But Dave, this horse, although this is his first win up at Saratoga, he seems to love going the 5.5 here, as he previously had 3 seconds, 1/3 out of 4 starts, and now he's gotten the win. Talk about the decision to keep him sprinting.
Yeah, you know, we ran him along in the spring, and he won a 2-turn race at Aqueduct, and, you know, we tried it a couple of times back at Belmont. Just seemed to be a little bit maybe farther than he wanted. So, you know, you don't have many options when you come from Belmont to Saratoga. It's a different configuration. Tried him in the 5 and 8, 5.5, and he ran really well, and he's just continued to improve. The only negative is we missed the A other than last week when it came off the grass. So.
You won a stakes.
We'll take this. Yeah.
Oh, but Phil, it was bittersweet interviewing you last year when you announced on our show that you're retiring. How is retirement treating you, and is this whole owning and breeding thing pretty good?
I love it. I've always been into breeding horses, and I love it. I knew I'd one day walk away from training. I was happy when I did it, and I'm very happy a year later. I can stand here and say I'm very happy, have a great trainer, takes good care of our horses, and the horses are running super for Dave.
And a great friend, too, as you two both work for Woody Stevens.
Yeah, well, listen, I got a job for Woody because Phil went on his own. So that was the biggest break I ever got, and we've always remained friends. Sandy Bruno hired me. She worked with Phil, and, yeah, so it's been a close relationship. I'm just honored to have the horses.
Oh, this is such a cool story. Guys, massive congratulations.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Appreciate it.
So good to see Phil Gleaves back here in the winner's circle with his good friend Dave Donk and the David Bowie horse. That's Thin White Duke, guys.
That is too good. Steve Chris, Phil Gleaves, and in horse racing, like an Ivy League education for both David Donk and Phil Gleaves, learning from the great Woody Stevens.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many trainers out there that have come from the learning tree of somebody really good. And it's a pay it forward, is it not? I mean, and I think, Gary, you could probably speak to this as well. As a top rider and someone that's in the Hall of Fame, you know, passing it on, your knowledge to younger riders, it's almost something that you have to feel like, you know, it's a demand that you have to honor.
Yeah, it is, and I feel fortunate. A lot of the knowledge I have, not just from riding some of the great horses, but the great people that I rode for, starting out with my father and then Wayne Lucas, and the list just goes on and on. Bobby Frankels, I'm going to forget so many names here, but being around them in the mornings and the afternoons, and riding for you back in the day and stuff. No, I'm serious. You learn from everybody, and I was like a sponge. I wanted to take it all in, and I was able to absorb a lot of it. I've probably forgotten a lot of it, but yeah, talking with the young riders, if they want that knowledge, then I'm more than happy. Your father, Bill Shoemaker, those guys took me under their wings at a special time during my career. I'm very fortunate that, you know, I was around in the 80s all the way through. I rode in 5 different decades, man, so I got to ride with a lot of talent throughout the years.
They learned from one of the greatest ever, Woody Stevens, and by this much in the end, that late surge, run happy photo finish. When they unveiled it, by that much, Thin White Duke and Dancing Buck, the war dancer 4-year-old who had sired 3 winners this meet, that close to getting a stakes win. Dancing Buck did everything but win, but in the end, too much. Thin White Duke, 1040 with 2 left in this late pick 5. And that pool up over $1 million. Now the main event on this Friday program, final Friday of the meet. Grade 2 Prioress, top class female sprinters, 3-year-old fillies. Scratch number 5, Bank of Anna. Big scratch changes the complexion of the race. Smash ticket is out. Current favorite, Angitude, at 5-2. Completely different brand of racing tomorrow. Long distance turf racing for females. Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Grade 1 for decades. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, and there will be a title defense. Warlike Goddess, who won this event a season ago, and in the Glens Falls, gentlemen, if Jackie's Warriors win in the Vanderbilt look easy, this should look very familiar. Warlike Goddess just cruising without being asked to do a thing.
Yeah, Joel just waiting for the right time to pull the trigger on Warlike Goddess, and the running line says, as rider pleased. He didn't even start riding until well within the 16th pole, and he's not asking her for her best. Knows he's got the race in hand, thinking about her next race, which happens to be the one that we're going to see on Saturday.
One of, if not the best long-distance turf females, Tom, in the country. Warlike Goddess, that massive effort last year in the Breeders' Cup. Some would argue she was best that day, a third-place finish. Her acceleration, when she turns it on, it's electric.
And she's been great this year. Her last start here at Saratoga says that she's back. She's back to top form. That race doesn't have a lot of speed in it, but it's not a question of what the speed is in one of those marathon distance races. It's how you can kick home against whatever pace may be in front of you. She's got the best kick of anybody in that field.
And now with Hall of Famer trainer Bill Mott, segue to the Jockey Club Gold Cup, another Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, while Todd Pletcher is represented by half the field. Bill Mott has the morning line favorite, Olympiad, 2-1, and this is how you're going to start your weekend. How about doing so with Woodchuck? Beat the heat in a variety of refreshing Woodchuck hard ciders, America's original and official hard cider of Saratoga Racecourse. Bill Mott, between Warlike Goddess and Olympiad, they're going to could be popping a lot of Woodchuck at the end of the day on Saturday. The question for Mott, however, with Olympiad in the Whitney, Bill, what happened in the Whitney with Olympiad?
We feel like he didn't put forth his best effort the last time. We're not sure why. Perhaps it was, the extreme heat and humidity that we had that day. It was a very hot day, and maybe that got to him a little bit. But, it looks like we're in for a little bit cooler weather, now, and hopefully that'll turn things around a little bit. He looks good. He's been training very well, and we're hoping that Saturday is a new day.
Olympiad, the favorite in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Gary, so which version shows up? The colt who won 5 straight, including the Foster, or the colt who was just, as Bill said, just didn't bring his best in the Whitney?
It's hard to say. I hope that it's the good Olympiad that we're going to see, and I've got a feeling it will be. I don't think Bill Mott would be running in this spot if he didn't feel comfortable with it. He didn't have an excuse other than maybe the weather and the heat and everything, and it's a valid excuse. It can be a very valid excuse. We saw what Malathot did the other day coming back. She was docile when we had that same type of heat at the same time. So I'm looking for the good Olympiad to show up.
And he had...
there's nothing worse than a trainer walking away from a race and not understanding why his horse didn't run well or her horse didn't run well and not having a good reason for it. But we have an expression, and it's too bad to believe.
Yeah.
That race from Olympiad was too bad to believe. He's been so good all this year. Sometimes you just have to chuck it out, bring him back in training, like what you see, and put him back in the entry box. You're talking about a Hall of Fame trainer in Bill Mott. I think it's exactly what he's doing.
Would chuck it out. Let's see what Olympiad does tomorrow in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Horses in the paddock for the Prioress. There's Angitude for 2-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox and Eclipse Award-winning jockey Joel Rosario. He'll ride seeking a 13th graded stakes victory and a 4th win on the afternoon. Welcome back, Joel Rosario.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Good luck. Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Till automatic slam, till razor toting Jim. Lay down the shovel in the hole, hang up the middle and the bowl. No more work for a man gone with a big gold.
All part of the pageantry, the sounds of Saratoga. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jockey in training as we get set for the feature event.
He's hooked.
On this Friday afternoon, final Friday of the meet. Grade 2 Prioress, $250,000 purse. Fillies are in the paddock. Sophomore 3-year-old fillies, Grade 2 Prioress. Field and updated odds. Number 2, Hot Peppers, the 9-5 favorite. So we check in with Maggie. And Maggie, Wicked Halo drawn inside. The cutback in distance from 1 mile to 3/4. What do you think?
She's proven she can be successful at it in the past, and she's looking for another graded stakes victory here in Saratoga, Lafitte. And physically, she looks like a sprinter to me. I think she was just best based upon class last time in the Tepin. And 2, yes, it took her a couple starts to get things going this year, but it was almost like she had to rewire herself and relearn how to adapt and be successful not having the lead. And I think she kind of got her heart ripped out from her a couple times. So now I feel like the confidence is back, and she has shown that she can have a target and pounce. Now, wish she was drawn a little bit more outside, to be completely fair to her. But she is incredibly fit in here. Granted, I wish she was carrying just a little bit more conditioning if I had to really split hairs on her. But like I said, the turn back looks to be ideal. As we'll move on to another turn back with number 6, Amplitude. I actually really liked her chances when she was stretching out from the 5.5 to the mile here at Saratoga, our first race out of the Wilson chute, which was the Wilton. Whoever thought of that, because I think I called it the Wilson Stakes about 5 times in my pre-race commentary that day. Again, I think she might be better going longer. I know that she won at 5.5. I know that she won at 6. But looking at her physically in what is a contentious race, she might be better going longer. She's a very long, scopy filly, and I remember last time Brad Cox was on her head, but so indicating to me that maybe she had the propensity to be a bad actor. But once again, she's very poised here in the paddock. She looks great. I just don't know if this is necessarily the right spot for her, but let's take a look at your favorite. That's number 2, Hot Peppers. I give her kudos because there is really nothing about this filly that says beyond 6 furlongs is really going to work for her. And I give Rudy Rodriguez credit. I know, obviously, we've said multiple times it's been a tough meet for him, but he's really done well with this filly. I know that down in Florida, she had the characteristics of being kind of a bad horse at the gate and wanting to get too revved up. She's not quiet here, but she's just very content and calm, and I like her back at 6 furlongs. This is, I think, her ideal distance, and she just continues to fill out and flourish as we head over to some flourishing gentlemen. That's Paulie and JK.
Oh, that was nice of you, Maggie.
I wish I would have flourished and all the way to maybe 6 feet instead of 5'8". That would have been a lot better, JK.
You did fine at 5'8".
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Good work. Look, I love the test. It's one of my favorite races every year. I just don't love this one. Matarea didn't show up. I was against Hot Peppers this day. I also didn't like the winner in Chi-Town Lady. I just have to downgrade the race, and I have to think that this is an opportunity, at least from my eyes, to try to beat Hot Peppers.
Yeah, for me, the toughest races are these type of races. How they're going to come back off a sloppy racetrack and a good effort. Hot Peppers ran. She ran very, very well, and it happened to be her lifetime best that day. And she got run down by Chi-Town Lady from way out of it. She did a lot of the dirty work. She went 110. Is there other speed in here to keep her busy again today? There is. That's what makes her vulnerable again. And you would think after running second in the test, she'd be a shorter price than 2-1. But they're looking at the 6 and Andrew cutting back in distance.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, I just like the horse to the outside, the 10 Union Lake.
Yeah.
It's a horse that's improving, has been working well, got a very fast number last time. And one of the things that impresses me the most about Union Lake is that this race right here, behind her in this race, was Repealing, who came back for Al Stall and won impressively. Bank on Anna, who came back and won. I just think that this might be the right horse, the now horse in this spot.
He kind of was on the grind the whole way. And if you remember, it took him almost like 3 or 4 minutes to load this horse in his last race, and he came out running. So let's see what happens today. I'd like to see when we get to stand side what the girls have to say about Union Lake, because he was a handful, but he came out of the game. He came out of the gate running last time.
Union Lake has the right jockey in the saddle. John Velasquez, 5-time Prioress winning rider. The first in 94, Penny's Reshoot, Capote Bell, Carson Hollow, Indian Blessing, and Vertical Oak. We'll see her in the post parade in a moment. We start with the filly drawn inside Wicked Halo and Tyler Gaffley, number 2. Hot Peppers, the 2-1 current choice.
Look, I talked about it. I just think that she's vulnerable at a short price from a trainer who's had a rough meet, rooting like heck for Rudy to pick up some more wins here, but it just doesn't seem like a great wager at 2-1.
Lady Scarlet, Miss Preakness winner, Preakness weekend.
4 for 10 lifetime, and you know this filly is 3 for 4 at distance, so she has that going for her.
Mischievous Diane, number 4, making her stakes debut.
Yeah, she got put away by Smash Ticket last time. And also the super short-priced short summer dress that didn't run particularly well last time either. Yesterday, excuse me.
Scratch bank on Anna. Here is Angelitude and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, people when they see a horse for Brad Cox show up here, it doesn't matter how fast or how slow they are. They just can't. They want to play. This horse just feels a taste too slow for me, Paulie.
Yeah.
Just a taste.
Sterling Silver does her best running late.
Yeah, she does. And she was 4th in the test. She was 3rd in the victory ride. So at 30-1, it's the kind of horse you could put underneath, definitely.
And how about halfway, half is enough? Second to Hot Peppers in the victory ride. She's 18-1.
Yeah, if you don't like Hot Peppers and you're trying to beat Hot Peppers, you're not allowed to like the 8 half is enough.
Speedy Smash Ticket is out. Big scratch. Here is Union Lake. John Terranova unveiled a freaky New York bred 2-year-old filly earlier today. You're my girl.
I told you all the reasons I think Union Lake's going to win this race and why I like her in here. Those are also 2 of my favorite roads here in Saratoga.
By the way, shout out Lafitte, Flavian Pratt off the 8, Antonio Fresu getting him out here on the 8.
If you follow the racing in Dubai, you're familiar. First ride here at Saratoga with 6 minutes out to the Friday feature. The countdown to the Prioress Stakes presented by Longy, the official timekeeper of Saratoga Racecourse. Trainer John Terranova could be a real big afternoon. He has Union Lake. He's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, what a way he kicked off the day, John, with You're My Girl. Very impressive New York bred. But let's talk about Union Lake. So far, 2 for 2 here as a 3-year-old. John, talk about her development. I know interviewing you a couple starts ago, you said we've always liked her, and it's good to see her realizing that potential.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't had a bad day up here. She's done everything right and came out of the race wonderful. So coming into this great, she's really sharp. She's anxious to get out there and you know, we'll see. Next step ahead and next step up, and we'll see how she handles things today.
Are you excited about the outside draw again? That's where she won from last time.
Yeah, no, that was anytime, you know, you draw a little bit outside, there's some speed in here, but she's pretty fast. But it's, you know, ideally, yeah, that's a nice place to be.
John, I was back there. The short comment says hard to load. She really wasn't that bad. Is there anything to be concerned about?
No, something happened with the overgirth, and it just really pissed her off, honestly, last time. And she's got that in her. She's got that fire in her, so it just got her a little upset. But we've schooled her since a couple of times in the gate. She's been perfect, so.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Union Lake, guys. She looks to go 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old in this Prioress.
Unblemished on a fast track. She has a fast track to work with here. Outside post, 5-time winner of the stakes race. All adds up to a live contender in this Grade 2 Prioress, 9-2 Union Lake, Gary. But you're looking at number 6 in Angitude here with Joel Rosario in the saddle for your top selection in Angitude in the Wilton opening day here again, cutting back from a mile to 3/4.
Yeah, and she was stretching out to a mile for the first time on this particular date, and she showed her versatility in being able to do that. She was on the lead throughout, actually was headed the second to the last call in here, and goes on and gets beat 3/4 of a length, but she did adapt and got her best speed figure on that one, but it was pretty much equal to her race prior to that. Sprinting. I like her dropping back in distance here. I think she's going to be in a great position. She showed that she doesn't need the lead to win in breaking her maiden, then 2 races back when she won at Churchill Downs, going 5.5 furlongs. So I like to shift back. She shows a lot of versatility. I think she's, Hot Peppers is going to be the target that she's going to have to hunt down.
Yeah,
finishing
quarter
right
mile less in distance. So I see where you're coming from.
And Joel Rosario now looking for his 4th win on the day. Wasn't able to get up in his last race, but
that's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Is he going to be able to get out of this slump, you think, Gary? It's a record, never been done. We realize there's more racing now, more graded stakes races now than ever. But 12 graded stakes races. Joel Rosario, the Travers last week with Epicenter, and trying to make it a 13th here with Angitude. When the money's on the line in this deep stacked jockey colony, he is the very best.
He's been very busy all year long, but he's about to get busier. This is his busiest time of the year. I was listening to entries today for Kentucky Downs, and he's going to be a busy boy next Thursday out in Kentucky. Then Keeneland starts up, and then, of course, Breeders' Cup. So put your traveling shoes on, Joel. Ron Anderson's got to have you busy, busy, busy.
Keep him working, riding and winning. You see the selections. Tom, your top selection, Lady Scarlet, Jose Ortiz, and that Miss Preakness win. Preakness weekend, what impressed you most?
Well, her versatility. She's laying off the pace here. She's going to win very, very easily. Comes around the speed in this race and draws off at the end. And I think you get speed in this race today. Certainly our favorite, Hot Peppers at 2, is going to be going to the front. Whether or not Angitude, that has some speed, can challenge Hot Peppers early, is going to have a lot to say about the race. This scratch the 9-horse Smash Ticket, I think, is what's making everybody turn to Hot Peppers because she may be the speed of the speed. But look how easy Lady Scarlet won. Since then, she's had one start. It was on the turf. That's not for her. She didn't run well. And so a lot of people bet recency on form. And recency for her is a bad race on the grass. That was 2 back we just watched. If you can accept that she doesn't like the grass, 8-1 is a very tasty price on this horse.
Not sure who knew she necessarily beat that day, but the way she did it and the trip she should get this afternoon. Lady Scarlet for Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Final thoughts, J.K. and Paul?
Well, I do think the 2 Hot Peppers is the horse to beat. And I get it that a lot of people are thinking, okay, but this is strong money considering that Rudy Rodriguez is 2 for 78. People are looking down at that form and seeing a trainer 2 for 78, and this horse is getting bet strong. So I will say that she might be tough to beat. I'm going to stick with the 6 as my top selection. You're sticking with the 10, JK?
I'm going to stick with the 10. I might regret this, but I think they're betting the 2 Hot Peppers because she was second in the test, and I think they're ignoring the Rudy thing. Maggie?
I agree with you, JK. I just thought this race was really wide open. So to take a short price, look, I'm taking a 4-1 shot like you. But to take a short price just seemed a little bit ridiculous. And I think Union Lake is that horse that is on the up and up, as now we see John Velasquez aboard her once again. She was sharp, but she was almost even more contained. And what I've noticed about this filly, obviously she filled out tremendously from 2 to 3, but that she's just very efficient in her stride. And I just love to see that with these types of horses. Now, again, as John mentioned, the overgirth came undone on John Velasquez. The assistant starters actually saw it that day, and she was just about to go in the gate. So she kind of thought, oh, what are you doing to me? I'm ready to go. And as John said, she got very angry about that. So I don't think it's a personality thing. I think it was just that moment where it was a weird thing, and obviously she overcame it. Livy?
And Gary should be in the perfect spot every step of the way if she's good enough, Union Lake.
Yeah, she's got enough speed to be sitting just off of Hot Peppers. And the great thing about drawing the outside with her is Johnny can do what he wants to early on and just take a look over, glance over to his left, see what everybody else is doing, ride his race off of them.
Tom Ford, Lady Scarlet, where would you like to see her positioned early as Joel Rosario jumps off Angitude? What's going on?
They're making some kind of adjustment. The boys are packing her in. And we've seen this a lot at the meet. Rather than getting in a fight, get the weight off the jockey's weight off the horse, let the boys do their job. Joel climb back on in the stalls when she gets settled in.
Tom, we saw that yesterday, a horse who was hesitant and then went out and aired. It's not always, I mean, not what you want to see, but not always indicative of performance forthcoming.
More times than not, horses that are tough to load are the ones that break the sharpest. Don't ask me why, but that's been my experience.
See how sharp Hot Peppers breaks. 2-1 favorite. Post time for the Grade 2 Prioress. Here's John Embrial.
Like. Set for the start. And they're off in the Prioress Stakes. And from the inside, it is Hot Peppers who has the early lead. Now moving up is Mischievous Diane. And to her outside is a Union Lake. And then comes Half Is Enough, who's next in fourth, the gray. Wicked Halo down on the inside runs in fifth. Lady Scarlet is next in sixth. At the back of the pack are Angitude, and the trailer is Sterling Silver. The quarter went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Hot Peppers, Mischievous Diane, the two of them hook up. And on the outside is Union Lake, so now it's three of them across. Sitting right behind is Wicked Halo in fourth. To her outside is Half Is Enough. Then farther back, it is a Lady Scarlet on the inside. Sterling Silver now moving up a bit. They are at the top of the stretch. The half mile in 44 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Hot Peppers challenged here by Union Lake. Wicked Halo now coming on the outside. Here is Wicked Halo to take a narrow lead. Union Lake continues to battle on. A late move here from Sterling Silver. Wicked Halo trying to hold off Sterling Silver. Wicked Halo has won the Prioress Stakes. Sterling Silver was second, and the time was 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Last year's Adirondack winner, Wicked Halo. Tyler Gaffleone, second victory in the Prioress. And for Winchell Thoroughbred, Steve Asmussen. Last week it was Epicenter in the Travers. Today, Wicked Halo in the Grade 2 Prioress.
She showed great speed. She was sitting right behind that three-horse duel going on up in front of her. Before they came into the stretch, I saw Tyler Gaffleone was sitting loaded. He was able to swing out off the turn, come around him, and this filly just ground him down. Now 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. Big run from her today.
We thought there was a lot of speed in this race, Gary, and man, oh man, for racehorses to go an opening half mile in a 6 furlong race in under 45 seconds, which the leaders did, is going to take a toll on them. So, you know, for Hot Peppers was a big part of that, and you just can't sustain that. You know, maybe Union Lake on the outside had a little bit of advantage not being crowded going that quick, but it's set up for a close. And you're talking about a filly here in Wicked Halo that's coming off back-to-back wins, and this is a style that she can adapt to, even from that inside post today. A big race by her.
And the runner-up with giant strides, Sterling Silver, Trevor McCarthy at 37-1 to complete the exacta. But in the end, Polly JK, too much wicked halo, and for Gaffalione, that's back-to-back in the Prioress.
Yeah, look, when you're on a horse that's cutting back from a mile race, and you feel like they're going fast in front of you, 21 and change, 44 and change, basically 45 flat, you feel like you're in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that's where Tyler felt like he was.
This is where, visually, I always go back because I kind of like this horse and I threw her out at the last minute. But if you go back and visually look at the races, she'd been running great races. When she won the Tepin, she got a 73 buyer, and it looked like regression, but it was a paid workout. She was 30 cents on the dollar, and she basically just jogged around the racetrack. So it was a deceiving effort. So that's why you got to go back and look at the replay, and you could see she won so easy last time out that it looked like she regressed, but she really didn't regress. And she came here today to play hardball, and she beat some really nice fillies in here that had races over the racetrack and hard to do in 110 flat.
Wicked halo. And for Steve Asmussen, who you just saw, a second win in the Prioress, struck with Vertical Oak in 2017. Maggie's top selection at 4-1. All smiles, Tyler Gaffalione. We've seen those colors quite a bit this meet. The color of the Travers Canoe. Winchell Thoroughbreds, wicked halo. Her mother won the Adirondack. She won the Adirondack, and today takes down the Grade 2 Prioress with Tyler Gaffalione at the Spa.
Standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. A stroll through the picnic area. The fans, massive part of what makes Saratoga Saratoga. Fan Appreciation Week, this final week of the 154th meet. So much energy, the excitement. especially after races like this. The Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the 101st Phasic-Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best of North American yearling crop on August 8th and 9th. Where will you be? Wicked Halo's in the Winner's Circle. 1080, big effort. Sterling Silver, Trevor McCarthy, couple of more jumps. Maybe she gets there. Union Lake having to settle for third. We check in with Maggie in the Winner's Circle.
Here with Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. And Steve, Wicked Halo turning back, and now she's a dual greatest stakes winner here at the Spa. She seems to love it up here in upstate New York.
Absolutely. You know, her Adirondack victory last year was very special. Gunrunner's first stakes win, and she ran from the inside that day hard the whole way. I think we kind of saw some maturity in her now, you know, coming off a couple 7/8 the mile. You know, I thought she got a great position behind a solid pace, but Tyler gave her a good trip, and she ran it like an old mare.
And as yours also special because her mom won the Adirondack too.
Well, yeah, family. We're obviously in an extremely blessed position, you know, to continue to get horses with this sort of talent. But for her to win the Prioress, graded stake, both her 2- and 3-year-old year here at Saratoga. What a nice filly.
And she's shown that she can win a little bit beyond 6. But do you think she's a more of a sprinting type?
Well, like her mom, she reminds us a lot of her mom. I'm proud to say I don't think I made the same mistakes with her that I did with her mom off winning the Adirondack, and that's what's allowed her to, you know, look at her last 3 stakes victories with a lot of horse left, you know, so she's obviously very exciting.
So cool that you get to train these families. But do want to ask you about Gulfport coming up in the Grade 1 Hopeful this Monday. Maybe a slight disappointment as the beaten favorite going back to the Saratoga, especially with Damon's Mound, a very talented horse. Was there any apparent excuse on your end?
I couldn't believe he got beat. He's an extremely talented horse. You expect to win. You know, credit to you know, Damon's beating him, but you know, we obviously love Gulfport. Think he has a tremendous amount of talent, and think that the Hopeful is a great stage for him to prove that. Was it the rough trip a little bit? I thought it was overconfident. You know, just allowed a position to happen that was unnecessary, and you know, but hopefully we'll make amends on Monday. Regroup and go get him. Well, congratulations here, Wicked Halo, with this Prioress victory. It's very cool when horses come back, and Steve's very good at it. Obviously, Jackie's Warrior being a prime example of feat, but when horses come back year after year and pick up these greatest stakes victories at the Spa.
And like we said, Maggie, her mother won the Adirondack. She wins the Adirondack and the Prioress. Guys, after that Saratoga special Steve Asmussen just discussing, where are you on Gulfport moving forward?
I'm still with him. It happened at the most critical place in a race that you can have to steady, and that's when everybody is ready to move forward. He was in an unfortunate situation, and for him to come back on and finish second in that race, and he was still making ground. He ran through the wire. It's not like he was stopping, but when I say it happened at the most critical point, that's when you're really winding your horse up, and instead of winding up and getting the, say, go, he stopped him to a walk in one stride. I think that Joel was a bit off guard when it happened, and you know, he got him regrouped, but the damage had been done, and I look for him to run a big race on Monday.
I hear you loud and clear, and you could well be right. But for Gulfport that started 3 times, the one thing he hasn't done, and of course it could be because of the trouble he got into, is he hasn't shown he can come from off the pace and do it. He shows speed in his starts. He did it in his maiden win because he's obviously just the best horse. He did it in his Bashford Manor. He's the best horse. Again, in this particular race, the last one that he ran in, you know, I've watched it a number of times. Did he still have a bunch of horse when it all happened? Well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But if there's a vulnerability in Gulfport, it's that maybe he's bigger on the lead than he is from off the pace. We're going to find out, you know, on Monday, but he's also going to be a horse that's going to be bet on because of the trouble he got into, and it's a really good group he's running against.
Really looking forward to seeing how he responds. Gulfport in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Get the tractor off the windshield. Colors. Travers winning colors. Epicenter and the Canoe. What a meet. Steve Asmussen, another graded stakes victory. And you saw Wicked Halo entering the winner's circle. Brought to you by the Phasic November sale. Let's try that. World's premier breeding stock sale. Nominate your star now. That's after the Breeders' Cup. Late pick 5 is Unfold. It's been rather formful. Security Code, Topic Changer, Thin White Duke. Stakes victory for trainer David Donk, Lucky Coin, and Wicked Halo. 1080 for the victory, the grade 2 Prioress. Turning the page, race 10, New York bred maidens. Heard JK and Paulie discuss earlier how difficult this one was. 1 mile on grass, 3-year-olds and older, wide open. Conquest and Dream Point 3-1 with about 19 minutes to post. So here's what we have in front of us. Still 3 grade 1 events this closing weekend. Tomorrow, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Flower Bowl, now a grade 2. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. The Saranac. Sunday, the Spinaway, most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at the meet. Prioress Stakes races on Monday, but the Hopeful is the big one. The Hopeful with so much history and tradition here at Saratoga, where so many great careers have began. So who is fastest? Going all the way back to 1903. No surprise, Jackie's Warrior, whistling 7 furlongs in 1:21.29. Most wins by an owner, George Widener Jr. 4 wins, 38 years from the first to the last, 28 to 66. Most wins by a jockey, Jerry Bailey, a 6-time Hopeful winning pilot. Most wins by a trainer, because of course, 8-time Hopeful winner, the coach. Happy birthday, Dwayne Lucas. Hopeful winners who also captured the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Only 3 have done it. Chief's Crown favorite Trick, you'll hear his name again. Shanghai Bobby with Rosamund Proudneck back in 2012. Hopeful winners, Crown 2-year-old champion. There's been 6. You may have heard of him. Secretariat, the very first, back in 1972, started something very special. Horse of the Year, emerging victorious from the Hopeful. Just twice. Secretariat, Big Red, favorite Trick for Pat Byrne in 1997. And Hopeful winners in the Hall of Fame, 13 of them. This is where it all starts. The 2-year-olds at Saratoga, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds, closing day. The Hopeful by the numbers. You think back to the history of this event, Gary, a race you know well that you won back in 1995. I believe that was for trainer Dwayne Lucas. What do you remember about that one?
Hennessy, he was a very, very good 2-year-old, and it started kind of a special journey for me. This win and the families that were involved. Henny Hughes, of course, the sire of Hennessy, Hennessy, of course, the sire of Henny Hughes, who I rode as a 2-year-old, one of the most intelligent 2-year-olds that I ever ridden. Looked a lot like his daddy right there, Hennessy. Henny Hughes, of course, the sire of Beholder, and put that intelligent in there. And happy birthday, Wayne, if you happen to be watching right there. That was many, many moons ago.
There he is, his back turned.
Bob Lewis leading Hennessy in. He was actually beating a nose in the juvenile, Breeders' Cup Juvenile. I didn't ride him in there. I rode another colt for Wayne, Honor and Glory, in that Breeders' Cup.
Unbridled Song won. Great stretch duel.
Donna Barton Brothers, who was then Donna Barton, rode Hennessy, rode him fine, but beating a whisker in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He was a good horse.
Tom, the excitement for those who emerge victorious from the Hopeful, it's the prestige of the race itself and what it means for the future for that particular prospect.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Hopeful is I mean, if the Run Happy Travers is Saratoga's signature race, the Hopeful is Saratoga's signature 2-year-old race. Just a bit, and it's a transition to 7/8. Show your horses more than just a sprinter. So, I mean, it's a very, very important race, not only for prestige, but for future sire value. That's a big, big deal.
It is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Hopeful. 2-year-olds, 7/8 of a mile. We have the field. 6 of them. Gulfport. Flavien Prat will be back from Del Mar. He rides Flightline tomorrow in the Pacific Classic. You can see it right here on Saratoga Live, the Hopeful closing day. We're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2. 1 left here at the Spa. 2 stakes races we saw this afternoon. Driving finish in the Lucky Coin and a moment to celebrate Thin White Duke for trainer David Donk. Phil Gleaves, co-owner and breeder, and moments ago, how about Wicked Halo? Fastest of all in the Grade 2 Prioress. Another graded stakes victory for Steve Asmussen. Travers winner. Great day of racing here at the Spa. 1 left. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 2.
Catholic Boy. This dual-surface star defeated a strong field in the Prioress Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsleDowns.com.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Wayne Luke is the coach on his pony. Happy birthday, Wayne. Hoping to celebrate with a win in the Spinaway on Sunday. Gorgeous shot there. One of the oldest active sporting venues in North America, Saratoga Race Course. Final Friday of the meet, winding down the 154th season. Alongside Tom Amos, Gary Stevens, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. For those of you just joining us, we do have one race left. The feature took place just moments ago, and the Prioress, Gary, something else for trainer Steve Asman to celebrate 1 week after he captures the Travers with Epicenter.
Yeah, Wicked Halo put it in her third straight stakes race in a row, and she showed up today with a big effort, just tucked in. She was on the fence under Tyler Gaffleone. Wicked pace up in front of Wicked Halo. Gets out right there, starts accelerating, winding up this head of steam. Nice run from her, Tom.
Yes, trainer Steve Asmussen, owner of Winchell Thoroughbreds, sire gun runner. Do you see where I'm going with this? We talked about it last weekend. When is it time to jump on the train? This horse paid a good number.
When's that's like yesterday,
yeah,
last month, 2 years ago? Yeah, it's wash, rinse, repeat. For Wicked Halo, Tyler Gaffleone back-to-back wins in this event. For Asmussen, a second, also won with Vertical Oak back in 2017, and that was legit. She brought it today. We didn't know about the Grade 1 test. We know how prestigious it was, but it wasn't one of the stronger tests we've seen in recent years. Wicked Halo today, that performance, that was legit in the Prioress.
Yeah, it's been difficult to come from off the pace. The pace was really hot up in front. Sub 45 half mile, sub 22 quarter mile, opening quarter mile, and she was right behind it. It's not like she was getting it taken easy. She was up involved. She got to make the first run on the leaders. There were 3-horse duel, and she put those away, grounded out, and she just keeps winning and winning impressively, and she likes it up here in Saratoga.
I think the group, the trifecta, owner, trainer, horses, they all like it up here at Saratoga.
Last year's Adirondack winner takes down the Friday feature, the Prioress, this afternoon. Horses in the paddock for the 10th and final. New York bred maidens, 1 mile. On grass, 3-year-olds and older. It's wide open with Conquest 3-1, Dream Point 3-1. Our handicappers, Paula Duca, Jonathan Kinchin. Hours ago, you said how tough this 10th and final was. The late pick 5 has been fairly formful. What are we seeing in the payouts?
Well, Lafitte, it's still pretty tough. Unless you're alive in the pick 5, I guess then the ship has already sailed. You just got to try to get home who you needed in here. It is tough because there's a lot of horses that have tried to go this mile and a 16th on the turf, and none of them have really overwhelmed me with some of their races. So you have to just kind of take it for what it is.
Yeah, when you look at the lowest payouts there, you have the 6, Conquest, who's probably going to be your pace setter in here. Now, last time, the horse did sit some decent fractions on the front end, 114. It was playing a little bit heavy that day, but just got run down. And the 9, Dream Point, is the other way here. He comes from way out of it. So those are your 2 lowest will pays, but I have a worry with this horse because, I mean, sometimes you're supposed to seal the deal, and I thought he was supposed to seal the deal on this day.
Yeah, look, the pace wasn't particularly quick, and so a horse makes the lead like that, you do kind of want to fault him for it. What I will say is that this was the first time that this horse had made the lead, and I'm hopeful that a tactical horse like this, who broke a little bit slow, by the way, to make that lead last time, can be ridden a little bit more aggressively. Maybe this is one of those horses where they're going to say, let's go to the front again, see if we can't wire him again, but actually goes a little bit quicker this time, and that's what this horse has wanted to do, go quicker. I'm talking about the 6 Conquest. So I'm just hoping this horse goes a little bit faster. I like horses that can find themselves on the front end. And if you think the pace was slow last time, then you kind of got to like the 9 Dream Point in here, who was closing from way out of it.
And the feet, listen, Dream Point is 0 for 18 in 7-2. So I would take a strong look at the 1 who hasn't lost yet.
Career debut. Of course, you could take the opposite perspective, and Dream Point, he's due, trying to graduate in his 19th career start. And you're due to sign up if you don't have a Naira Bets account just yet. Do so. We still have 3 days left. Multiple Grade 1 races. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Playing our song one final time. Post Parade, New York bred maidens, a mile on grass, 3-year-olds and older. Number 6 Conquest, the lukewarm choice here at 3-1. We'll see him again in the Post Parade. And as Paulie mentioned, can't fault Nyshares for what he hasn't done, which is lose. First-time starter by former Derby winner Nyquist, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner Nyquist. John Velasquez rides 6-1, and there he is from the side view.
Yeah, sometimes when you go to these races, sometimes you try to figure out the horse that's 0 for the least. And obviously a first-time starter here in a race that could be ripe for a new face.
Trained by Linda Rice. Nyshares, another look. Johnny Velasquez, 1,000 plus here at Saratoga. Nyshares, and then Excursionist, not a maiden, 11 losses thus far.
Yeah, this horse was not too close to that possibly slow pace last time, but was close enough. I think has a shot in here.
Party News, first-time starter by Travers winner Keen Ice.
Yeah, Eduardo Maver here and Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis still gave one of the best rides to meet up the rail.
There goes Media Sensation.
Yeah, this horse, Media Sensation, had 2 starts at 40, didn't get the job done there.
Bernardino and Luis Saez.
This is the horse that's confusing because this horse could sit a good trip, but he's 7 years old and he's only had 9 races.
Conquest at 5-2.
Yeah, we talked about this horse should be forwardly placed. I'm hoping that maybe faster early is better.
Valentino's here. Mike Luzzi aboard, first-time starter.
Yeah, they paid $10,000 for this gelded son of Liaban, and like you said, Bruce Brown, the trainer.
Curlin's Wisdom, Jose Lascano looking for a second.
Got a perfect trip last time, didn't get the job done. I'm against at 9-2.
18 race maiden, Paulie Dream Point.
Yeah, there comes a time where it will happen, and Gary Siaka and Joel Rosario. This horse did close into a slow pace last time here at Saratoga, but that 0 for 18 is just staring you right in the face.
Field for the 10th and final. New York bred maidens. And Tom, you believe this is the day that he is due Dream Point?
Look, I don't think there's any secret on this desk or the other desk that this is a mild field. And that's, with that said, Dream Point had such a bad trip last time. He checked hard at the start, was last, had a bad trip, was hand-ridden by Joel. Joel wasn't named on him to ride. Flavian Pratt was. And Joel has had to, cancel his dinner reservation to stick around for this last race to get back on him. So there must be a little bit of a feeling getting to ride him a second time that he wanted the opportunity. He could have easily said, no, you need somebody else. He didn't do that. He's sticking around for the race. you know, I didn't expect to be 7-2. I thought we'd get a little bit better price than that. And Paul's exactly right. 18 tries to break your maiden. Yeah, it'll happen one day, but does it have to be today? No, it doesn't. But I just think that last trip was so horrific. I'm going to give him another chance here.
Well, I'm going to say that Joel wasn't hungry. He had no reservation.
What about Jose Ortiz? And your top selection, Conquest, was now he is 5-2 here.
Look, he's only run 4 times and finished second after setting the pace in that last race that he ran in. Trevor McCarthy was on him that day. He's riding the 2 Excursionist today. Jose climbing aboard. Look, I thought it was a bad takedown, a bad disqualification last time out. It was late in the game, and Trevor rode a great race, did everything he could to hang on. Drifted out slightly at the finish of the race. The horse was tiring a little bit, but he's got good tactical speed. He's going to be forwardly placed, and he's lightly raced. And, you know, he's improved with every one of his starts, with the exception of his 1 dirt race that he had. He's had 2 dirt races, but his turf races, he's improved. His numbers have been decent.
You know, Trevor sent him hard from that outside post.
He did.
10 hole to make the lead. And when he got over to make the lead, he was much more washy or sweaty than the other horses in the race that day. I'm watching him here, and the weather is mild, and he seems to be a much calmer and not as energetic with sweat as he was last time. When you see a horse wasting energy by sweating and the other horses aren't, it's usually not a good sign. But he's getting a 16th of a mile less in today's race, Gary, so I see where you're coming from with Conquest, who I also think is going to try to make the lead out of the gate.
From what you're seeing, Maggie, Conquest, yay, nay?
Yeah, why not? I mean, let's face it. We wouldn't be surprised to see any of these horses in a New York bred maiden 40. This, as you guys are mentioning, isn't the strongest maiden special weight. And maybe we've seen Conquest in some races that, actually looking back through these horses, they haven't been any tougher than what he's facing today. Moving really well. I mean, look at that suspension and extension on his trot. Yeah, he gets pumped up. And he's keeping it contained, though. You know, he got really on his toes as they left the paddock, but, you know, he kept his head bowed. So he's not spazzing out, but it's what a horse that's going to be on the lead is probably meant to be like, as I'm really actually interested in a first-time starter for trainer Linda Rice. And I don't usually like Linda Rice's horses first time out because honestly you can see it with them that they just don't look maybe as fit and that they're going to benefit from a start. This horse looks fit, Nyshares, and the Dam Mayshares, she was a stakes winner on the turf. She had a bit of a early type of form to her, but the one foal that she's produced, a half to this one, Feathers Road, well, he just broke his maiden and I think his 12th career start here sprinting on the Saratoga turf. Ooh, that got a little sloppy there. I don't love to see that. Maybe watching that is a small indication that he might need a start, but he debuts in the right spot, massive turf hoof, longer frame. I think if Johnny's going to give him an education, he could be effective here. JK, I saw maybe you were thinking the same thing, fresh face in this field.
Yeah, a fresh face in this field, but also the real thing that kind of put me over the top with Nyshares, 2 works back on August 19th. Nyshares worked with Cold Hard Cash. Cold Hard Cash is an allowance type that can run in the 80s. And also a horse that Linda thought enough of to run in the Sword Dancer. That's why I landed on the 1 Nyshares.
Can you fall in love with the 2 with me at all?
Hey,
Because I look back at those races as a 2-year-old at Belmont Park on a mile 16th, and he was favorite in both of those starts. He ran well. Then they took him to sprinting the last couple times. Then they stretched him back out last time at 21-1 with Trev McCarthy. You're getting 7-1. So, JK and I both like 7-1 sides. 7s are wild here.
Hey, Paul, what's the deal? They're showing on the monitor that you picked the 9. The 0 for 18 horse. I was trying to defend that horse. I didn't know you were on my team.
So I saw this turf course, and you know what? I can't take 7-2 when you're down a lot of money today, Tom.
I'm with you on that. Amen, brother.
Jackie Davis in the saddle. There with the Party News, 38-1. Field of 9 here. And currently 2-1 Conquest with Jose Ortiz the favorite. Gary, what do you expect Ortiz to do with Conquest early on?
I don't think he'll send him as hard as Trevor McCarthy did last time out, because Trevor, he was out on the outside hedge that day, and you can tell he really warmed that horse up good. He left there with intention, and he didn't break that well. He hit the side of the gate. I don't think it cost him a lot, but he didn't break on the lead. He rushed him into the first turn. He's got a lot better post position today, shorter field that he's dealing with. I think he'll be forwardly placed. He'll get him away from there the first jump, see where he's at. But the way he was sent the other day, oops, that 3 horses. That's about time
That's
to
Jackie Davis.
bail out, Jackie. Don't hang on that long, girl. Not with your feet out of the stirrups. But I think he'll set a good trip, and I think he'll be alert because of the way he was sent hard last time. He'll break hard on his own today without being sent.
10th and final here.
Thank you, Jackie. The reason I said that, when that horse was almost perpendicular up in the air like that, that's a fine line where they're going to fall over backwards. And when you've got your feet out of the stirrups and that horse would land on you, there goes your pelvis. And it takes a long time to heal a pelvis up.
Are you speaking from experience?
No, I was fortunate that way. I was taught that early on. I'd have hit the eject button. You'd have seen me
pelvis?
off. No.
Okay, good.
Knees, that's a different story. First time starter, all new for him. We're all set for the 10th and final. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. It was a slow beginning for Party News. Unseating the rider at the start was number 1, Nice Airs. Nice Airs unseated the jockey at the start. And John Velasquez is sitting up right now as the horses go into the clubhouse turn. And the leader here is Conquest. Conquest is in front. Curlin's Wisdom runs in second. Then the gray Bernardino next in third. Followed on the outside by Media Sensation next in fourth. And then it's Excursion East who's running in fifth. Farther back is Dream Point in sixth. And then comes Valentino's here. And way, way back in the field at the back of the pack there is Party News. The quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. It is Conquest who has the lead after a half in 48 2. Conquest is in front. Bernardino down on the inside, and Curlin's Wisdom is there. As they go into the far turn, it's Conquest on top. Curlin's Wisdom in second. Bernardino down at the rail, about to be passed on the outside by Media Sensation. It is Conquest the leader, Curlin's Wisdom in second, then Media Sensation, followed by Bernardino and Excursion East, and the field comes into the stretch. And it is Conquest and Curlin's Wisdom on the outside. Conquest down at the rail, Curlin's Wisdom on the outside, and the two of them are heads apart as they come down for the 16th pole. Here is Curlin's Wisdom on the outside to take a narrow lead. Conquest is back running in second. Late run from Excursion East. It is Curlin's Wisdom to win the nightcap. A three-way photo for second among Excursion East, the pace setter Conquest, and Dream Point.
Curlin's Wisdom graduates in his 10th career start. The best news, John Velasquez, who was on Nice Shares, is up and okay after that incident at the start. For Linda Rice, who had the first-time starter Nice Shares, we lost John Velasquez, also trains the winner. Curlin's Wisdom, second one in the afternoon, Jose Lascano.
Yeah, Jose Lascano making all the right moves on the turf here the last couple of weeks. He's had a good, solid meet. I walked out with Jose last night, and he says, I do not know how I won that last race. I said, what do you mean? And he said, I was behind a wall of horses, that nothing was going anywhere. There's Johnny right there. Smile on his face. And
really good to see.
Good to see that.
Absolutely.
So anyway, he says, I do not know how I won that last race. And I said, what do you mean? He said, I was behind a wall of horses. They were all going the wrong direction. And he said, I found some room. He said, when you're meant to win, you're meant to win.
And he was meant to win a couple today, a 19-1 shot earlier to kick off the pick six. And here, Curlin's Wisdom bears down Paul J.K. and accelerates late, able to break that maiden in his 10th career start.
Yes, that's a good trip. Third start ever on the turf course. And you know what, guys, I think the 6 might have held on here. There's an inquiry, obviously, up on the board because of Johnny V falling off. That happens anytime. Anytime a jockey falls off a horse, JK, they have an inquiry. But take nothing away from the 8. Very tight here for second. I want to say Bernardina won the bob over the 2 on the way back, but there's the start where the 1 lost all chance.
Yeah, just ducked in there, and you know, as much balance and as athletic as these guys are, it's hard to stay on sometimes, I would imagine. You know, the winner worked out a nice trip sitting in behind the 6, Conquest, who doesn't seem to, just doesn't want to finish the races, gets themselves in a position. But I will say this, we thought about it before, and this is no offense to any of the horses in here, I just think from a betting standpoint coming out of here, when you get to the wire and there's 6 or 7 horses in the picture, they're all bunched together. We, as horse players, you like to think that race might not be that productive moving forward, and that's how I'll approach this race moving out of this.
Yeah, Lafitte, I think that was the 6 on the inside, not the 5. I think I got that wrong. I'm going to call it 8-6-2, but it's really, really tight for second. It could be a heater. And again, we'll take a look. Yeah, 8-6-5, excuse me, 8-6-5-9. Wait a second.
Guys, take a look at Hector Alera, the starter. Duck under that fence and show his athleticism. I see these guys do this all the time, and I don't get why they stand inside of that fence, closer to the scene. But Johnny landed on his feet. I'm sure that he was upset. The colt, he hung a left leaving there, and I think Johnny bailed up because I think he thought he was going to hit Hector. Stood here, up, it's time to get out of Dodge, and he did just in time. That could have been bad.
Yeah, so for a first-time starter, which the 1 was in this race, to have that much gap between where the 1 is breaking from and the inside rail, there are 2 spots where horses could have been in the starting gates. That's a lot of room for a first-time starter. The very first thing a first-time starter does in a big field, because he's not able to practice it at home, is shy away from the group. If he's on the outside, he tends to shy out. If he's on the inside, he ends up being crowded and drops back. But in this case, he's got room to shy away, and that unfortunately is not a recipe for a good start for the 1. I'm glad everybody's okay, but you know, when you were a kid, you went to the bowling alley and they put those bumpers on the side, so you couldn't roll a gutter ball, right? Well, you're supposed to have that starting gate against the rail, so you know the horse doesn't roll a gutter ball.
Less empty space to run towards. John Velasquez has I stuck around for this.
He rolled Johnny into the gutter.
Had to bail. Best news, he's okay. Linda Rice had 2. Nice Shares loses the jockey. Curlin's Wisdom wins the race. 8-6-2-9 will wrap it all up when we come back. And for trainer Brad Cox, big weekend on tap. And a live 2-year-old for the Grade 1 hopeful, Saratoga's most prestigious race for freshmen on closing day. Stay tuned.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Winding things down on this Friday at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 2 wins on the afternoon. Jose Lezcano, Curlin's Wisdom. He's run well, Gary. The 9 previous starts, the 7 in the money finishes. Today, though, finding that extra gear, putting his competition away late.
Yeah, and Jose had been riding this horse, Lezcano, and actually, Jose Ortiz took off of this horse to ride the 6th horse, who wound up second here. So musical jockeys, and Jose knew the horse, and just getting into his best gear right there.
Goes on to victory. Curlin's Wisdom, 1240 over Conquest and Excursioniste. And the payouts, that pick 659,000 plus, 159,000 for the pick 6. And in the pick 5, Curlin's Wisdom, the hardest one to find, relatively speaking, 1240, 1100 plus. Well done, 1100 plus for the late pick 5 here at Saratoga. 3 days left. And for the showdown, was it 2 days ago when we have the dead heat?
Dead heat, yeah.
That was insane. CMB 791. We have a dead heat for second at 3:04:20 with Megan 0713 and Clark Barn. I have to get my eyes checked. CMB 791. The winner, congratulations, in the Saratoga Showdown. 3 days left, 3 Grade 1 events left with the Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow afternoon. On Sunday, the Spinaway. And then on Monday, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. The Grade 1 hopeful with so much history and tradition. 2-year-olds extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile. There's the field. Familiar name, Gulfport. Some trouble in the Saratoga Special. See how he responds. Let's go back to the Sanford and Mo Strike, Tom. For trainer Brad Cox, how impressed were you by Mo Strike in the Sanford?
I was very impressed. I mean, Mo Strike is part of a hot pace up front. I'm part of that as well with Curly Jack, who came back to get beat just a nose. That's Curly Jack on the rail. You saw Mo Strike pointed out. And he came back to get beat just a nose in the Ellis Park Juvenile, which was a very good race for him. But, you know, those horses kept going. They went right back by Curly Jack the last 8th of a mile. And Mo Strike gets headed here, Gary.
Yes, he did.
And has to come back to win this race. I was very impressed with his effort.
Yeah, this victory shows me he's going to have no issue with the stretch out to the 7/8. He's looking for more ground.
And the grit. We saw this fight in his debut win when he was hounded late. And here, just keeps digging and digging. Mo Strike. Look, there's pedigree, Gary, and there's talent, but you can't teach his heart. He has heart.
He does heart, indeed.
Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry I interrupted there. I was just saying that we're going to get to Gulfport here and his unfortunate trip. You're going to see Joel Rosario steady at a very critical time during the race, right when it's time to say go. He's saying whoa, tries to re-rally, but the damage has been done. But a very good horse beat him in here, Tom.
You know, it could happen to anybody, I guess, but this is a 4-horse field, and the horse that bore out has a habit of bearing out. And as a trainer-rider combo, you have to have that discussion before the race. You have to know what the qualities are of the horse you're running against. You want to know their weaknesses and their strengths, and you certainly want to know if a horse gets out in the turn. And if that horse is in front of you, you need to be aware of it.
Complete toss-out, that race, given at the time of where that happened. It's so difficult to try and predict what he would have done had he not been interfered with at that point.
Absolutely, the most critical time. And he didn't just chuck it in. He continued on with the run and to finish second. So regroup and try it again Saturday.
Grade 1 hopeful on Monday. We're back at it tomorrow at 12. Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow. Today's racing, the highlights. How about Thin White Duke emerging victorious? What a finish in the Lucky Coin for trainer David Donk. Phil Gleaves, breeder, co-owner. And in the main event, the Prioress, Too Much Wicked Halo. She won the Adirondack last year, just like her mother. Winchell Thoroughbred, Steve Asmussen, Epicenter Travers Connections. Back in the winner's circle, Wicked Halo in the Prioress. Fan Appreciation Week continues. 3 days left at the meet. Have a great night, everyone.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.